Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Whisper by Tal Bauer, narrated by John Solo. What you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create. Gautama Buddha. Then, September 11th, 2001. 1. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia, September 11th, 2001. It was supposed to be a good day. Kris poured his creamer into his second cup of coffee. He heard feet pounding down the hallway. It must have been an accident. But it's such a clear morning. How did the pilot lose visibility? He hurried after his coworkers to the Counterterrorism Center, CTC, housed deep inside Langley. CTC looked like a Vegas sports bar. Monitors spanned one giant wall with video feeds showing live TV, news, surveillance from a dozen overseas operations, status of forces deployed around the world, and more. In a pit before the monitors, lines of workstations stretched in rows. One wall was packed with racks of communication equipment. Radios, satellite phones on charging stands, humming servers that communicated with CIA stations around the world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the wall of monitors. Every screen showed the same thing. New York City, Lower Manhattan, smoke rising from the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Murmurs rose, the ebb and flow of uncertainty. More people pattered in, analysts, officers, the deputy director, clandestine Special Activities Division personnel. Everyone waited for the news anchors to say it, to confirm it was an accident, a tragic, horrific accident, but still, an accident. 100 CIA officers watched live as United Airlines Flight 175 slammed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. The fireball filled the whole wall of monitors, stretching from one end of the CTC to the other, as if they were right there in the center of the fury. Fire broke over the world, coloring CTC in waves from hell. Gasps rose, followed by screams. Kris dropped his cup. It shattered, coffee splashing his pants and the shoes of the analyst beside him. No one noticed. No one moved. No one spoke. It was like the world had stopped turning, like time was frozen. Breaths seemed to take an eternity. Reality only existed in the billowing smoke, the flames roaring above New York, the desperation in the survivors' faces as they leaned out of the windows above the impact site, and the roaring inferno as they chose to jump, leap from the building, fleeing one certain death for another. 20 minutes later, American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon. "Jesus Christ, it's Al-Qaeda!" Voices rose, comments over the din of the whispers. "This is their attack!" Kris started to shake, violent trembles as flashes of intel cables and reports he had seen over the past 2 years came together like a terrible jigsaw puzzle in his mind. Too late. We were too late. "Will someone please lead?" a voice shouted from the back of the room. "Will someone please fucking do something?" Clint Williams, director of CTC, turned and stared. He blinked, as if trying to visibly restart his brain, as if he remembered he had men and women standing before him. "We're under attack," he shouted, "and Langley could be a target. Evacuate, now! Everyone out!" Kris had woken up in a good mood. The night before, he had lightly flirted with an attorney while watching Monday Night Football at a little bar in Georgetown. He'd cheered on Denver, while the attorney rooted for the New York Giants, and they'd playfully jabbed at each other throughout. At the end of the game, the attorney gave him a long, lingering stare over his slim chinos, his tucked-in button-down open at the neck and showing off his undershirt and his shell necklace, the one he wore when he went out, to his spiked hair. He'd bitten his lower lip. "Want to get out of here?" Kris had thought he'd never ask. They made out in the parking lot, pressed against the attorney's BMW before trading blowjobs in the back seat. After, Kris straightened his clothes and headed to his car, going home, alone. He was a professional now, or trying to be, holding down a job. His college days of waking up in a different bed almost every day of the week were behind him. "Maybe I'll see you next week," the attorney had called after him. "Maybe." Buoyed by the night before, Kris had wound his way through the North Virginia traffic to Langley early in the morning. He'd smiled at the guards who glared at him as he badged his way into headquarters and then to CTC. The guards had shut up about the Monday night game as he passed, as if him hearing their conversation would somehow mean something. He had smirked and twiddled his fingers. At his desk, he had read the overnight cables, shaking his head over the reported suicide bombing of General Ahmad Massoud of the Northern Alliance in Afghanistan. Massoud had been one of the better men in the dusty backwater of Afghanistan, a force against the Taliban. He'd risen to get his second cup of coffee, wondering about the future of the tiny, forgotten country he was in charge of monitoring. Would the Taliban seize control of the entire nation? Would that be the end of the rebellion against the Taliban's chokehold? What about al-Qaeda, shielded by the Taliban? In the break room, he had to start a second pot of coffee. Everyone always let it run dry, down to the dregs that burned and stank. He was pouring his creamer, wondering for the 1,000th time about updating his resume and getting out of the CIA, when he heard the first whisper of a plane crash in New York. The CIA was shaping up to be a rough career. Kris was surrounded by Type A personalities, people who stared unflinchingly into the darkness of the world and believed they could bend the globe's swirling maelstrom to their own will. Kris could barely get the security guards to say hello to him. Who was he to change the world? He stood out, with his tweed sports coat and ascots and crisp button-downs. In a world of clandestine operators in rumpled khakis and polos with coffee stains, he was a Milan fashion model. In 2001, that meant something in a man. Everyone, of course, noticed. Everyone talked. He could count on one hand the few people who spoke regularly to him, who were friendly. Maybe that was why he was isolated on the Afghanistan desk. Maybe it was time to start looking for another career. Back in 1999, a man had stopped him outside his advanced Farsi class at George Washington University. He'd hung in the corner of the hallway, keeping obsessively to himself like he lived in the shadows by choice. He'd had 2 cell phones on his hip. In 1999, barely anyone had a cell phone. "Mr. Caldera? Kris Caldera?" "Who's asking?" "I'd like to talk to you about a possible job." He had handed Kris a business card with the CIA's logo on the front. He hadn't known then what it meant that he was being sought out by the CIA. He was a gay Puerto Rican kid on a poverty scholarship to GWU, and he didn't have a single ounce of blue blood in him, not one single connection or friend of his father's he could call on. It was only 4 years since President Clinton had rescinded the ban on homosexuals being allowed to hold security clearances, only 4 years since people like him were allowed to serve openly in sensitive national security positions. Not that anyone did serve openly. The closet was still shut and barricaded from the inside. "Why me?" He'd stuck out his hip, and he had lip gloss on and smudged eyeliner from waking up in Beta Theta Pi's frat house that morning. "We hear you're good with languages, particularly ones we're interested in." He loved languages, loved the way the mind skipped and danced over converting rules of grammar, syntax and expression, twists of phrase and linguistic layups. He'd grown up speaking Spanish at home and English at school, and a mix of everything on the streets where he ran with other brown kids in Lower Manhattan. In middle school, he'd crushed on older boys, writing long love letters in French that he dreamed of whispering to the shortstop on the school baseball team. In high school, he had worn his school uniform the sassiest way he could, his tie just past scandalous, and regularly smacked on enough tinted lip balm to make it look like he'd been kissing for hours. He'd made it a point to stare at the football players until they barked at him. He'd laughed in their faces. One had tried to kiss him after school, smearing his lip balm all over his cheeks. He kept the boy's secret, though. Later, he had crushed on a swarthy waiter from Rome who worked in a hole-in-the-wall restaurant while moonlighting off Broadway, and he had learned Italian just to flirt with him. As often as he could, he'd trekked up Broadway, ignoring the stares he got when the wealthy white people watched him flounce past. Then, one day, the waiter showed up with a white boy toy from the Upper East Side, and Kris never spoke another word in Italian. The harder the language, the better he was. He'd taken Arabic throughout his junior and senior years in high school and earned a scholarship to George Washington University in D.C. Not Georgetown. They'd never accept someone like him. But George Washington was only a few blocks away, and they offered as many languages as he could gorge himself on. He'd thought, if he did well, maybe, just maybe, Georgetown's School of Foreign Service would accept him for a master's. He could try to join the State Department or the United Nations. He'd maxed out of Arabic his sophomore year and switched to Farsi, taking courses until he had to do independent study with his professor to go further. He'd spent 2 summers on an exchange program in the Middle East, first in Egypt and then in Lebanon and Syria. He was careful overseas, just to prove his doubters wrong. His professor hadn't wanted him to go. "It's too dangerous, Kris. You advertise your sexuality." Of course he did. When the world looked at him, all anyone saw was a skinny brown gay boy, a kid full of attitude and trash. He had 2 choices. He could live out loud, take the hard world exactly as it came, be exactly who he was. He wasn't wrong, the world was. People moved out of the way on the streets for him. So what if they moved because they hated him? They still moved. So what if he was a scrawny Puerto Rican with too big a mouth and too little sense? New York was full of old gays who wanted little twinky white boys anyway. He picked fights with everybody, with anybody. He had a sharp tongue and no patience for the sidelong looks he got. He just lived louder, filling up the space everyone left around him. Or, on the other hand, he could try and bury everything, try and erase the gay and erase the brown and try to live a white bread kind of life. Put away the lip balm and stop cursing in Spanish, learn Frisbee and golf, and be like the upper-class private school white boys he saw in Central Park and not the street soccer and football at his low-income school. He could make his world shades of white and pale, shades of sucking up and always trying to fit in, shades of never being enough and being told in 1,000 million tiny ways that he would never, ever fit in, no matter how hard he tried. Fuck that. He'd take his discrimination to his face, thank you very much. The world would acknowledge him. Somehow. He'd left New York with the empanadas and platinos his mom had packed him, 2 suitcases and a promise to never go back. Not to his father, who hadn't looked at Kris since he caught him jerking off to a picture of the Backstreet Boys, and not to the rest of his classmates who'd called him princess and fairy and fag. Not even to his mother, who had dreamed of flying back to the island and living with her sister, escaping his dad in the endless nights of beer drinking and watching TV for hours on end. His mom was made for Puerto Rico, for wind in her hair and a salt breeze and friends cooking together as music played over the sound of the surf and the birds twittering from tree to tree. She wasn't made for car horns and subway platforms, the stink of hot urine on Manhattan's blacktop. He hadn't known where he was made for either. Not New York, but where? He'd never dreamed, never imagined his path would take him to the CIA. But then he dreamed of spies and luxury suits, seduction in far-flung lands, meeting a man's gaze across a crowded bar, swirling a martini, adventure, intrigue. And for once, someone wanted him. A week after graduation, Kris was at Camp Peary, the farm, the CIA training center. He'd been certain then he had made the biggest mistake of his life. He was a bookworm, studious until happy hour when he enjoyed his vodka and his cocktails and a man to go along. He had more clothes than sense and went to the gym only to show off his long legs and tiny shorts and ogle the beefy guys pumping iron. And for the sauna. And the blowjobs. He liked first-world comforts, technology, comfy beds, and hot men waiting for him in them. Halfway through the CIA's training course, he had parachuted out of a plane and eaten worms for 3 days while trying to evade his trainers, career military officers who had spent their entire lives hunting people. He'd been captured in a swamp, hiding in the reeds. His trainers had hauled him back to the farm for the next round of instruction, how to withstand an interrogation. Kris had thought he'd be the first one captured. He was the second to last. During weapons training, he was the only one out of his class of 20 who had never fired a weapon before. Aghast, the instructors had begrudgingly started at the beginning of firearms training, all 19 others, former military officers and federal agents, plodding along beside him as he fumbled through how to hold his weapon, load an empty clip, pull the slide back, dry fire. Eyes slid sideways, staring at him in the cafeteria. The military guys stuck together, as did the LEOs, the law enforcement officers switching over to intelligence in their own tight-knit fraternities. There was no room for a 21-year-old scrawny brown boy just barely graduated from college, especially a 21-year-old with the shell-choker distressed jeans and tight T-shirts. He kept to himself, and the others seemed to prefer it that way. The bulk of their training had been in the classroom, followed by the real world. CIA officers, for the most part, spent their time working to recruit foreign nationals to spill their secrets, betray their own governments, give information to the CIA. That process was purely personal, psychological. Who was a good target to recruit? Were they vulnerable in any way, reliable? How could they be approached? What aspects of their life could be exploited for good or for ill to develop the person into a source, an agent of the CIA? Were they, ultimately, friend or foe? Kris had spent his whole life observing people, men in particular, and the exercises on targeting individuals, psychological analysis, the role-play of approach and ingratiation were child's play to him. The military officers were too domineering, the former LEOs too interrogative, but he successfully recruited the assigned source each and every time. He had excelled at his surveillance detection routes, walking home from bars alone and being a single gay man in a metropolitan city. Well, he'd learned how to watch his back long ago. It had been second nature to run the surveillance detection routes, the more complex the better, and pick out any tails following him. One of the military officers missed 3 of his tails on his final exam and was sent home that same day. Kris didn't have to ever come out, because he was never in. Everyone assumed at first glance what he was, and that was just the simplest for everyone. He heard a few comments, ignored the muttered curses, gritted his teeth whenever fag was tossed around, a cultural synonym for idiot or weak. It made him work harder, prove them wrong. He'd proven everyone wrong so far. He'd keep going. He'd never stop. He excelled in most areas, passed in others. He'd have made a good case officer going overseas to an embassy and pretending to be a low-level State Department official while trying to flip sources and foreign nationals. Maybe they would send him to Bahrain, he'd thought, or Lebanon, or Syria. He could work both sides of a Sunni-Shia divide, target Iranian agents operating in Hezbollah and Syria, as well as Hamas and Sunni extremists in Lebanon. He knew the culture, how to move around. He even knew how to find the right man in Beirut, or in Damascus, in Cairo, too. He had dreamed of adventure, of living overseas, of making a difference. Graduation day, Kris got his assignment. Alec Station, CIA headquarters. Counter-terrorism analyst for Afghanistan, attached to the Al-Qaeda team. No adventure for him. For years, Alec Station had long been the dead end for analysts, officers, and operators, especially those who fostered what the CIA's 7th floor, the executives, thought was an obsession with Islamic-based extremist ideology. But in 1998, the United States embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, were attacked, devastated by twin suicide truck bombings. Al-Qaeda claimed responsibility. After those bombings, Alec Station became the hottest outfit in the CIA. And they needed bodies. Officers fluent in Arabic in particular, with a good grasp of the culture and eagerness to learn, and the ability to get up to speed with years and years of intelligence in a hurry. Kris reported to Alec Station in 1999. He was assigned to Afghanistan, the only analyst in the entire unit. In 2000, Al-Qaeda bombed the USS Cole in Yemen. After American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon, CIA police herded everyone out of headquarters. The parking lots were crammed. Trucks led sedans over grass embankments and fields to side exits, pushing open gates that had long been chained shut. Kris inched forward in his clunker sedan, the best he could afford as a recent college graduate. To his left and right, drivers listened to their radios in horror, jaws slack, eyes vacant. He got as far as the George Washington Parkway before traffic ground to a halt and refused to move. Smoke from the Pentagon rose ahead, billowing black, rising and rising into the perfect blue sky. His stomach twisted, yanked, nodding until he had to throw open his car door and puke on the highway. It's a crematorium. Just like New York, it's all a fucking crematorium. The first to turn around was a truck, one of the lifted ones all the former Army Special Forces operators seemed to drive. Tires screeching, it bounced over the center embankment and forged a path over the tree-filled median to the highway going back to the CIA headquarters. Another truck followed. Then a car. Kris pulled his rusted sedan out of traffic and followed them. Hundreds of officers poured back into Langley. Names of potential suspects from CIA stations around the world flooded in, computers whirring and phones ringing off the hook. Names of people on watch lists, names passed along by foreign intelligence agencies, friendly and not so friendly alike. Names from each of the 4 flights, passengers and crew. Somewhere in those names were the hijackers, the murderers. They searched, pouring through the lists. Every cell in Kris's body fissured, fracturing and dissolving into a billion tiny pieces as he read the names off the flight manifests. The universe came to a screeching halt as he came to 2 distinct names halfway down the list: Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Mihdar. He felt like a marionette, a puppet with loose strings being manipulated by someone else. Someone else made him stand, had him grab the printed pages with shaking hands. Something else made his feet move, carrying him to his boss's office. His section chief sat at his desk with his head in his hands. The handset of his phone lay on the desktop. A circle of wetness smudged the desk beneath where he hung his head. "Sir," Kris barely breathed. "The hijackers. We know who they are." His boss looked up. Devastation poured off him, waves of anguish. Tears ran like rivers down his splotchy face, falling from red-rimmed eyes. "Al-Hazmi and al-Mihdar." Kris nodded as if his head wasn't attached to his body. "Probably others with them," he whispered. "Sir, we have files on these guys. We were watching them. The FBI, they asked—" His boss held up his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, but that didn't stop the sob rising through him from breaking, cresting against the cold, hard facts. His shoulders trembled, teeth clenched so hard Kris heard them squeak and grind. A cry broke out of him, the sound of a soul shattering. Grief wrenched into shame inside Kris. The weight of thousands of dead Americans pressed down on him. Every one of their lives ended too soon. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. "Sir?" "Get out, Caldera. Just get out." Kris worked until he fell asleep in the middle of a name trace, trying to follow the rabbit back to its hole. Once every plane in the skies over the U.S. was grounded, they were able to connect the dots that had been blazing constellations. If only they could have seen them from just a different angle. The monitors were fixed on the news, endless shots of the empty New York skyline, the burning Pentagon, the smoking crater in Pennsylvania. Dan Wright, an analyst who worked a few desks down from him on Pakistani terrorism, woke him up with a cup of coffee. "You okay?" "How can any of us be okay?" Kris scrubbed his hands over his face, pressed his fingers into his eyelids. Dan sighed. He was a few years older than Kris and had entered the CIA in the mid-1990s. Ever since Kris had joined Alec's station, Dan had been his informal mentor. He'd just shown up one day looking out for Kris. He'd never made a snide comment or made fun of his paisley ascots. He'd been one of Kris's few friends, a constant at his side, someone he could go to for a smile. "People are saying we knew some of the hijackers?" "I saw the reports myself." Vomit rose in Kris's throat. He closed his eyes, tried to breathe. Dan rested his hand on Kris's back. I'm sorry." Kris shook his head. His vision was blurring, tears he'd held back for over 24 hours building within him like his body was a dam. At some point he had burst. "We should have—" Doors banging open cut off his words. Clint Williams, his boss's boss, stormed in, followed by a dozen officers and deputy directors. He scanned the room, scowling. "Caldera?" he bellowed. "Kris Caldera?" He was led to the basement through twisting, winding corridors he had never seen before. 1-ton blast-proof doors slammed shut behind him and the dozen officers escorting him. Williams brought him to a cavernous bunker that had been converted into a haphazard office. Long folding tables had been set up, lined with laptops, desktops, and printers. Cables fanned out in every direction, a spiderweb of internet and power cords. Fluorescent lights droned 20 feet overhead. Whiteboards had been wheeled in, scrawled with names and countries. Bin Laden, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sudan, Yemen, Mohammed Atef, Ayman al-Zawahiri. Someone was trying to get a projector working. In the corners, men hunched over secured satellite phones trying to hear through scratchy connections from across the planet. Williams went from officer to officer, checking in, trading a few words here and there, passing papers back and forth. He was a storm, a whirlwind of action, somehow keeping everything straight. "Everyone," he shouted, "listen up." The bunker quieted instantly. "This is Kris Caldera. He's the CTC analyst for Afghanistan. He knows the information you need." 100 pairs of eyeballs rolled toward him. "Use him. I want to know double what we know now by the end of the day, and double that by the next 12 hours, and double that by the next. Let's get to work." 7 people headed for him as soon as Williams left. "Caldera, what are the ramifications of the Northern Alliance following Massoud's assassination? What are the Taliban's defense armaments? What is their status of forces? How allied are the Taliban and al-Qaeda? Can the Taliban be persuaded to give up bin Laden? General Khan of the Northern Alliance has taken command following Massoud's assassination. What is your assessment of Khan?" He couldn't breathe. No one had cared about Afghanistan before the attacks. He'd dived into Afghanistan intelligence, relishing the opportunity to examine a culture that had been isolated from the world, try to understand a people who had resisted being conquered for ages. Afghanistan was smaller than Texas. 20 million Afghans spoke over 30 languages, were made up of dozens of tribal groups. The British, the Soviets, and even Alexander the Great had been humiliated in the Afghan highlands. Even the Taliban didn't control the entire country. The Northern Alliance, a festering association of fractious, infighting warlords, drug smugglers, and bitter rivals, fought the Taliban and each other for control of the country. The Afghan people were the ones who paid the price. They lived on less than $1 a day and had the highest infant mortality rate in the world. He'd been the Afghanistan nerd, teaching himself Dari, the Afghan form of Farsi, in order to read month-old newspapers flown in from Islamabad station and watch grainy videotapes the Taliban put out, preaching their firebrand fundamentalism and their blend of tribalism mixed with the most repressive interpretation of 7th century Sharia law. He'd watched stonings in soccer stadiums, men and women get their hands and feet severed. Had seen pictures of ribbons ripped from cassette tapes flying in the wind. Music was banned in Afghanistan, and all tapes had been stripped, their long black links fluttering at the borders, a signal to all who crossed into Afghanistan. Here ye enter the 7th century. Here there be dragons. Except they weren't dragons, they were men. And men were always far worse than any mythical monster. The Taliban weren't religious scholars, and they weren't scions of Islamic learning and philosophy. They were men who had grown weary of the banditry and the robbery and the rape, the wild savagery and butchery that had seized Afghanistan after the Soviet withdrawal and the Civil War. Mullah Omar, the Taliban leader, had rallied a group of villagers to enact revenge against a local warlord who had raped one of their village women. They'd hung him from the barrel of a tank. Their movement started as a means to bring order to the violent chaos of the country, and within 2 years they controlled everything from Kabul to Kandahar, vigilante justice seekers mixing Islam and tribalism that billowed into political control that was as repressive and violent as that which they sought to overthrow. just more organized. Everyone ignored Afghanistan. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan sent their radicals there, offloading them from their own countries. The CIA and the State Department seemed happy to forget about Afghanistan as long as it was stable and the Russians were gone. Who cared about the world's backwater anyway? Sometimes, late at night, he thought the Afghanistan desk was a subtle snub. He still wasn't allowed in the big leagues, apparently. Was it because he was gay? Because he wore tighter pants and spiked his hair instead of buzzing it like the other guys? Because he didn't fit in with their fleece pullovers and their cargo pants and their ball caps? But now, everyone wanted him, was trying to pull him in every different direction. If only he could cut himself into parts and pieces. Everything he knew, everything he'd ever learned was rising inside him. He'd gladly saw open his brain, let everyone flick through his memories like files, parse information out of the nooks and crannies of his gray matter. Caldera, we don't have current functional maps of Afghanistan. What we do have is stolen from the Soviets back in the Cold War or from Pakistan and their ISI. Everything is incomplete. Can you fill in the gaps for us? He squared his shoulders. What day is it? What day is today? Someone blinked at him. September 13th. He hadn't been home in 2 days. He'd been sleeping under his desk, drinking coffee and eating whatever Dan brought him. Okay, he breathed out slowly. Okay. He started talking, running through the recent history of the Northern Alliance, the loose, nefarious conglomeration of fighters arrayed against the Taliban. The CIA had given the Northern Alliance inconsistent support, helping them 1 week and pulling back the next. The Northern Alliance forces were arrayed across northern Afghanistan. The south was Taliban-controlled and heavily infiltrated by al-Qaeda. He spoke for hours, until his voice was hoarse, moving from group to group, laptop to laptop. He translated Farsi, Arabic, and Dari documents, secured satellite calls between officers and Northern Alliance commanders, and processed incoming cables from Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. Williams appeared and disappeared, working the room, talking to the men in charge of the hive of activity. Eventually, an officer in the operations side of the CIA led him to the far side of the bunker, to a darkened area where cots were set up with sleeping bags. People were hot-racking, rolling in and out of shared cots as they needed. Sleep, he was told. Get some rest and refresh yourself. We all need you. He was asleep before his head hit the cot. Nightmares plagued him, fireballs erupting in front of him, burning people alive. But he was trapped, and he couldn't save them. Buildings collapsing, people leaping from the tops of skyscrapers that touched the stars, falling forever as he screamed and screamed. Williams shook him awake. Get up. We're going to see the president. He stumbled out of the cot, almost falling on his face. Someone loaned him a fleece pullover with the CIA crest. He ditched his button-down and slid into it. The arms were too long, but it covered his unwashed stench, mostly. He shaved quickly and splashed water on his face, gargled some mouthwash, and met Williams at the east entrance. A full motorcade waited for them. We're going to the White House with the director. He's in the next SUV. Jeff Thatcher? CIA director? Yes. The president wants to know everything about Afghanistan. Thatcher said to bring the experts. That's you. Williams shifted, the dark leather seat creaking as the motorcade pulled away from Langley. Kris, the president is getting ready to make a decision. We're going to respond to these attacks, and we're going to respond quickly. The CIA is going to do something we haven't done since we were OSS back in World War II. We're going to go to war. And we're going to lead this war. This is the last briefing before the president decides exactly what our response is going to be. Kris sat, speechless. He wasn't ready for this. He wasn't a presidential briefer. He was just an analyst, a junior CIA officer. But who was ever ready for their world to be upended, for planes to fall out of the sky, for buildings to tumble like blocks, and for the weight of thousands of lives to hang around their neck? Failure tasted like ash, like flame, like dust that filled his teeth and gathered at the junctures of his bones. Shame was his shadow. He took a breath. What do you need me to do, sir? The president is a talker. He thinks with his words, goes with his gut. Thatcher is good at talking him through things, thinking out loud. With this president, the last in-person briefing will usually be the deciding factor. He's going to be listening to what you say, to any answers you give very, very closely. Who else will be there? The vice president and the national security advisor. Kris nodded, his mind whirled. It didn't get any higher than that. Listen, the national security advisor and Thatcher don't get along. She's a tough nut to crack. She and Thatcher are like oil and vinegar. The VP thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. He'll go behind all our backs and double-check, triple-check everything we say. Don't worry about talking to any of them. Speak directly to the president. He could smell himself as they clambered out of the SUV at the secured entrance to the west wing of the White House. Secret Service agents hustled them inside quickly, past a massive show of defensive force. Agents with snarling dogs, rifles, and heavy weaponry were on full display, ready to destroy any intruder who dared bend a blade of grass on the White House lawns. Kris tried to keep his arms down to hide his unwashed stench. He couldn't do anything about the bags under his eyes, but hopefully the president wouldn't remember him as the smelly one. He hadn't been home in 3 days. In the Oval Office, the president and vice president sat side by side in the spindly armchairs before the fireplace, with the national security advisor on the sofa next to the president. They stood, shook hands tersely, and beckoned Thatcher, Williams, and Kris to sit on the other sofa. "Break it down for us," the president said, lacing his fingers together. His Texan drawl was deep, a sign of his stress. "What do we have today?" Director Thatcher spoke urgently, summarizing everything the CIA had learned in the last 12 hours. He had been briefing the president 3 times a day or more since the attacks. Everything he shared, Kris had been a part of, working with the response team in the basement. While Thatcher spoke, the vice president stared at Kris, watching him closely. Kris stared back. The president pursed his lips as he frowned. "Musharraf in Pakistan has come around. He's decided the Taliban aren't worth committing political suicide over." "Good. We'll need their full cooperation. Border posts and frontier bases along the border with Afghanistan opened up to American forces, a rescinding of all no-go areas in Pakistan, unrestricted access to Pakistani airspace, and full, unimpeded landing rights at all air bases and airports." Thatcher scrawled notes as he spoke. "State is working on it." The national security advisor's voice was clipped, perfunctory. The president's gaze flicked to Kris. "Director Thatcher says you're the agency's #1 Afghanistan analyst, that you know that country better than anyone. Tell me, do you think the Taliban will give up bin Laden?" Everyone looked at him. Everyone. The president had issued an ultimatum to the Taliban the day of the attacks. Give up bin Laden, or your government will be destroyed. Bin Laden had been granted refuge in Afghanistan since his exile from Sudan. As the president had said, as smoke still rose from Lower Manhattan and the Pentagon, any nation that harbored the terrorists would be treated as an enemy of the United States. "You're either with us or against us." What Kris said next would shape policy, shape the world. The unit secretary at CTC still couldn't remember his name. Even after 2 years working there, he was that inconsequential. The security guards hated his guts, yet here he was, briefing the president, deciding the course of history. His palms slicked with sweat, ice flowed down his spine. "Mr. President, the Taliban will never surrender bin Laden." "Why?" The national security advisor frowned. "If they want to survive, they have to give him up. It's not the Pashtunwali way." Everyone frowned. The Taliban blend tribal traditions and fundamentalist Islam into their repressive form of totalitarian rule. It has less to do with Islam and more to do with tribalism. Pashtunwali is their ethical code. It's so ancient the tribes view Islam as a modern add-on to their worldview. That part of the world has operated on Pashtunwali for millennia, specifically Melamastia, hospitality and protection of all guests, Nenawatai, the right of a fugitive to seek refuge within the tribe, and Badal, blood feuds and revenge. Shit, the vice president grumbled. So he's going to hide under the Taliban's skirts and claim tribal law. The Taliban and al-Qaeda aren't friends. Mullah Omar repeatedly ordered him to stop antagonizing the U.S., to stop giving interviews and drawing attention to themselves and to the other Arab jihadist training camps. When bin Laden pledged his allegiance to Mullah Omar, he was trying to pave over Omar's complaints, fix their relationship. But right after his pledge, bin Laden launched the embassy bombings in Africa. Mullah Omar was furious at him when the U.S. attacked the training camps. Why didn't he kick bin Laden out then? Prince Turki of Saudi Arabia tried to convince Mullah Omar to hand him over, Muslim to Muslim. He flew to Afghanistan on a royal jet, big state visit, but Mullah Omar threw him out. He said he was sickened to see the prince of an Islamic state and the guardian of the two holy cities of Islam doing the bidding of the infidel West. He accused the prince of being takfiri, an apostate. Bet that went down well, the vice president grunted. Turkey stomped on the feast Mullah Omar had spread for them and stormed out. So why not give him up this time? If he didn't want bin Laden attacking the U.S., then why is he willing to die for him now? Kris swallowed, images from the attacks flashing in the darkness behind his eyes every time he blinked. Flame, smoke, and screams, paper fluttering like rain falling as if time had slowed, ash blanketing the world, bodies falling, jumping. He shook his head. Bin Laden assassinated General Massoud on September 10th. He sent 2 al-Qaeda bombers posing as journalists to his command center. They blew themselves up and decapitated the leadership of the Northern Alliance and the one man who was a serious threat to Mullah Omar. Under Pashtunwali, bin Laden paid Omar a blood debt, one the Taliban will be honor-bound to return. They will never hand him over, Mr. President. Silence. The president stared at him as if measuring his soul, taking the weight of his words. Finally, he nodded and sat back. I don't want to give the Taliban any maneuvering room on the world stage. We're going to keep demanding they turn over bin Laden. They're demanding proof he is responsible. What do we have that we can show the world? Source reporting from Kandahar and Khost. Jubilation in the streets. Our intercepts before the attacks. We knew they were planning something. We just didn't... Thatcher's voice croaked, choked, and died. He looked down. Whatever we show as proof will be exposed, Mr. President. We cannot burn sources and methods at this time, not right before a war. Kris jumped in. There's Yemen. Yemen? The vice president frowned. The USS Cole bombings. The FBI is running a fusion cell in-country working on prosecuting the attackers in Yemeni courts. They have an al-Qaeda operative there, someone who used to be bin Laden's bodyguard, in jail. We could question him. The president nodded. Get on it. I want confirmation for the world that bin Laden was behind these attacks. Something we can show off. Everything comes down to our response, the vice president said. Everything. We have to find these terrorists and we have to stop them, wherever they are, by whatever means possible. Jeff, the president said, turning to the CIA director, I want the CIA to be the first on the ground, as soon as possible. Mr. President, we're on our way. They hurried to the motorcade waiting outside the West Wing. Thatcher huddled with Williams as Kris followed, herded by hulking Secret Service agents. Williams turned to Kris. Great job. Take the last SUV back to your place and pack a bag. You're going to Yemen. You leave in 3 hours. 2. Sana'a, Yemen. September 14th, 2001. Kris sweated in the back seat of a creaking Yemeni government SUV, roaring through the capital, Sana'a. At 1 a.m, the streets were deserted. Dust clung to Kris's hair, scratched his eyes, filled his nose. Even in the middle of the night, the heat tasted like the air was burning. Since September 11th, all Americans in Yemen moved at night, under the glowering auspices of the Yemeni National Police. Clint Williams had arranged for a private CIA jet to fly him directly to Yemen. He was the only passenger. He had spent the 15-hour flight reading everything the FBI had on the incarcerated al-Qaeda terrorist. Abu Tadmir was the former bodyguard of Bin Laden and the Emir, the leader for one of the guest houses for Arab fighters traveling to Afghanistan to join with al-Qaeda. His guest house was connected to the advanced tactics training camp where the hijackers had most likely received specialized instruction. On the flight, Kris received a cable from Langley. It had been confirmed. One of the hijackers had stayed at Tadmir's guest house. In fact, the hijacker was called a friend of the Emir. They'd spent Ramadan together in 1999. They were close. Finally, the SUV pulled up at the Yemeni Federal Detention Facility. 2 Americans in cargo pants, fleece vests, and ball caps waited inside the gates. Gold badges hung on chains around their necks. "FBI," his Yemeni driver grunted. He didn't sound thrilled to see the agents. Both FBI agents stared Kris down through the dusty windshield. They didn't say hello as he climbed out of the SUV or came to their side. Kris hitched his duffel higher on his shoulder. "I'm here to see Abu Tadmir." Nothing. It was like the FBI agents were statues. One agent glared, his eyes narrowing to slits. "You CIA guys have anything you want to pass along? You know, anything you haven't shared that might save lives?" The man's words eviscerated him, sliced him from belly to heart. Everything in him wanted to scream, to vomit, to rip his hair from his head. The names of the hijackers flashed in his mind, cartoon exclamations that followed his every footstep. He forced his voice to remain steady, forced steel into his spine when he just wanted to collapse and beg for forgiveness. "I am here on the orders of the President of the United States to get information from Abu Tadmir. I'm here to do my job." The FBI agents both snorted. "You guys really did a hell of a job already." "I am here to help the President." Fireballs bloomed behind his eyelids. A scream hovered on the edge of his mind. "You can either help me, or you can get the fuck out of my way." The FBI agents shared a long look. "The time for blame will come later," Kris whispered. And when it came, it would come for him. "You're goddamn right it will," one of the agents said. They grudgingly led him into the prison, a dank square building of chipped concrete and cinder block. Sandstorms had blasted the dingy mustard paint to shreds, and dust-covered bare bulbs hummed behind rusted cages. Only every other bulb was lit. Down a long hallway, 2 Yemeni guards waited outside a door marred with black char marks and pocked with large dents. Kris spoke to the FBI agents' backs. "I need to secure a confession that al-Qaeda is responsible for the attack." "We already know they're responsible," one agent snapped as they stopped. "The President needs this for the international coalition and to pressure the Taliban." "Anything else you CIA types think you can magically summon from Tadmir?" The second agent snorted. "We need to know everything about the al-Qaeda camps in Afghanistan, their armaments, their personnel, capabilities, locations, numbers, everything, for the invasion. We've had this guy for a year. We've been questioning him. Everything he's given us, we've sent back to Washington. He hasn't given up much. And no offense, but I doubt you are going to be the one to crack him." The first agent looked him up and down, a cold glare etched on his face. Kris bristled. Indignity pulled his shoulders back. "Things have changed since you captured him." "The attacks? Yeah, they made most of the jihadis jubilant, victorious, hardened their resolve. You're not going to get anything." "I'm going to try. You can participate or not, observe or not, I don't fucking care, but I have my orders." "Well, we'll go in after you're done, see if we can salvage the night." The agent shoved the door to the interrogation room open for Kris. Abu Tadmir, whose kunya or jihadist name meant father of destruction, strolled into the interrogation room in the company of 2 Yemeni prison guards. He was clean, his beard trimmed, and he was fat. Tadmir was obviously doing just fine. Yemeni prison agreed with him. He wasn't afraid. The guards wore masks over their faces, hiding their identities, seemingly fearing Tadmir, or fearing him learning their identities. Tadmir leached arrogance, power, intimidation. Kris had seen it all before, a world away. Tadmir had been arrested by the Yeminis in a roundup of al-Qaeda suspects following the USS Cole bombing, at the behest of the FBI and the fusion cell working the case. He hadn't given up much in the year he had been behind bars. Tadmir pulled out the rickety metal chair on his side of the interrogation table and dropped into it, slouching. Kris stayed seated, silent. He let Tadmir stare and ignored the way he grinned, laughing, dismissive. Kris pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to Tadmir. Tadmir took one. "Assalamu alaikum." "Wa alaikum assalam." He flicked his lighter, igniting the end of Tadmir's cigarette. After, he lit his own and took a deep inhale. "My name is Kris. I'm with the CIA." He spoke in Arabic, the words rolling off his tongue clear and strong, stronger than he felt. Tadmir arched one eyebrow. "You speak God's language?" he asked in Arabic. "Nam." "Yes." "Yet you are an infidel." "Nam." "I will not speak to you in Allah's language." He switched to English. It was stilted, halting. Kris followed him into English. "How are you? You look well." Tadmir grinned. He puffed on a cigarette. "Very good. I am very good." "I want to check. You are Abu Tadmir, al-Qaeda member and former bodyguard of Osama Bin Laden, Emir of the guest house, the House of Leaves near Tarnak Farms?" Tadmir smiled again. "I am Abu Tadmir." Pride shone in his eyes. "Of course I am he." Over the past year, Tadmir had only confirmed through questioning all information the FBI had been able to gather about him from interrogations of other al-Qaeda operatives, captured al-Qaeda documents, and intercepted communications. The file stated he admitted information he knew only after being called out in a lie, an arduous process of questioning, challenging, and then, finally, his admission. Back and forth, fact-based, closed questions had led to multiple dead ends when the intel the FBI knew simply dried up. He had to try a different angle. So, why join al-Qaeda? Why become a jihadi? "It is the duty of every Muslim to wage jihad, to fight for Islam, to defend Islam when invaders and occupiers attack Muslims and take Muslim land. Islam also calls for the end of tyranny, as the Prophet, peace be upon him, all blessings and glory are his, showed in his example. We fight all oppression of Muslims, in Bosnia, in Chechnya, in Afghanistan, against the Soviets, against Israel, and against you." Tadmir's eyes gleamed. Kris filed that away as he took a drag of his cigarette. Tadmir enjoyed the spotlight. He enjoyed having an audience. "Where is the oppression?" Tadmir threw his head back, laughing. Ash dropped from the end of his cigarette. "Where is the oppression? Oh, you are funny. You are a funny man. Muslim holy lands are under oppression, occupied by filthy Saudi royals who are just puppets for your West. Infidels walk on the holy land of Arabia. Israel and her Western supporters attack Muslims every day." Tadmir switched to Arabic, seemingly not even noticing. "Throughout this century, Muslim lands have been invaded time and again by soldiers, by the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, by Russia in Chechnya, Americans in the Holy Lands fighting Saddam. We could have fought him. We did not need any infidels on our land. But that is what you do. You invade everywhere. Western culture, Western ideas, Western innovations. We cannot look at the world and see anything but your invasion. This is why Bin Laden issued his fatwa. To liberate the oppressed." "America also wants to liberate the oppressed. That's what we tried to do. Did we not help Bin Laden expel the Soviets from Afghanistan?" Abu Tadmir blew smoke into Kris's face. Kris didn't wave it away. We want to be a force for good in the world, to help the oppressed. Like it says in the Koran, no man is free if one man is oppressed. You Americans want to be a force for good, but all the world sees is force. Tadmir sat back, sucking his cigarette between two fingers. Only Muslims can save other Muslims. Infidels cannot save Muslims. Besides, you are only interfering in Muslim revolutions. Leave us alone. We will make our own way in the world. How can we leave you alone if you declare war on us? The war can end if you leave the holy lands of the Arabian Peninsula and submit to Islam. Americans are not all going to convert to Islam. Kris shook his head, smiling. Then the war will continue. How is this war, this jihad, fought? You kill anyone? Everyone? No. Tadmir waved his hand, his cigarette wagging through the air. There are rules to jihad. It must be declared. Bin Laden declared war upon the infidels. He told you how to settle the war. What to do? To surrender. Yes. Convert to Islam. Leave Saudi Arabia. No. Tadmir reached for a new cigarette. Kris had left the pack and the lighter in the center of the table. Kris leaned back, crossing his legs. He took a drag, frowning. He wanted Tadmir to believe he was thinking hard about what he was saying. Let Tadmir believe he had the upper hand. Okay. So tell me about tactics in jihad. Who can be targeted? It is war. Jihad targets soldiers, warriors, governments, those who are guilty. Like the embassies in Nairobi and Tanzania. American government buildings. No. But there were women and children who died in that attack. Some of them were Muslims. Bombings and martyrdom operations are the weapons we are given in this great war. You have your missiles. We have our bombs. And in all wars there are casualties. Sacrifices must be made. Allah will accept these deaths as holy martyrs for the faith. He will reward them in paradise. Any innocent Muslims will receive the rewards of jihad, as if they were martyring themselves. Their lives are given for the greater cause of jihad. I'm not sure they'd see it that way. They will be delighted in paradise. What is the problem? How many innocent lives is too many? When does what you're doing become murder? Murder is not acceptable. Tadmir frowned as if Kris had insulted him. I am not a murderer. Casualties happen in war. But murder, taking innocent lives, that is forbidden. Kris blinked. He flicked ash on the table. Tell me about your friends, your fellow Al-Qaeda fighters. I want to know them, understand them, like you were explaining yourself to me. Tadmir smiled wide. You see, I will show you the truth. You will believe. Kris smiled back. He pulled a binder out of his bag and opened it up. Pages of pictures, headshots taken from passports and driver's licenses and ID cards around the world appeared. Your friends in Al-Qaeda. These are their pictures. Tadmir looked over the first page. He frowned. No, I do not know these people. Yes, you do. Okay, maybe him. Tadmir pointed to one of the senior commanders, a man he had already admitted to knowing in the FBI's files. I would recognize his face, but I do not know his name. Are you certain? Tadmir looked up over the pictures. His eyes glittered. Of course I am certain. 4 months ago, you told my friend that this man is Abu Hafs, Bin Laden's trusted military advisor. Now, You lie to my face? How can I trust you? Kris laid it on thick, shaking his head and leaning back. Image was important, deeply important to Arabic cultures and to Muslims. Honor and one's word were often all an individual had. Being called out as a liar was a stinging insult that left a deep cut of shame. He had used that. He had used that all day long. Okay, I am sorry. Tadmir ducked his head, his cheeks flushing. You are right. I do know that man. You are only admitting to things you think I already know. Abu Tadmir, I know everything. You have no idea which of your friends I have spoken to, who I have already arrested. Do you think I came to talk to you all the way from America because I know nothing? I want to trust you, but you make it difficult. How can I respect you when you lie to my face? Okay. Let me see the book again. Tadmir pulled the book close, studying picture after picture, shaking his head. Kris waited, forcing himself to breathe slowly as Tadmir lit another cigarette. Ash filled his nose, his mouth. Echoes of shrieks hung in the silence, clashing like cymbals in his brain. Tadmir was about to turn the page, move on to the next, when Kris slapped his palm down on the tabletop. You lie to me again. What? You claim you do not know this man? Kris pointed to one of the pictures, a small passport photo of a half-smiling Arab near the bottom third of the sheet. The man had glasses and a goatee and looked like a computer programmer. You truly expect me to believe you do not know Abu Maharaj? The man you spent Ramadan with in 1999? You broke your fast with him every day, sharing your dates and yogurt, and yet you lie to me? Tadmir flushed deeper. Yes, he said slowly. I do know him. He is your friend. Num. You are both in Al-Qaeda together. Kris stared into Tadmir's eyes. Abu Maharaj, whose real name was Marwan al-Shahi, was the lead hijacker of United Airlines Flight 175. The names of the hijackers hadn't been released to the public yet. Tadmir had no idea. This man is also your friend. Kris pointed to another photo. An unsmiling, square-jawed Egyptian with cold, dark eyes. Avid al-Sahid. Tadmir bobbed his head. He was very serious. He was with Abu Maharaj, and they were friends. But I did not like that he never smiled. The serious man with the cold eyes, the picture Kris touched, was Muhammad Atta, hijacker of American Airlines Flight 11, which had slammed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center at 8:46 a.m. 3 days before. He wanted to recoil, shake his hand until the evil of Atta left him, shake him off like he could shake off a bad dream. When did you last speak with your friends? After Ramadan. They were away training for some time. Training with the Sheikh. Training with Bin Laden. No. Tadmir seemed proud, and he smiled as he blew smoke toward Kris. I was happy for Abu Maharaj. He seemed happy. We did not talk about it, though. He left Afghanistan, and I came to Yemen on my own mission for the Sheikh, but I was arrested, and I have not spoken to Abu Maharaj since then. A year. He hadn't spoken to al-Shahi in a year. But the training had happened before that, in 1999. Kris's heart pounded. His breath sped up. All he could smell, all he could taste was ash and flame. Have you heard about what happened in New York City and Washington? Tadmir hesitated. No. Do you know that thousands and thousands of civilians died in those attacks? The death toll was still rising. Maybe it wouldn't ever be known. Kris swallowed back vomit. It tasted like ash. He stubbed out his cigarette. The towers tumbled like blocks every time he blinked. Tadmir took a long drag of his cigarette. He nodded.
You have only yourselves to blame for Muslim hatred. Your foreign policy, your occupation of Muslim lands, you're a supporter of Israel.
So you support the attacks? Another long drag.
No. Those attacks were not allowed under jihad. No Sharia council would authorize that. Those are a crime. Murder. Anyone who knows jihad knows they were not allowable. Civilians are not to be targeted.
He frowned.
Clearly, this shows those attacks were the work of Israel and the Americans, framing Muslims.
Kris stopped breathing.
How so? To justify the invasion of more Muslim land. Where will you invade next? If you try to take Afghanistan, the Mujahideen will rise and they will slaughter you like they slaughtered the Soviets.
I know who committed the attacks. Kris's voice was calm, soft, almost a whisper.
Then why are you here? Go chase them. Why bother me?
Tadmir scoffed. I am chasing who committed the attacks.
You are not. You are bothering me.
Tadmir waved his hand as if trying to shoo Kris away. You committed the attacks.
What?
Al-Qaeda is responsible for the deaths of thousands and thousands of people, innocent lives, civilians.
No.
Al-Qaeda hijacked these planes.
No.
Al-Qaeda murdered all those people.
No.
Tadmir slammed both hands down on the table. Cigarette ash went flying.
What kind of Muslim would do such a thing? The Sheikh would not. He is not like you Americans.
I know that Al-Qaeda committed these attacks. I know it. Tadmir snarled.
How? What proof do you have?
I was told Al-Qaeda did it.
By who?
You. Silence. Kris pulled a manila folder from his bag and laid out 19 photos. He placed Marwan al-Shihi and Mohammed Atta's photos right in front of Tadmir. Tadmir's eyes were wide, so round and huge Kris could see whites all around his dark irises. His gaze flicked from the photos to Kris and back, lingering on al-Shihi. These are the hijackers who murdered thousands. He tapped al-Shihi's photo. Your friend flew United Airlines 175 into the South Tower in Manhattan. Tadmir's jaw dropped. All the oxygen seemed to disappear, sucked out of the tiny, drab interrogation room. Shock poured from Tadmir, and he stared down at al-Shihi's photo as he shook his head over and over, his mouth hanging open.
How is this possible?
You tell me. You're Al-Qaeda.
Not like this. Allah, forgive me. Not like this. This is not what I believe in. The Sheikh, he's gone crazy.
These men, they are all Al-Qaeda?
Yes, all of them. I recognize them all. They were at my guest house near Tonic Farms.
Tears welled in his eyes. One hand reached for al-Shihi's photo, his quivering fingers touching the image as if he could touch al-Shihi's face so gently.
Why?
He whispered. Kris stayed silent. His heart raced, pounding out a bass-line drumbeat in his mind, hard enough to crack his skull. Blood burned in his veins. Ash filled his nose, his eyes, his lungs, searing everything until he could taste the flames, the jet fuel dripping through the Twin Towers superstructure, could feel the singe on his own soul. Across from him, Tadmir wept for the friend he had lost, and Kris tasted the bitterness of failure and shame. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Tadmir wiped his eyes, blinking.
I am sorry, he said slowly. This is not right. It is not what I believe. They were supposed to fight in Israel, in Chechnya, against soldiers, government. Not this. So I will help you. What do you need from me?
Everything. The FBI agents, who'd been watching the interrogation on closed-circuit TVs, joined him. Together, they asked Tadmir for details about the hijackers, their time at the al-Qaeda training camps, their connections to Bin Laden. Tadmir gave them everything. He smoked the entire pack of cigarettes, and his eyes kept straying to al-Shahi's photo. He shook his head every time, and then launched into describing al-Qaeda's defenses and marked on the map where he knew the Taliban had entrenched their own defensive positions. After 12 hours of listening to Tadmir spill his soul, Kris ducked out. His hands were shaking, his legs, his whole body. He held himself up, one hand on the wall, as he walked toward a dingy window. He had to call Washington. Williams picked up on the third ring. The satellite connection was scratchy, as if Williams were more than just a world away.
Kris, great job, really great stuff. Thatcher and I are on the way to the White House to brief the president. Come home. Fly back to D.C. right away. We need you for what's coming next.
3. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia, September 15th, 2001.
The people in this room will be leading the first wave into Afghanistan.
Kris glanced left and right. He, and about 20 others, had been pulled by Williams into a side room off the basement-level bunker. Everyone around him was huge, physically, hulking muscles and ripped bodies, huge in reputation, career officers of the CIA, men who had their names etched in iron, who had stopped more terror attacks than years Kris had been alive. They were legends in the CIA, officers used as training examples at the farm, men who didn't breathe oxygen, who didn't pump blood through their bodies. They were made of far sterner stuff, iron patriotism and pure American grit. It was like looking at one of the world's first astronauts. Who were these men who did these things? How did humans accomplish these feats? And then there was him. He'd managed to go home and shower after his flight back from Yemen, change into a fresh pair of khakis and a burgundy turtleneck, and repair the bird's nest his hair had become. Next to all these legends of the CIA, he had spiked hair, a shell necklace over his turtleneck, and shined Oxfords. They looked like lumberjacks from American fables come to life, and he looked like a Gap ad, a member of a boy band. He could feel their stares burning into the side of his face. The military says they will need at least 6 months to plan and stage an invasion of Afghanistan. That's not good enough for the president. He wants a response to these attacks, and he wants it now. The director has told him, we're the men he needs, Williams said. Murmurs rose, grunts and acknowledgments from the room. Your mission is to insert into northern Afghanistan and link up with the Northern Alliance, the fighters aligned against the Taliban. You will convince them, any way how, to cooperate with us. You're also going to evaluate the Northern Alliance, figure out what they need to become an effective fighting force on the ground and an ally we can use when we invade. Will they cooperate, sir? Ryan, a burly man with blonde hair and a permanent scowl, spoke up. He was with the SAD, one of the clandestine super-secret soldiers of the CIA, the true James Bonds Kris had once dreamed of. Williams turned to Kris, his eyebrows raised. Kris chewed air for 2 seconds. He spun toward the rest of the room, his chair squeaking. The Shura Nazar, which is the Northern Alliance's preferred name, has been trying to secure Western cooperation and assistance for years. The Taliban has pushed them back all the way into the Panjshir Valley, and if they keep pushing, the entire Shura Nazar will be wiped out or will starve to death. The Taliban will control the entire country. The Shura Nazar is the only military force in Afghanistan that is capable of taking on the Taliban. And as Caldera briefed the president,
The only way to get to Bin Laden is to destroy the Taliban."
Williams nodded at Kris. A few eyebrows rose around the table.
"But this Shura has been pushed back by the Taliban. How are they any use to us if they're the losers?" Ryan asked. "This is what the CIA does. We arm and train insurgencies. We topple governments," Williams said. "Normally, we do it in secret. This time, the whole world knows we're coming. And we're going to take out the Taliban, followed by Bin Laden. You will link up with the Shura and find out what they need to get the job done. Bullets, cash, food, bombs, whatever it takes."
Nods around the room. Kris swallowed slowly. How was he supposed to fit in on the first wave of a war? Williams kept speaking. Kris watched the men around him, saw their jaws tighten, their brows furrow.
"The CIA hasn't fought in a frontline war since World War II, but this time, we're taking charge. You will be linking up with a small detachment of Special Forces soldiers on your way to Afghanistan. It's the most the military could spare so quickly. They will help navigate and prepare the battlefield for CENTCOM. You will be sharing everything in your mission. Everything."
More nods all around.
"And there's one last thing I want to make clear. There is a strong possibility that not everyone is going to make it back."
Silence.
"Not everyone in this room may come home. Maybe a third of you will pay the ultimate price. But we have to do everything we can do to bring these terrorists to justice. We owe that to the thousands of our people who were murdered 4 days ago. We have to act. For them. I want to go around the room and I want everyone to speak their name. I want us all to acknowledge each other in what we're about to undertake. We will remember this moment when we're mourning our losses in the days and weeks to come."
Around they went, men grunting their names, their teams, their positions.
"George Haugen, Deputy Chief of Southeast Asia Operations. I'm leading the team going in. I speak Russian and Farsi."
George was older, but obviously fit, built like an ox. His record in the agency was legendary. Kris could barely believe they were sitting at the same table. George was a former Army Special Forces officer and 15-year veteran of the CIA. Kris had learned about his counterterrorism operations in Greece and the Balkans, and his deployment with the CIA in the Bosnian Wars when he was at the farm.
"Ryan Lawson, Deputy Chief of Special Activities Division. I'm deputy on the insertion team. I speak Russian and some Arabic." "Philip Nguyen, Communications. I'll do everything I can to keep us linked with HQ."
Philip looked like a linebacker merged with a wrestler with a barrel chest and a shaved head and wireless glasses perched on the end of his nose.
"Derek Branicki."
Derek had the sandy-haired good looks of a California surfer and the laid-back attitude to go with it, even in this meeting.
"I'm your pilot. We're taking a Russian-made helo over the Hindu Kush, higher than any helo has ever flown before. I'll try and make sure we don't die."
"Jim Luchins." Tall and lanky, Jim looked like a basketball player and had a deep baritone as if he spoke through a long tube. He'd put Kris to bed in a cot a couple of days before.
"Operations. I speak Russian."
Kris had no idea what to say for himself.
"Kris Caldera," he finally said, his voice a little breathless. "Afghanistan analyst and linguist. I speak Farsi, Dari, Arabic, and I can get by in Russian."
More eyebrows rose.
"Kris knows Afghanistan better than anyone in the agency. He speaks the languages we'll need in theater." Williams jumped in. "He's going to be your analyst and political affairs officer in country."
Kris blanched.
"No medic?" Ryan frowned. "Your medics will come from the Special Forces team. They're sending 6 men, half an operational detachment. 1 team medic and the rest of the soldiers have full combat medic training as well."
Ryan and George shared a long look.
George nodded once. "Let's go through the operational plan." Williams outlined the operation, codenamed
jawbreaker that would pave the way for the invasion of Afghanistan. Separate teams of Joint Special Forces and CIA would deploy into different regions of Afghanistan, Kris's team being the very first. Once in Afghanistan, they would link up with Shura-Nazar field commanders and convince them to cooperate with the United States. Everyone going was former military, former Special Forces or Delta Force or Navy SEALs. They had all seen combat and had all spent time in third world countries. They all had experience with covert combat operations. Except for Kris. There will be nothing there, no footprint. You're first in. You will be creating that footprint. Williams didn't pull his punches. You will be setting up joint intelligence collections with the Northern Alliance or the Shura-Nazar. Williams nodded to Kris. Everything you get comes back home and goes straight to CENTCOM. We want everything. Status of forces, Taliban defensive positions, numbers of foreign fighters, most importantly, any and all intelligence you receive about the location and whereabouts of Bin Laden. You will work with the Shura-Nazar to strengthen their front lines, manage air operations to obliterate Taliban and al-Qaeda forces that engage you. You will be defining the battlefield for everything that follows. Here's what we're seeing so far. Satellite imagery shows the Taliban are digging in for a long fight. They're digging trenches, and they're hoping for an early winter. If the snow starts falling, we could be looking at trench warfare, the likes of which we only saw in World War I. Hundreds of foreign fighters a day are flowing across the borders of Pakistan into Afghanistan. They want to fight you. Afghanistan is one of the world's most difficult places to reach by air. Our bombers will be flying 16 hours from the United States one way to drop their ordnance. We've got fighter jets based in the Gulf, but they'll be flying up to 6 hours to get to you for air support. In the Gulf War, we flew almost 400 sorties a day. Here, you'll be lucky to get 30 until we have the ability for air assets in country. George, you're taking command of the Panjshir Valley. Everyone nodded. You will link up with your Special Forces team in Tashkent, Uzbekistan in 1 week. You're first on the ground in Afghanistan 24 hours after that. Following your insertion, if you're not all killed, we're debating sending in another team to link with General Hajimullah outside Mazar-e-Sharif. We can't move in the south yet. Taliban positions are too entrenched. That's their stronghold. It's a Pashtun-controlled hellhole down there. Williams sighed and folded his arms on the conference table. He looked down for a moment. Make no mistake, gentlemen. The Taliban and al-Qaeda will be ruthless. Anyone captured will most likely be tortured to death. The Taliban love to videotape their execution, so if you're captured, your death will be recorded and broadcast. As part of this deployment, we've authorized the distribution of L-pills. If you are captured and you believe you are about to be murdered, you will have the option to end your own life. Kris heard Williams speak, but everything seemed to float by him, words like bubbles warbling in the air. He couldn't process it all. Not yet. We here at CTC will do everything to support you. Anything you need, we will provide. The President will be receiving twice daily briefings on your activities. We're all behind you. Everyone. The entire nation. Good luck. George commandeered Williams's 7th-floor conference room as team space. He called everyone together for the first meeting, dumping a box of donuts and a take-out carton of coffee in the center of the table. Ryan interrupted him before the meeting began. George, can I talk to you? He jerked his head toward the corner. Kris plucked at one of the laptops, reading through the intel cables sent in from Islamabad, Tashkent, Dushanbe, and elsewhere. Anything and everything the agency could gather on the Taliban and the Shura-Nazar. He was coordinating with Tashkent Station while they met with Shura-Nazar representatives and tried to secure permission from General Khan to allow them into their stronghold in the Panjshir Valley. He and everyone else could hear Ryan and George's conversation. Are you sure Caldera is right for this team? Ryan crossed his arms, glancing over his shoulder. Kris pretended not to notice. Clint personally picked him for the mission. George sounded as enthusiastic about Kris as he would about going in for a root canal.
Clint says he's good. He's the best analyst on Afghanistan. He knows the political lay of the land, the culture. We need that to build this alliance. And he knows the languages.
Ryan scoffed.
He looks like 120 pounds soaking wet. He won't be able to handle the physical aspects of this mission.
George shrugged.
How is he going to be received in Afghanistan? We're going to Afghanistan. The Taliban murders anyone they think might be gay. And we're bringing him?
Kris felt everyone's gaze slide to him. No one said a word. Everyone pretended they couldn't hear Ryan and George.
Look, we need the language skills. He speaks Farsi and Dari. The other Dari speakers, all three of them in the agency, are going operational with the next teams. We need them on the front lines. But look, Ryan, we're building alliances, laying the groundwork, we're staging. We're not fighting. Clint believes in him, says he is the guy we need for building this alliance. Everything else, well, Caldera has to figure out how to hold his own over there. At least until we get the ball rolling. Then we can send him home if we need to.
Ryan sighed, long and loud. Mortification singed Kris's soul, burning him from the inside out. He couldn't see the laptop screen anymore. Letters moved around in a haze, a fuzzy disconnect from reality. There was a fire building, that same flame he'd fanned throughout high school, throughout college when people had told him no. He thought he'd banked that, turned the coals over on top of the rage and the hurt and the years and years of everyone telling him he wouldn't measure up, he wasn't good enough.
I graduated third in my class at the farm.
Kris's voice rang loud and clear through the conference room. He stared at George and then at Ryan.
I did better than 2 Special Forces guys and 3 FBI agents.
He shrugged, going back to his cables.
In case that was important.
Silence. George cleared his throat. That was the end of his and Ryan's huddle in the corner. He headed for the whiteboard at the head of the conference table.
We've got a lot of work to do and 5 days to do it in. What do we need to get to Afghanistan? And more importantly, what do we need to stay alive while we're there?
Weapons. They needed as many weapons as they could get. Handguns for every member of the team, long guns, ammunition as if they were going to war, food, MREs, water purification kits, iodine tablets, computers, lots of them, field-grade laptops in indestructible bulletproof suitcases, portable satellite dishes. They needed to be able to connect to both the CIA's geosynchronous satellite network in high orbit and access the low orbit network, the communication satellites that tracked across the sky, circling the globe every 90 minutes. In the mountains of Afghanistan, the low-orbit satellites would be almost useless, the signal cutting in and out. But they had to have a backup. They also needed to integrate into the military's web of communication and observational satellites. Somehow, between the 3 systems, they'd have communication capability with the world outside Afghanistan. Hopefully. Derek announced he'd been reviewing the specs on the helo they were picking up in Tashkent. It needed servicing and an overhaul before it could make the flight into Afghanistan. They'd have to do that on the ground in Tashkent.
We're still working on getting approval from the Shura Nazar so we can even enter Afghanistan under their official invitation. If we don't get their cooperation, it will be a lot harder to stage in country. We need their cooperation.
George circled Shura Nazar on the whiteboard 3 times.
Caldera?
He turned to Kris, sighing.
That will be our job. Political affairs.
So, Uzbekistan is playing ball with us, but do we have clearance to fly over Tajikistan airspace yet? It'd be far better to insert directly over the border of Tajikistan into Shura Nazar territory. Derek hunched over maps of the Uzbekistan-Tajikistan-Afghanistan border region. Flying south from Tashkent and crossing the Uzbekistan border puts us right over Taliban territory. We'd have to fly over Taliban-held land for hundreds of miles until we get to the mountains in the Panjshir Valley. The Taliban have anti-air weapons, right? Kris nodded. The U.S. gave the Mujahideen in Afghanistan about 4 tons of Stinger anti-air missiles when they were fighting the Soviets. They're still around all over the country. The Taliban seized most of them, so we can expect to be facing our own weaponry when we engage. Great, Derek snorted. The U.S. made shoulder-fired rockets. Jim tried to lighten the mood. At least it's tech from the 80s. A Stinger anti-air missile is a Stinger anti-air missile. It will shoot you out of the sky just as dead today as 10 years ago. That's enough. George silenced Derek and Jim. Derek shook his head, crossing his arms as he leaned back in his chair. The 7th floor, the political power of the CIA, is working directly with the Uzbekistan government on allowing us access. Understandably, there is some resistance to the idea of allowing the U.S. to use their nation as a launching pad for a CIA invasion force. If they keep stonewalling, the director will go to the president. Apparently Russia has offered to twist some arms in their old Soviet enclaves for us. Russia is offering to help us? George stared at Derek. The Twin Towers are still smoldering. The entire world knows we are coming. Knows we're going to react violently. What countries are lining up to oppose us right now? Derek's lips thinned. He looked down. What are our living conditions going to be like? Ryan chewed on the end of a pen. Are we talking camping outdoors, living in caves? Will we be in mud huts? Are we going to have local food, or will we be eating MREs the entire time we're there? If so, how long until we can expect a supply drop? We can't bring MREs for 3 months for 12 men. What are our exact conditions going to be? Right now, we have to assume we're planning for bare essentials. Everything we will need, we have to bring with us. Everything, George repeated. Kris breathed out slowly, flexing his fingers. George, the weather is going to turn nasty very soon. The Taliban are hoping to bog us down in deep snows. Will we be staying in country throughout the winter? Ryan asked. If it comes to that, yes. George looked around the table into each man's eyes. We're going on this mission with no end date. Come winter, the road through the mountains will close, and any helo that tries to make the flight over the pass will ice up and fall out of the sky. So we'd be wintering in Afghanistan. The military has promised they will airdrop supplies to us if and when we need them. The best estimates right now say that we will spend autumn and winter working up the Shura Nazar, and then there will be a spring offensive mounted against the Taliban. We're going to move heaven and earth to do better than that. But, George frowned, his tone turning cautionary, but we need to be ready for the worst. I got the 7th floor to authorize each of us $2,000 to buy personal supplies, and another $4,000 for the mission. When it comes in, we're going shopping. 2 days later, the money arrived. George tossed each member of the team a folded envelope stuffed with cash. Time to get our gear. They rode together, piling into George's SUV and heading to the nearest camping store. Kris sat squished between Jim and Derek, with Ryan riding shotgun and Philip in the back. When they arrived, Philip and Derek disappeared, scattering to the far corners. George, Ryan, and Jim huddled at the front of the store. Kris, come over here. Jim waved him into the group. Let's get what we need together. They started in the clothing section, picking out cargo and tactical pants, heavy snow gear for the winter, layered shirts and zip-over fleece vests, fleece pullovers, and thick waterproof winter jackets, wool hats and gloves, and leather overgloves. George, Ryan, and Jim grabbed the basic colors, black, blue, and white. Kris riffled through the racks, coming up with burgundy and forest green, cream and burnt umber turtlenecks and layers. When they reunited to head to footwear, George and Ryan gave his cart a long, long stare. Well, no one will confuse your clothes, Jim elbowed Kris, chuckling. Leave it to you to be the fashionable one. Kris pulled his lips into a smile, bared his teeth. Inside, he was screaming. At the boot section, he saw Ryan nudge George and whisper in his ear, pointing first to Kris and then to the women's boots. Some were knee-high, somehow combining hiking and sex appeal. In a different time, different place, Kris would have bought them just to spite Ryan and George and then worn them until they fell apart, rubbing their faces in their own joke. Afghanistan seemed like the wrong place to rub someone's face in a joke, though. He tried to ignore their snorts and plucked a pair of ridiculously expensive tactical all-weather boots from the wall. They were heinously ugly, but they promised to keep his feet dry and warm, even in a foot of snow. Philip and Derek came back with tents and camp stoves and trenching tools, compasses, tarps, camp twine, emergency field kits, water backpacks, day packs, and external frame rucks for everyone. The large rucks were wider than Kris was and came up to his chest. Empty, they were hard for him to hold. He felt Ryan's eyes burning into him, felt the words hovering over his head. Caldera can't make it. Look at him. He can't even lift the empty backpack. He'd practiced that night, practiced marching around his tiny apartment if he had to. Anything to prove Ryan wrong. Crates of weapons arrived, lining the hallways outside Williams's conference room. Ryan popped them open as everyone watched. He passed out AK-47s and 9mm handguns, handing them one by one to each member of the team. We're using AKs because they're everywhere in the Third World, especially in Afghanistan. We can pick up ammo easier for the AKs if we need it. Ryan hesitated when he got to Kris. Know how to use this? He held out the rifle. Kris snatched it, spun the weapon muzzle down, checked and cleared the chamber, and then disassembled the rifle, breaking down the stock and the barrel and laying everything on top of the crate. He kept his eyes on Ryan's the whole time. Ryan smirked and passed him his handgun. Holsters and ammo pouches followed, along with cleaning kits. They would each have a web belt and a drop-thigh holster and a chest sling for their rifles. The rest of the crates were filled with bullets. GPS units arrived that afternoon, along with the high-frequency encrypted radios for secured communications between the team once they were on the ground. We need to get all this, George gestured to the gear piling up in the conference room and up and down the hallways, food, weapons, survival gear, computers, radios, and more, packed and ready for shipping out. Remember, we only have one helo to get into Afghanistan. And it's not a magic helo, Derek chimed in. We have serious weight restrictions. Between 12 men and all this gear, we're going to be scraping the mountaintops as it is. Well, Kris is light. Jim winked at Kris. Everyone laughed. Everyone but Kris. They spend hours breaking everything down, repacking it into the smallest spaces possible. Kris worked with Philip, repackaging the comms gear and the computers. They worked in silence while the rest of the team cracked jokes and laughed. It was almost midnight when they quit. George pulled them all together again, gathering them around the messy conference table. We have 2 more days until we leave. Tomorrow, we'll go over our mission step by step. The next day, we'll stage everything for our departure and finalize our travel arrangements. He sighed. But tonight and tomorrow morning, you all need to take some time to get your personal affairs in order. You're going to be gone for at least 6 months with no way to take care of things back home. Make sure your finances are in order, your bills are set up to be paid, and... He swallowed. Everyone update your wills. Bring them in when they're done. The CIA will hold on to them for you. You'll get them back when you come home. He nodded to them. I'll see you tomorrow. Take the morning to get your lives ready for this. 11 in the morning, and George was already up to some kind of bullshit. Kris could feel it the moment he walked into their workspace. Kris, follow me. Kris clutched his cup of coffee and followed George out of their crammed conference room. They wove through the halls stuffed with crates until they got to George's office. George beckoned him in and shut the door. Kris had exactly 0 patience for what he knew was coming. His stomach clenched, and he wanted to throw up the latte he'd been drinking, fling the remnants at George's face, topple his bookshelf, and stomp on its files and folders. His fingernails scratched against his cardboard cup. George wouldn't look him in the eye. He hadn't gotten enough sleep for this bullshit. He'd cleaned his apartment until 2 in the morning, trying to put off George's homework. At 3:30, he'd finally sat down at his laptop and typed 7 words. Last will and testament of Kris Caldera. What the hell did he have to give away? He was 23. He had $4,000 in his bank account and a shitty car he'd managed to save up for in his last year in college. He had a closet that would make any self-respecting gay man weep, and enough hair product to open a salon. He didn't have stocks or bonds, investments, or a retirement account. He was just a kid. But the CIA wanted his will, his last requests, and he was going off to some place where, more than likely, what he typed would be the last anyone ever knew of him. Between their mission and the conditions on the ground, he would be lucky to survive. If it wasn't the war, or the Taliban, then it would be a landmine. Hundreds of thousands have been buried across the country throughout the years of the Soviet invasion, and if it wasn't the war, the Taliban, or a landmine, it would definitely be a traffic accident. Roads were a fantasy in Afghanistan. New vehicles hadn't been imported since the Soviets pulled out. "Mama," he tried to write, his eyes blurred. "I wanted to do good. I wanted to make a difference." God, how spectacularly he had failed at that, how he had failed so indelibly, so enduringly. He would never be free of that failure. "I love you to the ends of the earth, Mama. Thank you for loving me and never trying to make me feel bad about myself." They'd never spoken about him, about how obviously homosexual he was, especially in high school. His poppy had shouted at her loud enough to shake the walls of their apartment, screaming that his son was a sissy faggot and a fairy who jerked off to other boys, but his mama had never said a word. Silence was, in a way, acceptance. Silence in the way she had still made him empanadas on Saturdays and lechon on Sundays, and had still wanted him to kiss her goodbye in the morning before school, before she left to clean office buildings in lower Manhattan. She'd flown to Puerto Rico, leaving his poppy when he was a freshman at George Washington. When they talked on the phone twice a year, she sounded happy. He never called his poppy. There was no reason to. His memories of Poppy stank like beer and too many cigarettes, and the soundtrack was always shouting, drunk shouting, sober shouting. It didn't matter. His happy memories were of his mama, or of being a punk teenager in Manhattan in summertime. He'd had short shorts and a tank top, and his skinny arms had swung with as much attitude as he could put into them. How many summer days had he spent on the stoop with Mama, listening to Spanish music and watching his old Dominican neighbor wash his ancient Plymouth with a hose. The neighborhood kids loved to splash and play in the runoff. Once, he'd been one of those little kids, stamping in puddles. In all of his memories, the Twin Towers stood like beacons, like fireworks, like screams that ripped backward and forward in time, reminders of his failure for the rest of his God-given days. In his will, he left his mama half his bank account and gave instructions to donate the rest to the Washington, D.C. LGBT Center, along with his car. Maybe it would be best if he did die. The LGBT Center would be better off with $2,000. Surely the world would be better off without him. Surely. He'd been too wired to sleep, so he had pulled on his sneakers and running shorts, grabbed a hoodie, and headed out. He lived in Falls Church, Virginia, a postage-stamp suburb south of D.C. His apartment was between the Whole Foods and the Circuit City. Just after 4 a.m, the town was silent, smothered in darkness and sleep, but D.C. shone like a beacon on the hill beyond the Potomac River. He could see the Washington Monument, see the lights from the Lincoln Memorial, the dome of the Capitol just barely, or at least the glow. He'd also seen the floodlights from the search and recovery operation at the Pentagon. He'd tasted the smoke, still lingering in the air, the atomization of the beating heart of American military force. Never before had there been an attack on the U.S. homeland. He'd run faster, trying to outrun his thoughts, feet pounding on concrete, just starting to turn dewy with the first blush of autumn. Slap, slap, slap. He thought he heard the sound of construction trucks, of heavy machinery moving at the Pentagon. They'd be moving rubble, clearing debris, searching for remains. Every time a body was found, work came to a standstill, every person present standing and removing their hard hats, placing their hands over their hearts, and watching as the fallen was escorted to an ambulance to be carried to the morgue. Slap, slap, slap. Faster, harder. He couldn't outrun the images, the scenes playing over and over in his mind, the attacks, planes disappearing into fireballs, screams, shouts of horror. American flags were draped from every streetlight, every traffic pole, banners that seemed to drip crimson red blood all over the pavement before him. You did this. You let this happen. Ashes and dust hung in the air, choking his mouth, his nose. He hadn't been able to breathe. Suddenly the air too thick, too cloying. He'd stopped, doubled over, gasping. His fingers had clawed at his throat, at his face, trying to clear the ash, the dust, rip away the ghosts that tried to strangle him. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Every breath he had taken inhaled more of the dead. You did this. You let us die. He'd puked in the parking lot of Walgreens and collapsed in the flower bed on the corner. He'd squashed yellow daisies and pink ground cover, but hadn't cared. When the sprinklers had turned on half an hour later, he'd finally gotten up and stumbled back to his apartment. So, at 11 in the morning, he was in exactly no mood for George's bullshit. He stared George down, willing him to look him in the eye. Be a man, George. Say this to my face.
Kris.
George cleared his throat, put his hands on his hips, stared at the wall beyond Chris's ear.
You know there have been some concerns about you on this team.
Kris ran his tongue over his teeth, sucking his lips together. His jaw ached, his teeth gritted. Holding back, his coffee cup trembled, his hand, his arm shaking.
There are concerns about how the Afghans will react to...
George waved his hand over Kris, a sweeping motion that reduced everything that he was down to one adjective. Gay.
So...
George cleared his throat. Finally looked Kris in the eye.
I need you to keep your head down once we're in theater. Do your job. Don't...
He seemed to stumble, fumbling for the right word.
Don't advertise.
He sighed, closing his eyes and shaking his head.
Look, Kris, it's a matter of safety.
He spread his hands and a helpless look crossed his face.
We need to get this done. We can't be also worrying about how the Afghans are reacting to you. We can't be worrying about whether you're in danger or if they're planning on taking you out, so please, tone it down.
Chris's voice was cutting, ice sharpened to razors. What exactly would you like me to tone down?
That attitude right there. You don't have to fight everything all the time. We're just trying to help you.
I don't need your help, George. I am just as qualified as every other member of this team. What I need is a little more confidence in my abilities, which have absolutely nothing to do with my sexuality.
You're not as experienced. Everyone has been in the field before, except you. You're coming because of your specialized knowledge of the country and your language abilities, and because you haven't been in the field before in a hostile environment, everyone else is going to have to watch out for you, watch your back, pick up your slack.
There won't be any slack for you to pick up. Not from me. Chris's blood burned. His molars scraped over each other, his jaw twitching.
We still have to watch out for you, because...
George waved his hand again, up and down Chris's body, as if he couldn't say the word.
Just don't make it obvious what you are.
Is there something I've done in the past week that screams what I obviously am?
George stared at him. He stayed quiet.
Kris broke first, pulling out a sealed envelope from inside his jacket. He held it out.
You quitting? This your resignation?
It's my will. The only way I'm off the team is if you get rid of me. So either bench me and deal with Clint Williams or take this and let me get back to work. I have to call Dushanbe Station today and check in with my contact in the Shura-Nazar. Negotiations have been tense this week. General Khan is supposed to tell us today if we're allowed into their territory in northern Afghanistan. He shook the envelope. So, are you going to take this? George snatched it out of Chris's hand.
Let me know as soon as you hear from your contact in Dushanbe.
4. September 19th, 2001.
Hop in.
Jim popped the trunk as he slid his sedan into park at Kris's curb.
I can help you with that.
He unbuckled his seatbelt and got one foot out of the driver's door. I'm fine. Kris hefted his ruck. He'd done the best he could getting everything packed. He'd whittled out as much as he could, too, but how did someone pack for a war zone when he had no idea how long he'd be gone? 1 sweater or 2? How cold was Afghanistan cold? Was a jar of peanut butter really necessary? After 6 weeks of MREs, would he murder someone for a spoonful of Nutella? He dropped his ruck in the trunk next to Jim's. His was smaller, leaner, less full. They both had sleeping bags strapped to the top and thin sleeping mats on the bottom, but Jim had obviously stuffed his pack almost to bursting. Kris wanted to run back up to his apartment and grab everything he had dumped. Clearly, he hadn't packed enough. But if he stuffed it fuller, he wouldn't be able to lift it. And then what would George say? Kris slammed the trunk and came around to the passenger side. Jim stared.
Ready?
Are you? Jim handed him a cup of coffee, then held his own out for a toast.
Here's to the last cup of Starbucks.
The rest of the drive to Langley was silent. Fog shrouded the city, heavy with dew in the early morning hours. Jim's headlights got lost in the gloom. Kris watched the yellow beams fall apart in the gray haze. It looked like smoke, like he was in the center of a firestorm. His heart sped up, beats pounding. He smelled fire, tasted ash, heard the screams again. Was this what so many people had seen that morning, their last vision of the world? Dust and ash forever. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He leaned back, resting the side of his head on the window, and counted the minutes until they arrived. Jim badged into the front gate and drove out to the long-term parking structure. He poured a bottle of fuel stabilizer into his tank.
Hope this car is still here when I get back. God knows how long we'll be gone.
He grabbed their rucks, Kris's shoulders screaming, his back aching. He forced his expression neutral, hiding the pain, the way it felt like his spine was compressing down to a single inch. He didn't speak as they made their way across 3 parking lots of people just starting to arrive. The newcomers didn't seem to care about 2 men hiking toward headquarters, looking like they were going off to war. Then again, it was the CIA. Weird things happened every day, and everyone knew the CIA was on the move, mobilizing to respond to the attacks. The rest of the team was waiting with their gear in the crates that had lined the hallways and conference room for days. In minutes, the truck rumbling across the parking lot would ferry the gear and crates and the bulk of the team to Dover Air Force Base, where they'd fly out to Germany that afternoon. Kris and George were taking a later flight from Dulles, rendezvousing with everyone before transferring to Tashkent to meet the Special Forces team. Reality was starting to set in. The team joked loudly, trying to bleed out the adrenaline, fill up the quiet spaces that hung over their heads. Maybe they'd never return. Maybe they'd never set foot in Langley again. Kris caught Ryan eyeballing him, his dark eyes watching from beneath the brim of his ball cap.
Let's load up.
Ryan slapped the side of the truck when it braked. Hot exhaust fumes poured over the team. They moved fast, hauling the heavy crates into the back. Their gear followed. Kris loaded his ruck, grunting to heft it the final foot. Ryan grabbed it from him with one hand and swung it the rest of the way. When everything was loaded, Ryan, Philip, Derek, and Jim hopped aboard.
We'll see you in Germany.
George shook Ryan's hand.
Safe travels.
The truck rumbled away. Kris tried to swallow. An hour later, he and George countersigned for a release of $5 million. The money was packaged in $20 and $100 bills, all used. There were bundles of 10,000 and bundles of those to make 100,000. Everything was loaded into 2 black duffels.
The CIA accountant glared at them both.
You both will be the signatories for this cash. Keep track of every expenditure. Get receipts. Kris snorted. George smiled. He took one of the duffels and gave the second to Kris. They'd never be able to get receipts from the Shiranazer. The concept didn't even exist in Afghanistan. Their last stop before leaving was to see Clint Williams. Even though Kris was the least experienced, he was indispensable to the mission. His connections with the Shiranazer, his language abilities, his familiarity with the culture, the way he had become the Afghanistan expert in the CIA. If there was anyone else, literally anyone else who could go instead of him, Kris knew George would take them instead, but Kris was the man who had what George and the CIA needed for this mission, which, despite Ryan's Special Forces experience and the team's experience in the field and in hostile situations, made Kris almost the most valuable man. He could feel George's resentment burning like a heat wave crossing the desert as they sat in Williams's office. "Gentlemen," Williams said. He folded his hands. "The President has asked me to give you your final orders. You already know you are to convince the Shura Nazar to work with the CIA and the United States military and to accept U.S. forces into the Panjshir Valley. We will be utilizing their territory as a base of operations for our war against the Taliban and against Bin Laden. They need to be on our side." Kris shifted. George leaned forward, nodding. Moving high speed into Afghanistan, coming on full throttle with demands to the Shura Nazar would be just about the worst way they could possibly approach building an alliance. In a culture built on a reputation on saving face, the U.S. would be perceived as an invader and an interloper. They had to have a softer touch. They had to become allies, friends. They couldn't go off like a misfired firework or the entire mission would blow up in their faces. "There's one more thing you gentlemen need to take care of. The President has ordered your team to do anything and everything you can to find Osama Bin Laden and his senior leadership, and to kill them." Silence. Kris froze. Beside him he saw George go still, his spine stiffening. Kill orders, in the history of the CIA, were rare, far rarer than the public believed, rare enough that Kris knew it was George's first. His first, too. Bin Laden can't be captured. He can't be tried here in the U.S. He sure as hell can't be tried in some Sharia court in a Muslim country. Any al-Qaeda leader would turn into a symbol, a rallying point for every terrorist who hates America. No, the President wants Bin Laden dead. And I want to ship Bin Laden's head to the President in a box of dry ice. I told him you could deliver. George blinked. Kris's gaze slid sideways. "What now, fearless leader?" "Have I made myself clear?" "Yes, sir." "Excellent." William stood, buttoning his suit jacket. He shook George's hand, then Kris's. "You men have your work cut out for you. You'd better get going." George and Kris shared a long look as they walked out, hauling duffels filled with $5 million in cash and heading to the farthest spot on the planet. Tashkent, Uzbekistan, September 21st, 2001. Tashkent was every third-world nightmare Kris had ever had rolled into one depressing, festering city. Abandoned Soviet factories lingered like scars on the cityscape. Desperately poor Uzbeks huddled on street corners, their faces lined with weariness and the ravages of decade-old Soviet occupation, war, and endless struggle. Heroin traffickers from Afghanistan flooded the streets with the cheapest grade of their drugs, and high Uzbeks lay in a stupor in ditches and on the side of the road. The rest of the heroin was refined and sent on to Russia. Everyone was armed. Everyone carried Russian-made AK-47s over their shoulder, and RPGs and machine guns rested on the back of nearly every rusted-out pickup. From the airport, Kris, George, and the team sped through the capital to the U.S. Embassy in a blacked-out SUV. The embassy's political officer met them, ushering them into empty quarters the Marines had vacated for their arrival. The political officer and ambassador fed them, spreading out American-style burgers and French fries on a long table in the conference room. There, they got their up-to-the-moment briefing. "We got word that the Shura Nazar officially invited your team into their territory this morning. We received a cable from Dushanbe Station. The Shura Nazar diplomat there gave our embassy coordinates for your entry." George smiled. "Fantastic." He turned to Kris and nodded. Kris tried to smile back, but it was tight, his lips pressed to his teeth almost painfully so. Guess that was the only recognition he was going to get for making the connections with the Shura Nazar and guiding Dushanbe Station through their negotiations with a completely foreign and unknown potential ally. What else was new? Iranian forces were already on the ground. Their Ministry of Intelligence had sent operatives and officers into Afghanistan following September 11th and were already embedded with Shura Nazar units in the south and the west. Iran and the Shia government there hate the Taliban. The Taliban murdered 11 Iranian diplomats when they seized the Iranian embassy." George scowled. "We really don't want anything to do with the Iranians. They're staying well away from the locations where your team is planning on inserting, but they sent this through the French embassy this morning." The political officer spread out an Iranian-made map of Afghanistan with detailed notes of al-Qaeda and Taliban positions labeled throughout the southern region of the country. "We'll have to check this out. Get eyes on. We can't launch without confirmation that these are actual Taliban and al-Qaeda locations. The Iranians told the French to tell us to keep it. We wanted you to see it first. Forward it to CENTCOM. See if they can get satellite coverage over the targets. Get them on deck for when the bombing starts. The Uzbeks have reported that the Taliban MiG fighters are grounded. You don't have to worry about air-to-air intercept, just surface-to-air." "MiGs? Who was flying MiGs for the Taliban? They don't have that military capacity." Ryan frowned, his brow furrowing hard. Kris leaned forward. "Russian mercenaries were flying for the Taliban for $100,000 a day. The Taliban could buy that with their drug and oil money, but Moscow has told all mercenaries to get out and get out now." "I thought Moscow said they couldn't control their mercenaries. Hasn't that been their line for years?" The ambassador's eyes twinkled. "Moscow says whatever they need to say, whenever they need to say it." The ambassador snorted. "And your special forces team arrived yesterday. They're bunking at the airport. With the way the weather changes, they want to be ready to move at a moment's notice." Flying over the Hindu Kush and into Afghanistan was fraught with danger under the best conditions. The mountains pushed most helicopters to their upper limits. The helos shuddered in the thin air, fighting physics and wanting to drop out of the sky. Fog and snow sometimes blinded out the passages, leaving the pilots flying in total whiteout conditions. "Smart. What's the weather like?" "Looks like there's a break in the cloud cover tomorrow. If all holds, you'll fly out then." The international airport at Tashkent looked like a haphazard series of shipping containers stacked together. Once it had been painted powder blue, probably by the Soviets, who had a thing for pastels. The flight line was cracked asphalt, weeds filling the divots and cratered holes, never to be repaired. Sinkholes marred the expanse, filled in with cheap tar and sand. Decrepit MiGs from the days of the Soviet Union languished next to mothballed military helicopters. Nothing had flown in years. Light spilled from the open doors of a squat hangar, its windows broken, where a team of Special Forces operators sat around a mountain of gear. The political officer pulled up in front of the hangar. A Special Forces team member stepped forward, a giant of a man with fiery red hair and a thick beard. He waited as they all piled out. Frigid wind whipped through Kris, cutting through his fleece jacket as he stood on the busted tarmac. "Captain Sean Palmer?" George strode ahead, hand outstretched. "That's me, sir. Special Forces ODA 505 at your service." Palmer and his small operational detachment of 6 men would be reporting to George, putting themselves, for the duration of the mission, at his and the CIA's command. George introduced his team, Captain Palmer shaking hands as they went around the circle. George turned to Kris last. "And this is Kris Caldera. He's the agency's Afghanistan expert, my political affairs officer, and our linguist on the ground." Palmer looked him up and down before holding out his hand. Kris was less than half his size. "Sir," was all Palmer said. Kris nodded as they shook, gave Palmer a half smirk, and then shoved his hands in the pockets of his jacket. He tucked his face into his scarf. Palmer brought them into the hangar, to the circle of men they'd be operating with. Some cleaned their rifles and handguns, others joked around. One was reading. "Everyone, our CIA people are here." Palmer introduced them, going from man to man, Jackson, Warwick, Rodriguez, Cobb, before finally coming to the last. "And this is Sergeant David Haddad, team medic." Haddad nodded to Kris and held out his hand, stepping forward to meet him halfway. Kris shivered, but Haddad's hand was warm as they touched. Unlike the others, Haddad didn't hesitate or raise his eyebrows or give him the skeptical once-over. "Assalamu alaikum." "Wa alaikum assalam." Kris tried to smile. His lips were still buried in his scarf. Palmer spoke, pulling Kris's attention from Haddad. "Gentlemen, I'd like to get on the same page with you ASAP. Do you have time for a briefing?" George nodded and beckoned Kris and Ryan to join him and Palmer at Palmer's small command post, a map and a laptop open next to a flashlight, while Jim, Derek, and Philip stayed with the Special Forces team. Kris looked back once. Haddad caught his gaze. He smiled, nodding to Kris, before turning back to his book. Kif Alec? Haddad turned away from his book, looking up at Kris. A ghost of a smile curved one corner of his mouth. Wa intish and Alec? Kris smiled. I thought I placed your Arabic accent. Libyan, yes? He'd said hello to Haddad in the Libyan dialect with the softer Bedouin phrasing and the Egyptian Tunisian influences of the Maghrebi dialects. I grew up in Libya. My mother is American, though. His eyes drifted just over Kris's shoulder for a moment. We moved when I was 10. He peered at Kris. You? I can't place your Arabic. I'm Puerto Rican, actually. Not Middle Eastern. From the island? No. The other Puerto Rico. New York. Haddad chuckled. I didn't think they spoke Arabic in Puerto Rico. As curiosity about his age went, it was one of the nicer and subtler questions. At Langley, one of the range officers who had signed off on Kris's weapons qualification before the mission had stared at him and outright asked, Aren't you a little young for this op? I studied languages in high school and college. I picked them up easily. I was fluent in Arabic in 2 years, familiar with most of the dialects in 3, Farsi a year after that. I taught myself Dari after the agency hired me. You speak Spanish, too? Si, et tu? Haddad grinned. I'm just a team medic. It's a good thing I already knew Arabic. You can't teach this dog any new tricks. Something curled through Kris's veins, a familiar warmth. Oh, I'm not sure about that. He winked, his flirty nature naturally rising. Mortification drenched him, sliding down his bones and under his skin like hot oil. What was he doing? Flirting? With a soldier? A member of the Special Forces on a mission? His face burned, and he looked away, squinting at the open doors of the hangar and the flight line. Would the ground open up beneath him, please? God, had George seen that? After his ridiculous spiel to Kris about keeping himself contained and to not advertise, there he was, flirting with the first hot soldier who gave him the time of day, proving George's bullshit. Fuck. Haddad reached for Kris's ruck, lying nearby. Their gear had been brought to the airport and dropped off, ready and waiting for the final flight into Afghanistan. Haddad dragged the ruck between them. I added more gear you'll need. Kris crouched, hiding his groan. Not more shit. Haddad pulled out each item one by one. Your headset and radio. Extra ammo. Kris already had his 9mm strapped to his thigh. Compass, beacon, maps of all our areas of operations marked with escape routes. Sleep sack, poncho liner, night scope, day scope, flashlight, backup flashlight, GPS, spare batteries, more spare batteries, and more batteries, and everything else you brought. His clothes were squished in the bottom next to a paperback he'd picked up in Germany and his all-weather CIA laptop. Will $2 million in cash fit? He still had one of the duffels under his control. For the moment, it was at the embassy, locked in the ambassador's safe. Haddad stared at him. We talking in ones or in hundreds? 20s and hundreds. Shrugging, Haddad pointed to the bottom of the ruck. In between the flashlights, maybe? He grinned. We should be able to make it all fit. He shoved everything back and stuffed the ruck closed. Here, try it on. The pack was definitely heavier than before. A radio antenna stuck out over one of his shoulders now. His sleeping bag pushed his head forward. He stumbled under the weight as he hefted it on his shoulders, but managed to get the pack settled. It felt like he was carrying an elephant on his back. If he took a step, he'd collapse. Haddad stared at him. Good? Yeah. Kris tried to smile. His eyeballs were going to pop out of his skull if he breathed too deeply. He probably weighed 1/3 of what Haddad did. Haddad's biceps bulged out of his long-sleeved undershirt like he was a professional NFL linebacker. His chest was solid muscle tapering down to a trim waist. Next to him, Kris wasn't a twink, he was a twig. He was a matchstick, and the ruck was going to snap him in half. But Haddad smiled at him again, that small, tight smile. Kris's knees weakened, and not from the load. Shit, he was fucked. Haddad was gorgeous. He'd recognize that immediately. Someone would have to be blind to not see Haddad's good looks. Bronze skin, a wide face, sweeping cheekbones, a jawline chiseled from granite. He was impressively built, with sculpted muscles that screamed of hours spent in the gym training his body to perfection, but there was more, too. There was depth in his dark eyes, something that viewed the world unflinchingly, and something deeper, something that seemed to tug at Kris, a force that made him want to fall into David Haddad. He had a presence, a pull, and it worked on every bone in Kris's body. Haddad had his own gravity well, and Kris was a shooting star brushing too close to his orbit. No, he couldn't go there. Part of him felt like he was falling already, flying at the speed of light right at Haddad. God, he was fucked, so fucked. He was here to fight a war, avenge the people who had died, whom he'd let die. Try to fix, somehow, everything he had done wrong, everything he'd let happen, not crush on a special forces soldier. The army frowned on men like him, anyway. Don't ask, don't tell was the rule of law. Anyone in the military who was as gay as he was had to keep their mouth firmly shut. That wasn't his style. And it didn't seem like Haddad's either. Let's get this off you. Haddad helped him slough off the pack, taking the weight easily in one hand. It had to weigh at least 70 pounds. He tried to hide the deep breath he took, the way he rolled his shoulders. They felt like he'd ripped them off and tried to shove them back into their sockets the wrong way. Pain wasn't sexy. Struggling wasn't sexy either. He had to carry his weight, not fall behind or slow the team down. He'd sworn he would shove George and Ryan's skepticism in their faces, rub their snide looks in his success. He'd sworn he would do the right thing, dedicate everything he had to the mission, to revenge. He wouldn't have time for crushing on Haddad. He'd broken out in a light sweat hefting the pack, but now that it was off, the frigid Tashkent wind chilled him to the bone. He shivered, shoving his hands back in his black jacket and tucking his face into his wool scarf. Haddad pulled out a beanie from his cargo pants. Here, this will help. Kris frowned. His hair was his best feature. He'd actually been able to style it that morning, maybe the last morning for a long, long time. He wanted to enjoy the feeling. Your hair is very stylish. Haddad winked. But I promise you, you're going to want this. It's only going to get colder. Cheeks burning, Kris took the beanie. Tashkent, Uzbekistan, September 22nd, 2001. The weather cleared overnight. At daybreak, Kris, George, and the rest of the CIA team left the embassy, heading back to Tashkent Airport. Derek, their pilot, had stayed behind, bunking with the Special Forces team. When they arrived, the team was loading the squat, fat helicopter that would take them over the Hindu Kush and into Afghanistan. The rotors spun as the soldiers stacked the gear waist-high along the center of the cargo area, strapping everything down in a hodgepodge game of Tetris. Many mountains of equipment and rucks filled the cargo area, almost butting into the fold-down canvas seats along the bulkheads. Kris searched for his, trying to find the smallest rucksack in the pile of gear. "Caldera?" Haddad's deep voice called out to him, barely audible over the roar of the rotors. Haddad beckoned him from near the front of the helo. He had Kris's ruck on the deck next to his own. Haddad's medic pack made Kris's ruck look minuscule. Kris picked his way through as Palmer's men and his CIA co-workers crammed themselves into two small seats and shoved their legs around the cargo. There was just enough room for the gear in their bodies if they kept their knees up to their chests. Around him, the helo rumbled, vibrating like it was trying to shake them all out. He imagined every screw turning loose and falling out, the helo coming apart into a billion pieces on the tarmac and leaving them standing in the center of the rubble. The engines roared, the rotors sounding like the Uptown Express in Manhattan was rumbling over his head over and over again. Haddad passed Kris a headset with padded earphones. He slid them on, careful of his spiked hair. The roar faded, the volume on the world turned down. Kris still felt the vibrations in his bones, felt his organs rumble and pulse, but at least he could hear himself think. Haddad's smooth voice came through the headset. "You're going to want to put on that beanie I gave you. The rear ramp and side doors will be kept open so the door gunners can hold position throughout the entire flight. It's going to be frigid." Kris tugged on Haddad's beanie and zipped up his fleece. He had his thick outer jacket shoved in the top of his ruck, and he crouched down to grab it. As he did, the helo's engines turned over, spinning up with a wail. He pitched sideways and then forward, the helicopter shuddering and shaking. He reached for what was closest to brace himself. Both his hands wrapped around Haddad's thighs, his face mashed into Haddad's hip. "Sorry. Shit, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Kris scrambled back, falling on his ass. He had inadvertently hit on Haddad yesterday, and now this? He could practically feel George and Ryan's scorn burning into his back, feel the weight of judgment crashing down on him. This wasn't the time or the place. He had assholes to prove wrong. Gently, Haddad helped him up, holding his elbows until he was steady on his feet. Haddad grabbed the helo's handholds and pulled Kris's leather gloves and camo poncho liner, a silken down-filled blanket that had felt like a slice of heaven when Kris had first handled it, out of his ruck. "Put on the gloves, too, and keep the liner near. You'll probably want to wrap up in it." Kris nodded, looking away. Was bone-melting mortification going to be his default setting now, especially around Haddad? He was off to a great start. He strapped himself into his seat, waiting stiffly as Haddad buckled in next to him. Haddad's muscles, wrapped up in his own layers of fleece and heavy jacket, pushed against Kris, their bodies pressing together from shoulders to ankles. He tried to shift away as subtly as he could. Through the headset, he heard Derek talk through their takeoff, their route through Uzbekistan and Tajikistan over the mountains and into Afghanistan. Derek spoke to Tashkent Tower, CENTCOM, and CIA CTC directly, bouncing signals off satellites to reach 3 different places on Earth simultaneously. The flight crew, bundled up in cold weather gear, took up positions at the massive machine guns mounted at the side doors and rear ramps as the helo lifted off. Their mission had officially begun. They were on their way to Afghanistan. They banked hard and turned southeast, flying low and fast toward the border. Tashkent disappeared, turning to sprawling farmland worked over by stooped men with wooden hand tools and mules. They were flying through time, it seemed, gazing down at centuries past. Dirt roads cut between the farms, snaking through untouched steppe and rugged wilderness. Kris pressed against his seat, pushed back by the force of Derek's acceleration. Rays of bitter sunlight spilled into the cabin, slipping through the freezing air. He squinted, fumbling for his sunglasses. Haddad, of course, already had his on. Grassland and steppe faded, replaced by dust and scrub highland. Dirt roads vanished, turning to trails, then rutted tracks only camels could traverse. Part of Kris wanted to lean out and take it all in. These were ancient roads, caravan tracks used by Silk Road travelers, and before that, the first humans to cross the Asian continent. He wanted to revel in it, in history and sights no one had been able to see for years. But he was too damn cold. 10 minutes into the flight, he was a popsicle. He shivered, huddling into his jacket as the temperature kept dropping. He burrowed under the poncho liner and tried to pull his beanie down farther, tried to tuck his face into his scarf, the top of his jacket. The rest of the team was bundled up as well, but they all had at least 100 pounds on him to begin with. He was the runt. As if to spite him, Derek pushed the chopper faster, dropping altitude until they were running full speed down the length of a twisting wadi. There was nothing beneath them, no signs of life. The earth looked like the moon, like the oceans had been drained and they were the last humans on the planet at the end of the world. Ahead, the mountains on the border of Afghanistan soared, scraping the sky with peaks of snow and ice. He left his stomach behind as the helo rose, a dramatic ascent that pitched them near vertical. He was strapped in, but still he flailed. Haddad reached for him, wrapped his poncho liner tighter around him. The mountains seemed to encircle them, getting closer, closer, until Kris was certain they were going to crash. He flinched, screwing his eyes shut. Haddad's hand landed on his thigh and squeezed once. Kris heard Derek calling out altitude readings. He'd never heard Derek's voice go that high, that strained. Back at Langley, Derek had walked them through the ball-shriveling terror that was flying over the Hindu Kush. Few Soviets had ever done it and lived. No Americans had ever made the flight. The mathematics and physics alone almost suggested it was next to impossible. Most helo pilots thought they were hot shit if they flew up to 10,000 feet in altitude. The Hindu Kush started at 10,000 feet and then went straight vertical as if they held up the sky, poked through the atmosphere, and jabbed at the stars. When he opened his eyes, they had leveled off and were flying between two massive walls of snow and ice-coated stone. At 14,000 feet, Haddad signaled the team, and everyone reached for the oxygen masks above their heads. Haddad pulled Kris's down and showed him how to hold it over his face. Cold oxygen flowed, frigid, but welcome. His head, which had started to ache, cleared. Derek threaded the mountain passes, their rotors buzzing snow flurries off the sides of peaks close enough that their revolutions whistled against the rock face. He could reach out and brush the mountain if he wanted, the soaring, jagged peaks of untouched ice. Sunlight pierced the sky, falling through the mountains like samurai swords, like blades from a vengeful god. They and their helo were tiny, insignificant, and as far from humanity, from life as he knew it, as he'd ever been. Were there any humans on the planet more remote than them? If someone had told Kris they were actually on the moon, he would have believed them. Did time still exist? Kris could hear his own heartbeat, the hiss of the oxygen and the rumble of the rotors, but other than that, it was like being dropped into someone else's memory. Each blink lasted a lifetime, the world a smear that passed before his eyes. Derek continued to call out elevation markers. 16,000 feet. 16,500. He couldn't stop shivering. Haddad's hand on his thigh was the one warm point of contact in his whole body. He wasn't going to make it to Afghanistan. He was just going to freeze on this flight. Haddad felt his shivers. He was certain. At 17,200 feet, Haddad pulled out his own poncho liner and a second jacket from his ruck and laid them both on top of Kris. Kris hid his face in his fleece and burrowed into Haddad. Fuck his pride. He needed the warmth. Haddad wrapped one arm around him and pulled him closer. The jagged peaks eventually gave way, turning to endless stretches of rumbling brown hills, snow snaking in waves across the higher elevations until that too petered off. Beneath them, as far as the eye could see, was the earth made wild, unimpeded wilderness, void of any human touch. Hills and valley, rugged and brown and filled with dry ravines and scrub brush. No humans. No life at all. Finally, almost 2 hours after the flight began, the helo turned southwest and headed into the mouth of the Panjshir Valley. The Soviets, during their occupation, had called the Panjshir the Valley of Death. They had lost more soldiers in that valley than anywhere else, and had come to a standstill in their occupation that had tried to press deeper into the Afghanistan mountains. They'd failed, and then they'd turned tail and run. The valley had been a graveyard of invaders for centuries, the Soviets only the most recent to meet their end at the hands of the Afghans. Before them, it had been the British. Before the British, Alexander the Great had been stopped on the land roaring beneath them. Would America be the next great empire to find its end in Afghanistan? Would they themselves meet their ends in this valley of death? From the sky, Kris spotted the remains of the Soviet occupation and endless civil war everywhere. Rusted-out tanks and troop transports, bomb craters that had obliterated the roads, tattered remnants of minefield warning signs, square-shaped mud houses riddled with bullet holes huddled together around the winding banks of the Panjshir River, its waters a deep, unfiltered sapphire. Green grass murmured around the tiny villages before slipping out to brown wastelands and dusty wadis. Beauty and desolation, life and death. Afghanistan. Derek called over the headset. 3 minutes to LZ. Palmer and George popped up. The rest of the team turned on, going from sleepy laziness to full speed in a half-second. Jackets and poncho liners were stowed, shoved into packs. Books and music players disappeared. They strapped on their gear, tightened their helmets, and readied their weapons. Kris tried to keep up. His breath fogged in front of his face. He couldn't feel his cheeks. His lungs felt like they were frozen from the inside. 1 minute. Ahead, a bend in the river cut a wide, barren portion of the valley off from the rest of the villages. The helo banked hard and spun, tilted, wobbled left and right. Finally, they set down with a lurch on the dusty ground. Kris Felt like he was in a movie, stuck between too slow and fast forward. He saw the rotors spin outside the open cargo door, the whoosh, 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 seeming to come from underwater, distorted and fractured. Men moved, scrambling, grabbing rifles, running toward the cargo door. They were in Afghanistan, with only the Shura Nazar, whom they had yet to make contact with, as their protectors. They had nothing other than what they carried on the helicopter, a scratchy satellite phone in the helo, their only link to the world. After traveling over the pass, they may as well have landed on another planet in another galaxy. They were on their own. Palmer started barking orders, and the world snapped into fast forward. Palmer's men burst out of the chopper, taking up protective positions. A group of 3 Afghans started for the chopper, AK-47s in their hands. Behind them, a ring of rusted and bullet-riddled pickup trucks waited, Afghans leaning out of the cabs and the backs of the beds, watching. Each man held a weapon. Each man stared at the helo, at the team, his eyes dark, his gaze pinched. George and Palmer strode across the grass and dirt field under the watchful eyes of the entire team. Kris saw fingers half-squeezed over triggers on nearly everyone. They were at the coordinates the Shura Nazar had given them. Was this their welcoming party? Or a trap? Kris searched the faces, looking for one he recognized, a photo from the files he had read backward and forward at Langley. He should be out there. He'd negotiated the bones of the Alliance, had done the legwork to make this happen. He needed to be there with George and Palmer. Haddad held him back. Wait for the signal. In the field, outside the bubble of wind kicked up by the spinning rotors, Palmer shook hands with one of the Afghans. George greeted him next. Their bodies were stiff, and the Afghan in the center glared at them both. He had shouldered his rifle, but the others hadn't. Palmer waved to the helo. The signal. All right, now it's showtime. Haddad looked down at Kris, his deep eyes searing into him. You're going to kick ass, Caldera. He guided Kris out of the chopper, jogging them both out to where Palmer and George waited. Haddad kept close inside Kris's shadow, his weapon at the low and ready. The rotors still spun, kicking dust into the air and blowing icy wind in cyclones around the raggedy group. Towering over them, steel-gray mountains soared like the valley was the dungeon of the earth. Kris spoke in Dari, holding out both hands for the Afghan man to take, to grasp. Thank you for your hospitality. We're the Americans. We're here to help you destroy the Taliban.
Welcome to Afghanistan. I am Faisal, the man said.
He took Kris's hands and drew him into an embrace. He smiled, his teeth square and yellowed gaps where some had fallen out.
The Shura Nazar welcomes you to our fight.
The rest of the team unloaded the helicopter as fast as they had loaded it, hauling all the gear they had packed for their invasion into the back of the Afghans' trucks. Haddad reappeared with his ruck and Kris's. He kept Kris's at his feet, even though Kris beckoned for it. Faisal told Kris they had been sent by General Khan to pick up the Americans.
We did not believe you would truly come, he said. But you're here now. I will take you to your new home in the village.
Faisal pointed up the hillside across the river past a switchback. Mud huts squatted close together overlooking the valley and scattered fields with limp crops shivering in the cold. Higher up the hill, a compound had been built into the stone. Once it had been painted white, but shrapnel and wind had chipped the paint down to the concrete blocks.
The general will see you tomorrow.
One of the trucks didn't actually work. It was tethered to another by a length of frayed rope which snapped under the combined load. 2 of Palmer's men had to unpack a length of webbing and restrap them together. The rest of the pickups strained to haul the gear, broken struts scraping as shocks compressed to the limit. Palmer ordered his men to jog alongside up to the village. George and Ryan slid into the front cab of one of the trucks. Philip and Jim nervously strapped the communications gear to the back of one and eyeballed the river. Derek volunteered to stay at the helo and shut it down. Someone would come get him later. Get on the back. Haddad nudged Kris toward the truck with the fewest bullet holes and the least scraping brakes. I'll walk, I'm fine. We're at 6,000 feet above sea level. Going up that hill, we're all going to be puking in 10 minutes. But we need you to be solid. Haddad took in the brakes and the suspension and the way the engine ground as the Afghan driver tried to move forward with the weight of their gear in the back. This truck is the best. What about the river? How are you guys going to cross that? We'll wade. I'll stay beside this truck. Come on, get up in there.
I can handle myself, Sergeant."
"I know you can, but you also have to handle all of us, too. We need you to be at your peak, especially now." He could only hold Haddad's stare for so long. Even through his sunglasses, there was something there, some intensity that made Kris turn away. Haddad's gaze seemed to go right through him, like an X-ray that turned him inside out. He felt naked down to his bones under that gaze. "Fine." The trucks lurched toward the river, kicking up dust that made them all cough. Palmer's men pulled their undershirts up, covering their noses and mouths and making them look like bandits from the Old West. From the air, the river had seemed calm, almost tranquil. As they bounced and jerked closer, Kris spotted the whitecaps breaking around submerged boulders and the rush of the current swirling in eddies. He stared at Haddad, running beside him in the pickup. Haddad frowned at the river. He looked up at Kris. "Hold on tight." "What about you?" The truck accelerated, its engine wailing as the driver floored it, heading for the riverbank. Jerking left and right, they bounced over the rocky embankment and plunged into the river. Water splashed over the cab, hitting Kris. He clung to his ruck, the crates jammed in beside him. The engine screamed underwater as the trucks rumbled through the river, water rising to the doors. They had been modified for water crossing, but still, the river current pushed at his truck, and Kris felt the tires sliding off the rocky river bottom, felt them jerk and lurch more sideways than forward. He watched Haddad, his heart in his throat, fingers scraping on the rusted frame of the truck. Haddad struggled in the water, his rifle up to his chest. He stared at Kris, striding as fast as he could against the current. Kris wanted to reach for him, pull him to safety. Haddad was a 200-pound super soldier. What could Kris really do to help him? Still, he watched, holding his breath until Haddad stumbled from the river and up the muddy bank after Kris's truck roared free. Wide arcs of frigid mud splattered over the truck bed. Kris felt it hit his cheek, saw it splatter his jacket. True to Haddad's word, 10 minutes into the drive up the hillside, Haddad, Palmer, and the rest of the soldiers started puking. They didn't stop jogging, just leaned over and hurled into the dust. As the road rose and they climbed up the first ridge, they aimed their vomit for the gorge, while trying not to slip and fall to their deaths. The road could barely be called a road. On one side, the mountain rose, sheer rock, and, far above, ice. On the other, a sickening drop, a ravine that went straight down, tangled with dead brush and 1,000 lines of snowmelt meandering down the foreboding mountains. It was wide enough for one horse, barely wide enough for the trucks. Tracks etched into the earth over centuries showed lines and lines of single-file horses had marched up and down the ridge. Deep ruts where hooves had struck caught the tires, making them spin out, lurch heart-stoppingly close to the road's edge, nearly plummeting over. One driver spun out, and the rear passenger tires hovered over empty air and nothingness before he careened back onto the trail. Kris would rather puke his guts out than fall to his death on the back of a bullet-riddled death trap, but when he tried to hop out, Haddad shook his head. He was right there, always right beside Kris and the busted gap where there should have been a tailgate. Eventually, the convoy turned onto a smaller trail, winding into a narrow mountain pass that was bull-shrivelingly terrifying. The team walked single file behind the trucks as each picked its way through frozen mud and fallen rocks. Finally, they arrived at the village. Stone huts squatted on either side of the dirt track. Mud covered the walls, insulating the homes through the bitterly cold winters. Gray dust swirled through the air, kicked up by the truck's tires. Thin men leaned on hand-hewn wooden tools, watching the convoy as dirty kids played with deflated soccer balls with faded Chinese characters. Beyond the village, tucked into the hillside, 2 buildings formed a larger compound overlooking the valley. A rutted, dead field, more dirt and broken concrete than anything else, spread in front of the compound. Decrepit tanks, remnants of the Soviet invasion, were parked at angles, pointing down the road and overlooking the village. If they tried to fire any ordnance, the tanks would blow apart. Another team of Afghans awaited them, including an older man who was clearly in charge. He wore traditional camise pants and a camouflage jacket. His beard was short and scraggly. After the convoy parked in the dirt field, Faisal and the Afghan warmly embraced. Kris stumbled from the back of the pickup, every bone in his body jarred loose from the rough ride up the mountain. Haddad was right there, steadying him. Kris squeezed Haddad's arm and headed for Faisal and his friend. "Salam," he said, one hand on his chest. Both eyebrows on the Afghan's face rose. He stared at Kris, not speaking. What was it? What about him screamed gay? He didn't think he was aggressively homosexual, not now, with his double jackets and Haddad's beanie shoved on his head. He wasn't strutting a catwalk, wasn't catcalling like he was the wildest of drag queens from the village. He didn't have eyeliner or lip gloss on. Frustration simmered within him. There was a twinkle in the Afghan's eyes, though. He chuckled and then embraced Kris, returning the greeting, speaking in Dari.
"Did America send children to fight their wars?"
God damn it. Kris forced a smile. He rubbed a hand over his chin. Despite not shaving since he had left D.C., he had only a scattered few hairs poking through. "I am jealous of you," he said, pointing to the Afghan's beard. "Mine does not grow." And, of course, he was now in a country that judged men by the thickness of their beards. The Afghan laughed again.
"My name is Ghoshi. I am the manager of this compound. It was General Massoud's Panjshir headquarters."
Pride sang through Ghoshi's words. His eyes glittered. "We thank you for your hospitality. To stay at the headquarters of the great Massoud." Kris bowed his head. He held out both hands to Ghoshi. Ghoshi clasped his hands, squeezing his fingers. Ghoshi introduced his staff, mostly kids from the village who would be managing the compound for their stay.
"They will clean, cook, do your laundry. Anything you need."
Faisal had summoned a group of Shura Nazar soldiers from seemingly nowhere, and they helped Palmer and his men unload the trucks. George and Ryan hung back, eyeing Kris as he chatted in Dari and held hands with Ghoshi. "May I introduce my fellow officers?" Kris beckoned George and Ryan over and introduced both men to Ghoshi. George and Ryan shook Goshi's hand stiffly. Ghoshi stepped back.
"This main compound is yours."
He pointed to a smaller hut, set off from the main cluster.
"That is where General Khan's men will stay. They will protect you. The rest is for you, your headquarters in Afghanistan."
"Let's take a look." Ghoshi led George, Ryan, Palmer, and Kris around the compound. The first building was an old stable, a C-shaped line of bare concrete rooms with a dirt yard in the center. Palmer and George called out rooms for their equipment, storing the food and essentials on one side, gear and medical equipment on the other. The second building, set beyond the first, was a rectangle of concrete with Soviet-style skinny double-glassed doors lining the front facade. The main floor was split, a long foyer overlooking the desiccated courtyard between the two buildings. Beyond the entrance and down a handful of steps, a sunken central space loomed large, one wall lined with bookshelves and stuffed with old books, their spines etched in Arabic scripts. 6 rooms branched off the center space with curtains nailed over their openings. A narrow hallway, with steps going farther down, led to 2 smaller rooms set off the main building by a breezeway. One was the tiny kitchen. The other had a square toilet, a hole in the ground, a spigot sticking out of the wall, and a bucket. The center space was the perfect place to set up their nerve center, radio and communications center, intel collection point, and planning station. Their nerve center would have someone from the team present around the clock. They'd be able to get radio and satellite reception if they put their dishes and antennae on the roof. The 6 rooms off the nerve center would be sleeping quarters for everyone, 2 men to a room, plus their gear. It was going to be a tight fit all around. Even though Palmer's guys had just puked their guts out, they were already hauling gear into the compound. Their crates of MREs and enough bottled water for an army went to the stables. All comms equipment went to the second building, their headquarters, and Jim and Philip started working with Warwick, Palmer's communications sergeant, to set up the array of computers, radios, satellites, generators, and surveillance equipment. Almost as an afterthought, everyone dropped their rucks in the room they claimed as their own. Kris searched for his ruck in the dwindling pile of gear in the dirt courtyard. It was conspicuously missing. He caught sight of Haddad winding his way into their headquarters, hauling 2 rucks, one in each hand. Kris started after him, but stopped when he saw George pull Haddad aside, say some words, and gesture to Kris's pack. Haddad nodded once, twice, and then again. He jogged down the concrete steps as George headed back out. The Afghan soldiers loaned from General Khan, waiting with Ghashi, watched everything like they were seeing a feast spread out before them. Most Afghans lived on $50 a year. Kris and the team had brought not just millions in cash, but millions of dollars worth of gear. Kris grabbed one of the money-stuffed duffels and slipped the first packet of mission cash out. "Agaha Ghashi," he said, using the honorific Agaha. "I know these men are proud fighters, great men of your forces."
"They are, Gulbaha American."
Kris gritted his teeth. Gul Bahar meant spring flower in Dari. "I would like to offer to pay them $100 a week to keep us safe, us and our equipment." He handed out cash to each soldier, pressing the crisp American bill into their palms. American foreign policy hard at work. The Afghan soldiers' eyes lit up.
"That is a good start,"
Ghashi said carefully.
"But General Khan will want to negotiate. The rest of the army needs provisions, food, winter clothes, ammunition, weapons, salaries."
"We will outfit the Shiranazar. I promise." Ghashi squinted.
"I've heard American promises before."
American foreign policy, with all its warts and wrinkles. Kris held out his hand, palm up. "I'm here now, General. I keep promises." Ghashi clasped his hand, shaking it gently. He smiled.
"Gulbahar, I have lived 3 of your lives. Your country makes and breaks promises as the sun rises and sets. You are here now, but for how long? How long until your promises start to break? I will never understand America, but—" he sighed. "You are here now, so we will see. General Khan will see you tomorrow."
Philip and Warwick spent hours setting up the communications array, at least enough so that George and Ryan could send a message back to D.C. and to CENTCOM, confirming their arrival in country. The first order of business, after contacting Langley, was to set up the signals intercept array. With the signals intercept, they could break into the Taliban's radio frequencies and start listening in on their enemy. Back in the U.S., it would have been easy. In the Panjshir, working with the single generator and 1 helicopter's worth of gear, it was a laborious process. Satellite dishes from large to tiny poked out from under camouflage netting on the roof of their headquarters, and a generator rumbled beside the dishes and antennae next to a solar-powered battery backup. The nerve center looked like a computer repair shop had exploded. Bare light bulbs, strung from electrical cords hanging on nails, cast long shadows over everything. Empty crates became stools and tables, lining the walls around the main room. Kris finally found his pack, and Haddad in one of the tiny curtained rooms as the sun was setting, throwing long lines of tawny light through the open patio doors at the front of the compound. The building had a musty scent, as if it had been locked up for too long, unused and unentered. George wanted the doors open, even though it was freezing. The rooms were cramped and square, with dusty rugs stretched across the floors, faded and worn, and nothing else. The air was cold, damp. The musty smell was stronger in the rooms. Haddad had emptied his ruck, and what looked like an entire pharmacy was spread out in the tiny room. Medicines, syringes, IV bags, lines, bandages, splints, surgical tools, and more. He had the same basic gear Kris had, a 60-pound load, plus most of the medical gear for the team. How had he managed to pack all that? Kris towed a bucket of pool chlorine powder, something that came off the shelf at any Walmart store. Chlorine? For pools? It will kill anything in the water. We can use it in the bathroom, too. Keep things sanitary. And for drinking. If we have to resort to using it, this will make the water safe to drink for us. I didn't think it was that easy. Well, it will give us a bad stomach upset. The cure is only slightly better than the disease. Haddad shrugged. I'm going to set up a makeshift clinic down in one of the stables so everyone has access to what they need, whenever they need it. He frowned at the rest of the gear he had spread around, his ammo and spare batteries, night vision goggles and scopes, clothing and GPS and electronics. Kind of a tight fit in here. Chris's stomach clenched. I'll find somewhere else to crash. I just came to get this. He hefted his ruck, holding his breath. All the other rooms are full. Haddad kept stacking medical supplies in his arms. He didn't look at Kris. What had George said to Haddad? Had he warned Haddad away, told him to be careful of the gay one? Was all this gear everywhere Haddad's way of saying he wouldn't fit, he wasn't welcome? Kris lifted his chin. Fine, then. Add Haddad's name to the list of people he would prove wrong. I'll figure something out. Thanks for bringing my ruck in, but I can handle it myself. Haddad's hand on his elbow stopped him. It's going to be a tight fit, but we'll make it work. 5. Panjshir Valley, Afghanistan, September 23rd, 2001. Kris was in Lower Manhattan, at Church and Barclay Streets. The World Trade Center, the Twin Towers, soared above. He'd thought once that the buildings held up the stars, kept the blue of the sky above from crashing down on the city. They were the pillars of the world, fixtures in his life from when he was a toddler growing up on the Lower East Side. But the towers were on fire, billowing flames and black smoke rising and rising, clouds like shadows blocking out the sun. Planes kept flying into the towers, endless numbers of planes turning over Manhattan, flying too low over the city. He heard the roar, felt the rumble in his bones from jet engines only feet above his head. He tried to scream, tried to bellow, but nothing came out. His voice was gone, and no matter how much he screamed, the jets kept flying closer, closer, closer. He fell to his knees as a plane slammed into the South Tower again. His knees hit dust, a powder that felt like the moon. He pitched forward, burying his face in the desolation, his fingers trying to grab something, anything in the dust. His hands closed around bone. Rearing back, Kris tried to crawl away. Bones surrounded him everywhere. A leg bone, a thigh next to a skull, staring at him with vacant eyes, resting cockeyed in the dust. The towers were gone, and so were the flames. All he could see in every direction was dust and bones. Bones flung in every direction, a graveyard of bones, thousands and thousands of human beings. Ash fell from the sky, the remnants of the world, his world, coating his skin and choking his lungs. He couldn't breathe. Ash clung to him, and dust. He screamed, trying to get the dust off. It was dust of the world, dust of the dead. Dead he'd failed. The dust was trying to kill him, trying to turn him to dust as well. He wanted to give in, let them have him. He felt his soul begin to shatter. Shapes moved in the gloom. He tried to reach out, beg for help. Marwan al-Shahi appeared, grinning, like in his passport photo. Khalid al-Mihdar followed, blank eyes staring Kris down. Muhammad Atta strode out of the gloom, behind al-Shahi, his square jaw, his dark eyes, a permanent scowl etched on his face, lines across his skin made from hate and endless wrath. Black flags flapped in a hot wind, snapping and cracking like gunshots, like planes slamming into buildings. He had something in his hand. Kris tried to back away, tried to crawl away. He screamed, flinging dust and ash at the hijackers' faces. "You did this," he wailed. "You murdered everyone." "No," Atta said. He kept coming, rising over Kris, looming over him. He was as tall as the World Trade Center had been, as tall as the towers. His eyes were hollow, empty sockets, images of two planes slamming into the Twin Towers, playing on repeat in the darkness where his eyeballs should have been. "You did this." Atta's arm fell, slashing at Kris, cutting him to pieces, shredding him with the box cutter he had used to hijack American Airlines Flight 11. Caldera! Caldera! Kris! Shaking woke him, rough jerks that ripped him from his nightmare. He gasped. Frigid air filled his lungs. The cold stabbed his insides. He rolled over, coughing into the floor. He expected to see blood. Haddad hovered beside him, One hand squeezed Kris's shoulder. Kris could barely see the outline of Haddad's face. The world was dark, pitch black.
What time is it?
0400. Everyone is asleep. Haddad ran his hand across Kris's back, inside his sleeping bag.
You're shaking.
I'm fine. Kris pushed himself up. He was tangled in his sleeping bag, and his jacket and fleece pullover were twisted straight-jacket-like. The freezing night air had slipped under his layers. His skin felt like a sheet of ice had frozen to him. He couldn't stop shaking. Shivers, or his nightmare, he couldn't tell. He heard a zipper, the long line of Haddad's sleeping bag opening.
Come with me.
Haddad held out his hand. Kris stumbled up, slithering out of his own sleeping bag and straightening his layers. He'd have to put on more clothes. Their stone headquarters did nothing to stop the chill. He wrapped his Gore-Tex jacket around him, burying his face in the turned-up collar. Haddad guided him out of their cramped room and through the nerve center. Laptops whirred, and the radio was set on a low, soft crackle. Snores rose from the other sleeping rooms, behind curtains. After days of travel, the team was finally sleeping, and sleeping hard. Haddad kept going, slipping out into the dead courtyard between their two buildings. 3 Afghan soldiers, huddled near a fire on the other side of the dirt patch, bundled in thick woolen blankets. They talked softly, AK-47s resting nearby. They were the night guards, keeping an eye on the team while they slept. Haddad led him to the small fire ring glowing with the last of the banked embers from their fire the night before. They'd all sat around the flames once Palmer and George had outlined their mission for the coming days. After the briefing, there hadn't been much to do except think. Kris squatted, huddling with his hands in his armpits and trying to keep warm as Haddad turned the coals over, tossing more sticks on the fire and blew on the embers. When the flames flickered to life, Haddad stepped back and moved to Kris's side. He wrapped his arms around Kris, briskly rubbing up and down his back. The heat of the fire licked up Kris's body, but it was Haddad's warmth that seeped into his bones. He went limp, slumping into Haddad's hold.
Better?
Want
to talk about it?
Kris shook his head. He couldn't even think. His nightmares painted images for him, screamed at him when he slept. He couldn't put the words together in his mind when he was awake. The attacks? And who was to blame? What would Haddad, this vanguard of American fury, of patriotic fervor, a literal superhero sent to avenge the deaths of thousands, think if he could see Kris's nightmare? If he knew the truth? Haddad kept stroking up and down Kris's back, his movements slowing, becoming softer.
You said you're from New York.
Kris nodded.
The Bronx? Brooklyn?
No need to be insulting. Kris tried to smile. He couldn't. Manhattan. Lower East Side. Haddad breathed in and out slowly.
I'm sorry.
I haven't been back since high school. I don't know anyone. His throat closed. I don't think I know anyone who was in the towers. He thought back to his last year of school. Hadn't Junior and Mateo wanted to be firemen one day? Hadn't Celia said she was going to work in those towers no matter what, even if she had to work as a cleaning lady or a food server in the McDonald's? Mr. Birmingham had always told her to dream bigger, to imagine herself in one of the offices up there, a corner office, with a view of the glittering sky. Celia said she'd never be smart enough for that. But Kris had never thought he'd be in Afghanistan, or have jumped out of a plane, or have joined the CIA. Sweet Jesus, who had he lost from his past? Celia was a mean bitch with a cruel streak, and she'd picked on him for years, taunting his eyeliner and the way he loosened his tie, his shell necklace, and the shortest shorts he could get away with in the summer months. But she was smart, and she could have made it, could have had that corner office, and no one deserved that day, and he had... He was going to vomit. Kris shoved Haddad away, falling as he twisted, landing on his knees. His stomach flipped, turned itself inside out,
Rancid vomit clawed its way up his throat, scalding his insides.
Last night's dinner, prepared by Gashi's teen Afghan boys, reappeared. Weak broth. Haddad stroked his back again, his large hand making circles from Kris's shoulders to his waist. He said nothing. Kris sat back, trying to block out the memories, the years he'd spent growing up in the shadows of the towers, years of being a barrio kid, imagining climbing out of the barrio and the tenements and up to those glass and steel towers. Every kid on the block had pinned their hopes somewhere on those towers. Every kid had a dream of escaping up the towers like ladders into the sky, all the way to the stars. Catch a plane and fly away. Disappear to a new life. Once, he'd thought he could climb to the top, to where they disappeared into the clouds and search for a new home, one where there were people like him, and he wasn't stared at for being brown, or gay, or young, or chided for having an attitude, or told he had to do better, had to be different. Somewhere that world existed. He'd known it. He just had to find it. Haddad wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him close. Kris slid on the dirt, boneless, and fell into Haddad's arms and his chest, face first. He let the smoke wash over him, tasted ash on his tongue. Memories played an endless loop, his childhood under the shadows of the twin towers. In the morning they came tumbling down. The fire crackled, flames sparking, snapping. All he could hear were screams. In the morning, Faisal, who stayed in the village with Gashi and his family, walked over to the compound as the rest of the team was waking up. Groaning and huddling around the fire, everyone shared pots of hot water for their instant coffee and waited, sullen and tired, for Gashi's staff to cook breakfast.
"General Khan will be here to see you at noon."
They moved into high gear after that. George pulled Kris into his and Ryan's room, where they had stashed George's duffel of cash. Together, they counted out $1 million.
"We'll give this to him to show him we're not fucking around. We're here to do business."
"George, Afghans are very proud people. They won't just take money from your hands."
$1 million? Yeah, he'll take it.
Kris kept his mouth shut. Gashi's staff started preparing lunch immediately after the breakfast of fresh-baked bread and eggs from the chickens that roamed the village and the hillside wherever they wished. Young boys ran everywhere in the morning, collecting eggs from nests hidden in ditches and under scrub brushes and bringing them to Gashi for an apple or tomato. Just before noon, Gashi spread out a large blanket on the dirt in the courtyard and scattered flat, faded cushions along the edges. A breeze flitted through the village, cutting and cold. Most of the team hovered around the fire, still blazing in the courtyard. Philip and Jim stayed up in the nerve center trying to crack the Taliban's radio net. A cloud of gray dust moving up the valley's single-pocked road signaled the general's arrival. Kris stood with George and Ryan, the official political delegation from the CIA. Technically, Ryan shouldn't have been there, but he slid up on the other side of George, and Kris didn't have the energy to fight. Haddad hovered behind the group, sitting on the steps leading to their headquarters building in front of an open patio door. He watched Kris, his face blank. General Khan brought a security detachment of Shura Nazar soldiers, about 20 men. They clambered out of the bullet-riddled trucks in the convoy and positioned themselves around the general's Russian-made jeep. Palmer and his men stiffened, their hands reaching for the weapons strapped to their thighs. Khan gazed at the compound. He held both hands cupped to the sky over his head, his eyes closed, before striding across the dirt and passing through the front archway of the stables. He was shorter than nearly everyone on their team, but burly. Thick black hair spilled down his shoulders beneath the flat-topped pakul, the woolen cap all Afghan men wore. He had a large, wiry beard like a pirate from the days of old and wore a Russian-made camouflage uniform. He stared at everyone, eyeballing them each for a long moment. When his gaze landed on Kris, he broke into a wide smile.
"You must be Gul Bahar," he chuckled. "I see why the name stuck."
He spoke in Dari. Faisal, Khan's translator, hung by his shoulder.
"If you wore a turban, You'd be a beautiful Afghan boy."
George coughed, glancing sidelong at Kris. He knew just enough Parsi, the Iranian version of Dari, to parse out what Khan had said. Kris smiled. "Assalamu alaikum, General Khan." He pulled off his gloves and held out his hand delicately. "Chutor aste." Khan took his hand, placing his own free hand over his heart.
"Wa alaikum assalam. Tashakkur fazal koda ost."
"Thanks to God, I am good." Kris pressed his hand over his heart with a smile, then cupped Khan's hands in both of his.
"It has been some time since I was here,"
Khan continued in Dari. He looked over Kris and George's heads to their headquarters.
"This was where I last saw General Massoud. We dined together in his house."
He pointed to the building they now lived in. "General Khan, we thank you for your honor. To stay in the general's home." Kris smiled, his breath shaky. "You honor us too much." General Khan's eyes narrowed. One corner of his mouth curled up an almost smile.
"We will see if the honor is worth it."
On the other side of George, Ryan cleared his throat. He didn't speak a lick of Dari. He had no idea what was going on. His impatience was showing. "General, may I introduce you to Aga'at George and Aga'at Ryan?" Kris used the deferential title to delineate the authority of George and Ryan over him. "We are CIA officers, here to help the Shura Nazar." George held out his gloved hand and pumped Khan's once. Ryan followed suit with a firm handshake. Khan frowned. He stepped back.
"General, we have much to discuss."
As George spoke, Faisal translated the English to Dari for Khan. Kris listened.
"We need to coordinate with the Shura Nazar and prepare the battlefield for the U.S.'s invasion. First, we will eat."
Khan spread his hands to the feast Gashi had laid out on the sheet in the yard. Boiled meats, dates, almonds, fresh yogurt, sliced tomatoes, fresh baked flatbread, and watermelon.
"Come, we will eat together."
Kris heard George's teeth grind, but they followed Khan to the blanket and crouched down, sitting on the faded, lumpy cushions. Khan invited his men to join them. He was relaxed, jovial on the surface, but Kris watched him watching George and Ryan with an intensity that rivaled a hawk's. No one accidentally became a general in the Shura Nazar. Khan was not a young man. He'd been a warrior his whole life. Out of the mix and pull of rival generals and the fractious and bitter conglomeration that was the Shura Nazar, how had Khan become the heir apparent to Massoud? Kris leaned into Khan's shoulder and asked. Khan leaned back into Kris, smiling as he answered. He gestured wildly, great sweeps of his arms that matched how loudly and vibrantly he spoke.
"After the assassination by those Bin Laden dogs, there was anarchy. Faisal was there."
He gestured to Faisal, sitting opposite George.
"He was injured in the bomb blast."
Khan pointed to Faisal's head, to the scabs and burns healing down his face and neck.
"No one knew what to do. Everyone was frozen. Massoud had been their general for their entire lives, almost like a father."
Khan's expression pinched.
"They needed leadership, strength, like Massoud. I provided it." "General Khan arranged for the helicopter that evacuated General Massoud. We thought he might survive if he got to Dushanbe, but—"
Faisal said in English, until his voice faltered. He looked down. One of the Shura Nazar soldiers wrapped an arm around him, squeezed his shoulders.
"I told them to say nothing. Not a word. We kept his death secret until I could radio all the commanders in the Shura Nazar. I told the other generals personally what had happened, and then asked for their pledge. I said we would avenge Massoud together. They wanted to be a part of that."
Stunned, Kris turned to George, translating quickly. George stared back at him, silent. Without Khan, the entire Shura Nazar could have fallen into fractious infighting, blood feuds, and rivalries that could have allowed the Taliban to seize the entirety of Afghanistan in a matter of days. If the Shura-Nazar had turned inward, fighting each other, there would have been nothing to stand against the Taliban or against Bin Laden.
And, after what happened, the attacks in America,
Khan shrugged, switching to stilted English.
We knew the Americans would be coming. We are glad for your assistance. George smiled, full of teeth.
Khan's gaze turned sharp. He set down his cup of tea.
So, tell me, what is it the Americans want in Afghanistan?
Faisal struggled to keep up with the translation as George launched into his pitch, eagerly pushing the CIA's mission. They were there to establish a base of operations in the Panjshir, setting the stage for the U.S. military's invasion force. They were also there to beef up the Shura-Nazar so they and the U.S. military could work together to topple and crush the Taliban and Bin Laden.
So when will you leave?
Khan interrupted George's flood of words, his promises of support and cash in his clipped, heavily accented English.
We're staying until the job is complete and the Taliban are gone, until Afghanistan is safe again, and no longer a haven for terrorism.
Khan's glare seemed etched in stone as Faisal finished his translation.
We have a gift for you, in fact, a show of good faith.
George reached behind him. The double-wrapped plastic bag of $1 million rested in the dirt behind his back. He held it out to Khan.
$1 million, General, to outfit your men, to buy weapons, ammunition, and clothing. Think of this as a down payment.
Faisal spoke softly as he translated. They stared down at the blanket. Khan gazed right past the cash, past George's outstretched hands. He acted as if it wasn't even there, like George hadn't even spoken. The cash and George hung in the silence, waiting and waiting. Kris plucked the cash from George's hands and set it down off to his side. He ignored it and George's glare. We plan on airlifting humanitarian aid to the valley as well, General, he said smoothly, in Dari. Khan finally smiled. He reached for Kris's hand.
Our people suffer. This feast is the nicest I have eaten in a year.
The soldiers next to him looked scrawny in their Russian camouflage, and they'd picked clean the meal Gashi had prepared.
The people need help, food, clothing, water. We will provide that and more, George spoke as soon as Kris translated. General, we also want to set up a joint intelligence cell, share intelligence between the Shura-Nazar and the CIA. This intelligence will go both ways. You will share what you discover. Or will this just be my men giving you what you do not know?
George faltered, hesitating after Kris relayed Khan's words. Kris jumped back in before Ryan could blunder the conversation. He'd been blessedly silent thus far. We will share our intelligence with you, General Khan. There is much we don't know about Afghanistan, and we need your expertise to understand.
Gulbahar, you seem to understand a great deal.
Khan's hand landed on Kris's knee, squeezing. George stared at Khan's hand. Kris could feel the weight of his gaze, the heavy judgment.
Our first mission, General, is to create a clear and precise map of the battlefield.
Ryan leaned forward around George. Kris sighed. Ryan just couldn't stay silent.
We need to understand precisely where the front lines are, yours and the Taliban's.
Kris translated before Ryan could make any more demands.
We have maps.
Khan motioned to his jeeps. Two young soldiers scurried away and jogged back with a stack of antique maps from the Soviet Union. Pencil marks had been drawn and erased and redrawn for years, the fluctuating lines of the front changing with each passing winter. Like ghosts, Gashi's boys cleared the dishes from the sheet, and Khan spread his map over the ground. Ryan and George pulled out their own maps, printed by the CIA before they left Langley, and laid them alongside Khan's. Khan's was far more detailed. Kris translated, reading up positions of Khan's forces and the Taliban on the map and tracing the front lines that made the shape of a giant L across the northwest corner of Afghanistan into Badakhshan province and the Panjshir Valley. From east to west, crossing north of Kabul and bisecting Bagram Airfield to Jalalabad and then shooting straight north to the Tajikistan border and into the mountains. Where are the Taliban? Kris translated for Ryan.
They are entrenched all along their front lines. Massive artillery formations, anti-aircraft battalions, and thousands of foreign fighters have been joining them since the strikes in New York.
The words stuck in Kris's throat as he translated. Strikes in New York. The American homeland attacked. Americans dying inside their borders. Never before had that happened. Never, ever before. And he'd let it happen. He forced himself back to the conversation, back to the Dari in English flying around him.
What are your plans here, in our country? What is your timetable for destroying the Taliban? When will you bring in your bombs? How will you help the people here, who suffer the most under the Taliban? When will things get done? And when will you leave?
Kris translated Khan's questions carefully, holding George's steady gaze. George wasn't pleased.
We have an immense amount to do and only 24 hours each day to work with. Before anything happens, we need to scope out the lay of the land. Send out a team to recon Taliban positions. Identify exactly where the Shura-Nazar forces are. Create a map of the battlefield. We can only do one thing at a time. We have to do this right.
General Khan was scowling before Kris finished translating.
Right now, the Taliban and the Shura-Nazar are at an impasse. Neither side is strong enough to break the other, Aga George. But every day, thousands of fighters come to join the Taliban and Al-Qaeda and to kill Americans and anyone who helps the Americans. My people.
Khan thumped his chest.
My people are the ones who have been fighting the Taliban for years. You say you need our help, but you refuse to help my people in return.
Kris spoke in English to Ryan and George. He's pissed. We need to give him and his people something, and soon.
We just gave him $1 million.
George frowned as Ryan scowled. Kris smiled at Khan and bowed his head as he spoke in Dari. We need to scout the terrain. Prepare for our forces before they can arrive. To do that, we need vehicles. He nodded to the rusted hulks of scrap that had brought them up the mountain. We won't take your trucks. You and your men need them. We will need to buy trucks. Will you find 4 trucks for us? We will purchase them at fair prices. And, Kris grasped Khan's hand as Khan's frown darkened, we will use these trucks to not only scout the lines but deliver aid to your people. And as soon as we can, we will arrange for more food to be sent. Khan stroked his dark beard. He squeezed Kris's hand, holding it on Kris's knee.
This will help my people, yes. 4 trucks will be expensive, though. They will cost $15,000 each.
$15,000 for heaps of scrap? Kris smiled. Alhamdulillah.
I will return tomorrow with your trucks, Gulbahar.
Khan held Kris's hand in the air, celebrating, and then released his grasp. Ryan and George stared at him, their gazes hard enough to chisel stone. Kris answered their unasked questions. I bought us trucks. We need to get around. I also said we would deliver aid as we scouted the front lines. George kept his face neutral, a practiced skill.
What aid?
He asked carefully. We're being fed by Gashi every day. We can spare the MREs we brought until we schedule a humanitarian aid drop. Ryan leaned across George, eyes wide, as he seemed ready to tear Kris a new asshole. George held him back.
We'll discuss this later.
He took a deep breath and smiled at Khan. He spoke to Kris. See who speaks Russian. I want this joint intel cell set up ASAP. I need the people in it to speak Russian so I can communicate with them. Kris translated, turning away from George. The back of his neck burned. Why did George need to speak directly to the intel cell? He was a translator on the mission, wasn't he?
Several of my officers speak Russian, Khan replied. They were educated in Tashkent and Dushanbe and in Yekaterinburg. I will send them to you tomorrow."
Kris relayed Khan's words and frowned at George. "George, we're going to be limited to the top range of the weakest Russian speaker." He left out his concerns that the weakest individual could be George himself. "I can translate Dari for the intel cell."
"No, you can't, Kris."
George gave him a thin, strained smile.
"Because you're going to scout the front lines."
David watched the meeting from the compound's entrance, manning the point position on the team. Palmer had spread out everyone, encircling Khan's party and the CIA team, creating a security bubble for their people. Everyone on David's team had their weapons in hand, fingers curled around the triggers. One wrong move, one hint of subterfuge, or an attack. His gaze kept dragging to Kris, no matter how he tried to look away. Kris, speaking fluent Dari and connecting with Khan in all the right ways, as courteous and respectful as the suavest socialite in Benghazi or Beirut or Cairo. He knew the rhythms of the people, that was obvious. He knew how to move and breathe with Islam, how to live in the religion in a way that David only barely remembered. Kris had spoken Arabic to David like it sounded in David's dreams, his earliest memories. David had thought he'd covered his accent, had made it purposefully bland, purposefully Gulf with faint hints of Egyptian. He'd thought wrong if Kris could uncover him so completely from their first hello. But that was just one more thing to bury. 16 hours they'd been in Afghanistan. He'd kept his mind occupied from the moment they had entered Afghan airspace, running through the mission over and over. What would happen when they landed? Who would take the lead? Palmer's orders, his mission plan, their contingencies. Kris. Palmer had told them all before the CIA showed up that they would have to take the lead in securing the CIA officers with whom they were partnering. They had to make sure none of them got shot, kidnapped, or executed. Who knew what the circumstances were on the ground? It was up to them to keep everyone alive, keep the mission going. So far, the situation seemed far better than their most dire predictions back in Tashkent had imagined. But still, he'd kept close to Kris, shielded him in the helo, watched over him on the journey to the compound, delayed and delayed until there was only one choice left for a roommate in a sleeping room. Kris was both the mission and a distraction. A man David was obligated to protect, to defend, and a man who called to him. He could feel his blood stirring, his body turning, waking in ways he'd forbidden, other than the briefest, most fleeting encounter. That, and Kris, were distractions, but not just from their mission. Afghanistan as a land, as a people, had been mythic, larger than life. During the run-up to the mission, Palmer and the rest of the operations staff had spoken in cold, clinical terms, briefing the team on the landscape, the environment, expected hostilities. He'd been awash in preparations, reeling, like everyone had been, and consumed with a sense of purpose. Go, do, act, revenge. Purpose had drowned the hidden shadows that lingered in his soul, slid between his bones, caressed the spaces between his ribs. 21 years ago, he had fled Libya, hand in hand with his mother, fled the sand and the sun and the Arabic, the daily rhythms of Islam, the calls to prayer, and the way the sun slanted through the morning windows, bursting the prayer rugs he and his father kept side by side to vibrant, vivacious life. There were worn spots on their prayer rugs at the knees and where their foreheads hit the rug together. His father's prayer rug, older, more used, had a bald spot where his forehead rested 5 times every day for the length of David's memories. 21 years and 12 days. That was how long it had been since he had thought of Islam, thought of his father, thought of the words of the Koran, the prayers that used to slip over his lips in time with his father's voice. Memories lived in shadow, buried in his bones, pushed down so deep he was a smuggler of his own existence, his own past. Until 12 days ago. September 11th. To be Arab, to be Muslim after September 11th, especially in America, was to be full of questions, confusion, horror, rage. To have the words of the Koran inside of him, the rhythms of Islam in his soul, so long dead and buried he had thought they'd atrophied and atomized into a billion pieces of sand and had blown away, was a slowly opening abyss.
We're going to go over there and we're going to kill all those towel-headed motherfuckers that think they can get away with this. We are going to avenge the deaths of our countryman. Hoorah!
Palmer's commander, their unit colonel, had led them all in a raging speech shortly before they had taken off for Tashkent.
We're going to kill every one of them, every single one!
21 years ago, David had left it all behind. He wasn't a Muslim. He wasn't an Arab. Not anymore. The muezzin's call to Isha prayer, the nightly prayer after the sun had set and the stars unfurled above, their first night in Afghanistan, had struck his soul like lightning. His memories were a weather vane, a lightning rod. Images flickered in the dark as he lay in their new compound, surrounded by his team and with Kris sleeping 2 feet away. Images of his father praying the night before it happened. Their bodies moving as one, folding, bending, kneeling. In his mind, he wasn't 31, he was 10, suddenly from the first note of the muezzin's wail until sometime late in the night when his soul was released, and he floated back through space and time, back to the man he'd become. Kris, with his fiery eyes, his flashing smile sharp enough to cut, to hurt, was like an oasis in the Sahara. Take me from these memories, he thought in a small voice. His 10-year-old voice whispered, I'm not Muslim. I'm not Libyan. I'm American. I'm here to do my job, serve my country, complete my mission. His gaze drifted back to Kris. 21 years ago and 12 days ago, simultaneously, his world had been ripped apart. Certainty became a chasm. Truths he had stood on for years had vanished, leaving only questions. A boy after his after, and an Arab after September 11th. As a child, he'd nurtured a love of silence, especially after. Stillness. The thought that if he didn't move, didn't change, nothing would happen. Nothing would move on from that moment. As a man, he charged ahead. The only way through was forward. The way back was lost, gone forever. Answers, if there were any, belonged to someone else. But now, a man had walked into his life, a slender young man, barbed and pointed and fighting tooth and nail. In Kris's life there were no questions. How could there be when he was so vividly alive? A man like Kris, who lived life out loud, but who had joined the CIA to work in secrets and silence, and who concealed nothing of himself except everything that mattered. Who was he? Why did David want to crawl to him, stay by his side until his heart stopped beating? Like a wave, trying to curl up the sandy shore, beating against the earth ceaselessly, always trying again. Parts of David reached for Kris. Foolish, his mind whispered. So foolish. But he had questions. So many questions. And maybe Kris had answers. 6. Panjshir Valley, Afghanistan, September 27th, 2001. War, like all things, moved slowly. Scouting the front lines was delayed. The trucks Kris ordered from Khan arrived through Ghashi and Faisal, hopes of scrap metal with bullet holes and overheating engines. Each had a bucket of water in the bed and old mounts for a Russian PK machine gun. They'd been technicals once, the light cavalry of warlords in sanctioned countries the world over, old beat-up pickups retrofitted with machine guns.
Captured from Taliban,
Faisal said, pride in his voice.
Now they are ours. Yours.
Despite General Khan's insistence that he wanted to move quickly, he still seemed to operate on Afghan time. George, Ryan, and Palmer fumed as one day bled into the next, and Shura-Nazar officers still hadn't arrived for the Joint Intelligence Cell. The culture isn't based on linear thinking, George. Kris tried to calm another of Ryan and George's rants. They paced on the concrete porch as they drank cups of instant coffee. The culture is based on relationships, impressions. Time is an afterthought to the importance of relationships.
We don't have time to waste on relationships, George growled.
You're going to have to make time. You can't force this. We're guests in their country asking for their help.
Ryan snorted. We can do this without their help. We really can.
George's jaw worked, his teeth grinding.
What do you suggest, Caldera, as the Afghanistan expert?
Slow down. Connect more with Khan, with the Shiranazar forces.
Speaking of connecting...
George shot a harsh glare at Ryan, shaking his head sharply. Ryan held up his hands, but he stared Kris down.
How are the intercepts coming?
Kris sighed. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the headache that lived behind his eyeballs. Good, so far. We're getting a shit ton of traffic. I'm going as fast as I can, but... He trailed off. His fastest still wasn't enough to keep up with everything they were getting. Half a day in country, Philip had broken into the Taliban radio net. Every Taliban radio transmission in range of their receivers was vacuumed up and recorded. Kris spent hours listening in real time and to the recordings, translating endless conversations in Dari and Arabic. Al-Qaeda used a different radio frequency, and Philip hadn't had as much success breaking into their radio net yet. Part of the problem was that the team's headquarters was so far from Al-Qaeda's base of operations. The Taliban front lines were much closer.
Sergeant Haddad has been helping you translate?
George's voice went thin. His gaze was guarded. Kris nodded. He said nothing. Haddad stuck to him like he was Kris's personal shadow, from sunrise when the team rose all through the day and into the evening. When the radio transmissions started piling up, Haddad jumped in, grabbing a set of headphones and listening in to the Arabic transmissions, the Taliban communicating with Al-Qaeda or foreign fighters within the Taliban ranks. He and Haddad hadn't spoken much. Translating radio intercepts wasn't a talkative job. After, Kris was so brain-dead and exhausted that he usually stayed quiet throughout dinner and the team meetings. But Haddad was always right there, at his side. Most evenings he sat close enough that Kris could slouch into his side. He could almost rest his head on Haddad's shoulder. But he didn't. Not because he didn't want to. It was Ryan who stopped him, and George. The eyes that followed him at headquarters, the snide comments behind his back, the guys from the farm, even in training, who'd thought he'd never make it through, would never graduate and become an officer. Everything and everyone stopped him. Ryan's eyes glittered, the way he watched Kris like a predator stalking a gazelle on the savannah. One wrong move, one mistake, and Kris would prove everyone's worst imaginings, their worst prejudices, right. And what would Haddad think if he folded into Haddad bodily the way his soul was folding into his care and comfort? What was this between them? He didn't know, and he couldn't know, couldn't imagine anything either. There was no time, no space to wonder or to dream. Each day was spent living 1 hour at a time, doing what they had to do, building an alliance, starting a war, striking back. Every night, Kris retreated to his sleeping bag early, collapsing for a few hours of fitful sleep. He woke in the middle of the night, inevitably, and crawled out to the radio room. If he was up, then he might as well translate some radio intercepts. Haddad had followed him about an hour later the first night. He hadn't said anything, just sat beside Kris and started working on his own translations. Every morning, as the first beams of the cold marigold sun began to peek through the mountains, Haddad brought him a cup of instant coffee and insisted he take a break. The rest of the team woke up to them sitting around the fire, sometimes talking softly, sometimes just staring at the flames. Occasionally, Haddad asked about life at the CIA, what Kris did at Langley, and how he liked working there. Kris asked him about the Army, about the Special Forces. Haddad said training was awful. He loved the camaraderie and brotherhood, and that he had deployed to Somalia and survived the Battle of Mogadishu. He didn't say much after that. There was no privacy in their compound or in the village. Everyone saw how Haddad stuck by him, how close they were becoming. Every meal was eaten side by side. They all ate together on a wide blanket spread in the corner of the main compound, surrounded by cushions. Occasionally, Haddad slid a piece of meat to Kris's plate or gave him 2 apples and his hunk of fresh-baked bread. Every night, they retired to the same sleeping room. Their sleeping bags were islands in the little stone room, though. As much as Kris might wonder what was happening between them, the 6 inches of empty space between their sleeping bags was answer enough. To Haddad, he must be someone to protect, a part of the mission, something catalogued and itemized and checked, like his medical equipment and his rifle. Should he be bothered that Haddad thought he needed so much caretaking? The truth was, he didn't want to fight it. He liked Haddad's protection, his quiet care. A part of him even craved it. Dangerous ground, he warned himself. Dangerous territory. Focus on the mission. Besides, you're not worth someone like him. He should do better than the likes of you. Kris slipped up to the roof of their compound in the evenings to watch the sunset. Philip and Jim were up there 5 times a day, cleaning the fuel filter of the generator and trying to keep their power up and running. The fuel in Afghanistan was so poorly refined that it clogged their generator, shutting everything down. When Derek saw the condition of the generator's filter, he booked it back down to the airfield and checked their parked helo. Both fuel filters were clogged, almost completely. Had they flown any farther during their initial flight, they would have stalled and crashed. Afghanistan's war-ravaged past littered the country as far as the eye could see. The village they were in had been captured 6 out of the 8 times the Soviets had invaded the Panjshir Valley. It was the high water mark of their invasion. They'd never succeeded in advancing any farther. The Afghans had pushed them back each time, devastating the Soviets. For months, the village had been shelled and bombed day and night during the invasion, almost 15 years before. Every building had crumbled. The rubble of old houses stood beside the new square mud homes. The entire village shifted 10 feet to the left. Resilience in its purest form. Massoud had led his fighters against the Soviets and against the Taliban. He'd been an Afghan nationalist for longer than Kris had been alive. His presence, his influence, his leadership was everywhere in the Panjshir, permeating the people and the nation. Al-Qaeda had succeeded where empires had failed, extinguishing the life of the strongest warlord in Afghanistan. Massoud's death had been their opening act to September 11th. If September 11th hadn't happened, if it had been stopped, would Massoud still be alive? Could it have been stopped? If his team, if he had shared what they knew of Marwan al-Shahi, Nawaf al-Hazmi, and Khalid al-Midhar, could the hijackers have been stopped? He tried to rein in his morose thoughts, tried to stop the tumble and slide of his mind into the darkness of shame. Caldera? Haddad's voice cut through the miasma, the fog that surrounded him. Kris turned. Haddad strode across the empty roof. Jim and Philip had left probably long ago, through with cleaning the fuel filter. They'd be back in a few hours. At it again. Hey. The sun had almost set, the sky streaked with watercolor pastels, lilac and periwinkle, persimmon and cornflower. Stars winked overhead, burning points that speared through the sky, undaunted by city lights or pollution. When the night turned black, and the only light came from the fire and the red night vision bulbs they switched over to, the sky looked like a beachhead of the universe, the stars like the sand of the galaxy twinkling as waves and waves of darkness rolled over the world. Staring up at the stars made him feel like he was the only human on the entire planet. For once, the universe appeared as lonely as he felt, seemed to echo inside all of his empty places. Haddad stopped at Kris's shoulder close enough that their arms, their thighs, their hips brushed, swayed back and forth. In a moment, Haddad would step away, cough and look down, shift and try and play the touches off. Kris saw it all the time. It's pretty here. Haddad's voice was soft, deep. Sometimes it's hard to imagine the worst atrocities happen in the most beautiful places. Somalia was like that in a way, and he stopped, swallowed. Makes you wonder sometimes why the world's like this. Kris sighed. everything's connected. It's all one big web. A butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil and the stock market crashes. We thought we could ignore Afghanistan, but we were wrong. Where does it all begin, though? Where's the beginning of this hate? Massoud fighting the Taliban, Massoud fighting the Russians, the communists, America's enemy. There was a thread connecting everything together. He knew it. History was a flow that tumbled all things to their end, consequences and outcomes frothing up from the actions and reactions of time. What were they creating now in their moment? What would tumble forth ever onward from their actions this time? Haddad sighed. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his jacket. He didn't step away. Kris felt every inch of his breath, the slow rise and fall of his chest. Whatever beginning there is, it was long before now. Kris's soul flinched. His insides carved out so suddenly he almost collapsed. His mouth moved. He tried to breathe, tried to speak. Couldn't. Black flags flapped in the distance on the edge of the horizon, and in the back of his mind, burned into the backs of his eyelids. Haddad stared at him beneath the stars. In the darkness, his eyes were stars themselves, too close to Kris, burning through him, exposing him. Caldera. His words puffed in front of his face, the chill of the night trying to freeze their bones. Kris stepped back. We should get inside. His breath fluttered as if it could escape him. Ryan. He'll wonder where I am. Haddad said nothing, just walked with Kris down to the landing and then into the compound. George and Ryan both looked up as they walked in together. Kris saw them trade long looks. At his side, Haddad stared back. In the morning, Khan's promised officers arrived, Whale and Bashir. They got to work and connected with the Shura-Nazar radio operators across the Panjshir, started receiving detailed intelligence and information reports from each outpost. Taliban frontline positions, fortifications, fighters, and armaments. Observations of troop movements, even what some of the Taliban ate for breakfast. Kris helped tack up a wall-sized map of Afghanistan in their command center. George and Ryan marked off the positions Whale and Bashir identified, setting pins wrapped with colored string around the Taliban and Shura-Nazar positions. Ryan faded away after, hovering over Philip as he transmitted the morning's reports back to Langley over the fussy secured satellite interlink. If we start bombing and we don't have exact GPS positions on the Shura-Nazar forces, we're going to be killing a lot of innocent people. George scrubbed his face. Kris, the GPS positions are critical. We have to know exactly where they are. I know. I'll get it done. What was this, him being given possibly the most critical job on the team? George, for all his criticism, his dark glares and veiled stares, wanted the mission to succeed, wanted the U.S. to wash Afghanistan in righteous vengeance, destroy the Taliban and al-Qaeda, and even bolster the Shura-Nazar. You're the best linguist of us all, Kris, and you understand the people more than the rest of us. You've connected with Khan. You're the only one who can make sure nothing is missed. Over his coffee, George's eyes looked like sunken pits, eyeballs falling into sagging crevices of exhaustion. Ryan, Jim, and Palmer are going to take the Special Forces guys and survey the Shura-Nazar forces, see what kind of support they need. Supplies. He pinched the bridge of his nose, squeezing his eyes closed again. We, the team, Langley, CENTCOM, even the president, can't do anything until you get back with those coordinates. I understand, George. Pressure coiled around his spine. Was it not enough he had thousands of souls on his conscience already? Should he add the nation of Afghanistan to his guilt? What about the MREs? I told General Khan I would be providing aid to his people. And you'll be bringing it, all of it. God help us, I hope we don't starve. Kashi's taking care of us. For now. I've requested a resupply from Langley. They have to fly the MREs to us from Germany through Tajikistan. It'll take a week. I hope our goodwill with the Shura-Nazar lasts that long. Don't be an asshole and it will. Kris bit his tongue. When do I leave?
They're packing everything into your truck now. The driver who brought Whale and Bashir is taking you down to the front as soon as that's done. Are you ready?
He had been packed for days since George had first told him he was going. Kris nodded.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
George shook his hand, the firmest he had ever had, as if George meant what he was saying.
If anyone can do this, it's you.
He didn't know what to say. Haddad appeared at their elbows.
Truck is packed, sir.
George's eyes skittered away from Kris.
Good. Time for you both to head out.
Both? Kris looked from Haddad to George and back.
No one goes anywhere alone. You two seem to work well together. Haddad will provide security and backup while you're scouting positions with General Khan.
Haddad gave Kris the tiniest smile. Within the hour, they were bouncing down the loosest definition of a road ever in their truck. It was a bone-shattering 100 miles to the front lines, but it might as well have been 1,000. The mountain track winding through the Panjshir was 1 lane wide, big enough for horses or camels. Any width added by the Soviets during the invasion had long crumbled away into ruin. Craters and remnants of artillery and splintered bombs littered the mountains, the roadside, the road itself. Dust, millennia of dust, blew around the truck until Kris couldn't see. He couldn't brace himself when the truck inevitably careened into the craters, the pits in the road. Each jolt felt like a car accident, felt like he'd been rear-ended by a semi. He sat in the front while Haddad sat in the back with both their day packs. Kris had packed all his cold weather gear, sweaters, neoprene undersuit, wool gloves, scarves, Haddad's hat, water, and a few MREs for himself. Haddad's pack was larger. The MREs for Khan were in the truck bed. 2 hours into the drive, just over halfway to the front, the road curled around a blind bend in the mountain and then opened up, descending to a verdant, wide river valley, the mouth of the Panjshir Valley. The river that wound through the village collected tributaries and creeks through its passage south and had widened to a flat delta spread between the mountains. Mud brick homes, ringed in apple orchards and small farms, squatted between the peaks on the bank of the delta. They were 1,000,000 miles away from home, but for a moment it seemed like a scene from President Lincoln's childhood. On the opposite peak, fluttering above the valley, a line of green flags waved in the wind. Martyrs' flags. Sunlight splintered into the mountain, streaks of light that hit each one. General Massoud's grave? Kris's stomach nodded. Their driver nodded, but didn't look up. His hands clenched around the steering wheel until the old plastic squealed. He refused to wipe away the tears rolling down his cheeks as he sped them out of the valley and toward the Shamali Plain. An hour later, after speeding along the northern edge of the Shamali Plain and hugging the mountains and cliffs, their driver turned toward a compound surrounded by a chain-link fence twined with barbed wire. Blocky concrete buildings, reminiscent of Soviet architecture, loomed within. T-72 Russian tanks and Soviet artillery lay parked in even rows. Sandbagged machine gun positions hovered before the compound, with anti-aircraft positions dug into the hills above. Soldiers in crisp, clean uniforms manned guard posts, watching their approach with an eagle eye, weapons at the ready. They recognized their driver, but gave Kris and Haddad long, lingering looks. Radios on the guards' waists chirped, spitting out Dari. The guards listened, and then opened the gates and waved the truck through. A delegation of officers waited across the clearing at the compound's entrance.
"This is much more organized than we expected," Haddad said under his breath. "I've seen army bases run with less precision."
Kris met his gaze through the rusted rearview mirror. A motley band of guerrilla fighters these people were not. General Khan waited at the steps. He beamed when he spotted Kris through the filthy passenger window.
"Guru Bahar!"
Laughing, Khan held both his hands open as Kris climbed out of the truck, shaking his limbs loose and trying to reseat joints banged up and bruised from the brutal drive.
"I am pleased you are here."
Khan hugged him tight and kissed both of his cheeks. He held one hand over his heart. Haddad waited behind Kris.
"David Haddad," he said simply, holding out his ungloved hands.
He clasped Khan's hand in both of his as they shook, bowing slightly. Thank you for your hospitality, General. Khan's chest swelled. His smile grew.
Come, come, we will share tea, he said in his stilted English.
He beckoned them both into the compound. Kris turned back to the truck for his pack. Haddad stopped him. There's only one pack.
What? I packed mine and loaded it into the truck myself. Did it get left behind?
Haddad shook his head. He hefted his own, much larger than it had been when they left. He didn't strain, didn't flinch. I repacked everything. Into my bag.
Sergeant,
the general is waiting for us. Khan called from the doorway.
Come! The tea will be cold!
He wanted to scream, rip the pack from Haddad's shoulders, and shake out all his belongings. He could carry his own weight, goddammit! Wasn't that his vow from day one? He could handle himself. What right did Haddad have, butting in and sweeping everything away from him, wrapping him up in... What was this? Consideration or condescension? Haddad nodded for him to follow Khan. Kris sighed. A promise that they would revisit this later, that the conversation was not finished. He had to put his foot down before Haddad ran right over him and his convictions. Khan eyed Haddad shouldering their shared pack. He smiled again at Kris.
Aga'a Gulbahar.
Aga'a, the honorific title for a man of respect, a leader, the man in charge. Kris stared at Haddad. Haddad smothered a smile as he looked down, keeping behind Kris's shoulder. Deferential. Damn it, he'd done it on purpose. He'd known what message shouldering the pack would send, what General Khan and the others would see out of his actions. Haddad had just shown Khan, and all the Afghans, that Kris was his leader, his superior, that Kris should be treated as an equal to General Khan. Kris followed Khan, winding through corridors and up narrow staircases until they arrived at the top floor, General Khan's private office and quarters. The room provided a panoramic view of the Shamali Plain, the former breadbasket of Afghanistan. Once it had been a lush garden, fruit orchards, and farmers' fields from the eastern slopes of the Hindu Kush to the desert edges of western Afghanistan all the way to the gates of Kabul. Now, armies ringed both sides of the plain, Taliban and Shura Nazar. Decades of war had ravaged the land, turning the fields to desolate wastes, as pitted and pocked as the moon and just as welcoming. Only the dead lived in the plain now. Khan called for tea and bread to be brought out. Young soldiers, no more than boys, scurried in, balancing trays of tea with chipped Russian glasses and plates of hot, fresh-baked bread. Apples and dates followed, and fresh yogurt. Kris could smell the milk, the tart skin of the apples. Khan sat beside him, right next to him, on floor cushions before the window. Haddad settled down a respectful distance away. They spoke gently, chatting back and forth over tea for almost an hour. Khan wanted to know how Kris liked Afghanistan and the Panjshir, the valley Khan had called home for over 40 years. He could name every tree, every creek, every fruit that grew. He knew the horse and camel tracks like he knew the twists of veins on the backs of his hands. The land was in his soul, and his bones were made of Afghanistan's dust, his blood, her waters. Kris spoke honestly, telling Khan he thought the country was breathtaking, the land beautiful, but scarred by conflict and brutality, haunted by sadness. Khan agreed, and their conversation shifted to what his people needed and the supplies Kris had brought. Khan grasped his hand and held on, their hands resting on Khan's knee. The entire time, Haddad sat silently nearby, sipping his tea and calmly watching their back and forth in Dari. Finally, Khan shifted to the business of why Kris was down on the front lines. Had George been there, Kris thought he'd have crawled out of his skin long before, stepping all over Khan's friendship and relationship building in his quest to get things done immediately and ferociously.
We must travel my front lines, yes? Plot positions of all forces.
Yes, General. At Kris's nod, Haddad passed over the GPS units. We need exact positions of your forces.
This is so your planes can bomb the Taliban, so you can destroy them completely.
Kris nodded. We want to make sure none of your people are mistakenly targeted.
If you destroy the Taliban, and my people fall while fighting beside you, it will be an honorable death. As long as the Taliban are wiped from Afghanistan in the end, them and their Al-Qaeda allies. Khan growled, spitting out his last words. Those Al-Qaeda dogs. They are filth in this land. Stunned, Kris sat silent for a moment. Haddad stared at him, eyes burning into Kris's profile. He'd sensed the change in the conversation, the ebb and flow, though he couldn't understand the meaning. Khan is fine with collateral damage, Kris breathed, passing back the GPS handheld, as long as we obliterate the enemy. Haddad's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Khan let go of Kris's hand and stood. Let us begin this survey. The sooner we get it done, the sooner you begin dropping your bombs. Khan led them to a convoy of trucks in the courtyard and guided Kris and Haddad to the back of his truck, giving the signal to move out. As they drove, Haddad started taking photographs, snapping pictures of the fortifications on the hills dug into the mountains above and across the dreary plains toward Kabul. Our front lines are not what you imagined, yes? Khan twisted around in the front seat. For Haddad, he spoke in his heavily accented English. It never is for you. From the West, journalists, they come sometimes. They are disappointed. We are no savages, guerrilla fighters around campfires, shivering as we starve. Khan laughed. On their right, the hills bled upward into the northern mountains. Khan's soldiers had fortified positions running up the slopes, embedded fighting positions, machine gun placements, and anti-aircraft positions. Bunkers ran along the ridgeline. We own the high ground here, the hills, the mountains. We've built bunkers in place and have solid firing positions for miles across the plain. Our lines run down into the Shimoli, across Bagram airfield. With the high ground, you can see all the Taliban movements in the Shimoli? Kris asked as Haddad took more photos. Everything they do, we see. We have tanks and artillery to keep them in place. If they break out of the Shimoli and try to cross our lines, Khan grinned, they will be destroyed. You're organized. You're armed. You have the high ground. Why do you not attack? Khan sighed. The truck bounced and swerved, weaving and climbing along the hillside. He slipped back to Dari. We hold them in place, but they hold us in place as well. I do not have the men or the arms to mount an attack. I only have the strength to repel their attacks and hold the Taliban out of the Panjshir. Khan nodded to Kris. This is where you come in. Why we have invited the Americans to help us. We have a common enemy, General. The people of Afghanistan have been enemies of the Taliban for years, Aga Abdul Bahar. But now, the Taliban are your enemy too. The Taliban killed thousands of Afghans for years before they killed your Americans. Kris kept his mouth shut. The taste of ash filled his mouth, acrid smoke that seemed to fill his soul. He closed his eyes, rocking sideways as the truck slipped past a boulder in the road. They pulled to a stop at the base of a winding hillside track. We go up. Khan pointed to the steep, narrow track zigzagging past boulders and through low scrub. They'd continue on foot to the crest of the ridge overlooking the Shimali. The front is there. We will follow the front and plot your maps. Come. Kris struggled to keep up with Khan. He slid out on the loose dirt, the rocky soil falling to his hands to steady himself. They were climbing a mountain, but the base was already at almost 10,000 feet of elevation. He felt like he was sprinting up the Rocky Mountains. Each breath seemed thin, as though there wasn't enough air left in the world for him to survive. Haddad followed behind, carrying their pack. Kris heard his grunts, his labored breaths, his soft curses under his wheezes. He wanted to offer to share the load, carry the pack for half of the climb. If he did, he'd die, though. He would tip over backward and slide to the bottom of the hill, or collapse like a tin can under the weight of the pack. He wanted to do more, be more, especially for Haddad.
but it was all he could do to cling to the dirt and keep climbing, following behind General Khan, who roared up the mountain like it was his morning walk. It probably was. Finally, they arrived at the top. Khan politely waited, looking away as Haddad pulled out his canteen. He offered it to Kris first. Kris refused, and Haddad downed half the bottle as Kris hovered beside him, breathing hard with his hands on his hips. Haddad passed over the canteen and wiped his face, dripping with sweat. "You okay?" Kris muttered after drinking. "That was awful." Haddad chuckled. "That was terrible." He spat in the dirt, rolled his shoulders. "But I'm good." "You shouldn't have repacked everything. You shouldn't have had to carry everything up by yourself. I can carry my own weight." Haddad's gaze pierced him, again seeming to look right through him. "I know you can. I didn't do this because I thought you were weak. I wanted the general to see you right, to treat you the right way." "What way is that?" "As the leader, the man in charge, and the expert. I'm just your muscle here." "Sergeant, no rank." "Not here. Not now." Khan called out, "Are you ready to carry on?" Haddad raised his eyebrows, waiting for Kris. "Yes, General." Kris turned away from Haddad and joined Khan. From above, the Shamali was a blurry mess of brown, all the shades of brown Kris had ever seen, from oily tar to dusty, smog-filled air choking the distance. Kabul was a smudge, a rub of dirt on the horizon, surrounded by fallow, empty farmland and desert. Dirty snow rose on the Hindu Kush to the east. "This is the eastern end of my front lines." Khan spoke in English and waved over the ridgeline, the Shamali plain below. "We will follow the front to the west. You will see our positions, and those of the Taliban. You can see them now, in fact." "Can they see us?" He waved his hand in the air, a vague, kinda-sorta gesture. "They like to shoot off rounds of artillery if they think strange things happening. They are sometimes lucky." Haddad stepped up to Kris's back like he could protect Kris with his muscles, shield Kris from an artillery strike with his presence alone. Khan led them down the front lines, following a well-worn trail behind his men in their fighting positions. Dug-in foxholes and sandbag-reinforced berms shielded Shiranazar fighters. "Everything in the Shamali the Taliban have destroyed. Farms, houses, villages, all gone. They took over the villages outside Kabul. Everyone who used to live there is gone." He mimed, shooting a gun as if he were executing someone. "They use these villages as bases, bunkers. Artillery can hurt them. But to truly fight the Taliban there, you need either close fighting, village by village, or," he smiled, "or your American bombs must fall on them." Haddad peered across the plains. "What about Al-Qaeda?" "The Arab fighters are embedded in the Taliban. They keep to their own units. They fight better than the Taliban. They can aim. They are fierce fighters, especially those from Chechnya, in Central Asia. They want to die fighting. They love death. The Taliban keep the Arabs out of range of our artillery, in a line that circles Kabul, beyond the outer villages." "You can show us where they are?" "Come. We will begin plotting." Khan waved them both toward a bunker built into the hillside, behind the fighting positions and beneath the artillery. It was a concrete box with slits for windows, built to withstand Taliban artillery fire. Inside the dark, musty, frigid room, wooden beams cut from thick trees propped up the concrete ceiling. Lanterns burned on a central table laid with maps of Afghanistan in Russian and Persian. Khan spread his hands wide. "Let us begin." Haddad dropped their pack, and Kris pulled out their maps, marked with rough information about the front lines. As Khan read off the positions of his own forces, Kris translated those to their map, marking exactly where Khan's forces were placed. All three maps were in different scales, American, Persian, and Russian geographic scales, all using different measurement systems. After Kris jumped through the conversions and marked Khan's positions on their map, Haddad input the coordinates into the GPS system, saving each entry as friendly forces. Khan checked each coordinate, approved each input into the GPS. Every few hours, they moved down the line to the next bunker. In the afternoon, Khan radioed for lunch, and they sat with Shura-Nazar fighters, sharing mystery meat roasted over a fire, and apples, rice, and tea. Haddad was drenched in sweat, even though the temperature hovered in the upper 30s. Kris offered to carry something, anything, to lighten the load. Haddad refused. At the end of the day, they had half of the Shamali plain mapped. Khan called for them to quit as the sun began to descend, and the hoarse Shura-Nazar soldiers started crying the azan, the call to prayer. Kris and Haddad stood to the side as Khan joined his soldiers, everyone kneeling and facing southwest to pray. "Are you a believer?" Kris leaned into Haddad's side, whispering in his ear. Haddad wasn't praying with the Shura-Nazar. Haddad hesitated. "I was raised Muslim." Kris frowned. "With a name like David, I thought." "It's actually Dawood. I changed it when we moved to America, and I stopped going to the mosque then, too." He smiled, but it seemed strained, almost forced. "There were too many other things to do, especially in high school." Kris chuckled. His own high school years had been a blur of hormones and hot boys, pimples, and his gangly body growing in too fast. He'd wanted to inject New York City straight into his veins, live the fast life, but he had been all mouth and legs and pimply sass. It had taken college to blunt those edges, and then a few years of government grind to force him down even further. A few years of stares and glares and socialization, being ostracized from the herd when he was too loud, too gay, being welcomed when he was conforming just enough. Psychology 101, Pavlovian responses, building a life. And one attack to shatter his soul. "So you don't still believe? Or pray?" Haddad shrugged. "Feels like a lifetime ago. A different person. You?" His mama had dragged him to Catholic Mass when he was a boy, licking his hair into place and forcing him to wear those awful shiny shoes that pinched his feet. He tagged along until he was old enough to stay out Saturday nights, just late enough that he could whine and bitch about not wanting to get up early to go to Mass. Mama had soured at him, her lips pursed like she had sucked on a lemon. But after 3 months straight of that act, she never asked him to go with her again. At the time, it had felt like a weight had been pulled from him, like Atlas had set down the world, not having to pretend to endure the stares, the whispers, the questions about when he'd bring a sweet girl to Mass with him and Mama. He hadn't had to think too deeply about things like eternal guilt, hellfire, and damnation. He'd flat out refused to believe he'd burn in hell for liking Dick. That was ridiculous. But murder? 3,000 souls hung from his soul. Their screams shredded his bones, the sobs of families ripped apart drowned him in his nightmares. "I'm getting revenge," he'd whisper. "I'm avenging you." "It's not good enough. It will never be good enough." Like a constant refrain, the words echoed up from the nothingness, the pit within him that had opened at 8:46 a.m., Tuesday, September 11th. "No, I don't believe." Kris crossed his arms, shook his head, looked away. Haddad stared at him, said nothing. After prayers and another meal of mystery meat, fruit, rice, and tea, Khan led them to the soldiers' sleeping quarters, caves chipped into the hills behind and above the bunker. Some of the Shura-Nazar had been living in the caves for years. The sleeping nests looked permanent, and lanterns hung on the rock face. Fire pits dug deep holes into the dirt, dark smoke blackening the cave walls and ceiling. Kris and Haddad received their own cave, next to the others, but for their private use. 2 cushions lay next to a fire pit. "We will meet again after morning prayers." Khan, as gregarious as he had been that morning, shook their hands and bade them good night, disappearing to his own cave to rest. Echoes of soldiers' conversations in soft dari floated on the twilight. Haddad dropped their pack with a heavy sigh. He closed his eyes and rolled his neck, groaning. "Sit down, I'll unpack." For once, Haddad didn't fight him. He slid down the rock face to the dirt as Kris pulled out their sleeping bags, extra sweaters, and water bottles. Kris eyed the small cave. The fire flickered, throwing off enough light to scatter glittering shadows into the darkness, an amber glow that seemed to conceal more than illuminate. The cave was warm, enough that they wouldn't freeze, but when the fire burned low, they would be cold. Very cold. Should they bracket the fire? Sleeping bags on either side and try to keep it going all night? Would Haddad insist on staying awake and trading shifts to watch over it? We'll need to sleep side by side for warmth. Haddad tugged at one of the cushions, dragging it across the dirt and sliding it beside the other. We can lay the sleeping bags next to each other. They will help, especially when it drops below freezing. Silent, Kris laid their bags out as Haddad directed. He felt Haddad's gaze on him, heavy, weighted with something. It was almost like Ryan's stare, but it moved through him in a different way. He didn't want to run from Haddad. Haddad crawled into his sleeping bag and passed out almost immediately. Kris stayed awake, watching the flames flicker on the cave walls, watching the shadows turn to puppets and plays, images dancing in front of his unfocused gaze. As the soldiers went to sleep, the front lines quieted, a silence that seemed to saturate time. Without the noisy snores of George and Ryan, without Philip and Jim working on the radios or the soft chirps and whirs of the computers in the nerve center humming away, or the groan and chug of the generator, it was as if the world had gone adrift. 3 weeks ago, he had been at Langley in the United States, and now he sat before a fire on the front lines of a war in a corner of the world that wasn't on most maps. Somewhere, sometime in those 3 weeks, he'd bungee jumped from the edge of reality, and he was still falling. When would he snap back? Or was he going to fall forever? Eventually, Kris slid into his own sleeping bag, his back to Haddad. Haddad had spread out, sprawled on his back, one arm over his head, and the other flung wide as if waiting for someone to crawl in next to him, curl into his side. He'd look amazing with a sweet girl against him, someone kind and gentle who thought he was her Superman. Kris could see a perky American blonde, someone with a button nose and a cheerleader's outfit from high school in her closet. She'd have porcelain skin and blue eyes, the classic American beauty, the look that had been force-fed to him his entire life as the impossible standard. She'd be someone who scrunched up her nose at him, winked over coffee, someone who held his hand as they walked through a farmer's market together, picking out weird fruits and farm-fresh flowers and homemade breads, getting suckered into buying local honey. Haddad would protect her, shield her, be her hero against the world. He'd be gallant, her knight in shining armor. He'd be like he was with Kris, a personal guardian angel, except he'd be hers and she'd know it, and she'd love him for it every day. Kris lay on the very edge of his cushion, his head just barely resting over Haddad's outflung arm. He stared at the flames. The heat prickling his eyes was the scorch of the fire, too bright for his eyes. Nothing else. Haddad's arm fell across his waist, and his body scooted in behind Kris. Sleeping bags rubbed together, nylon whining as Haddad pressed as close as he could, separated by the vast distance of compressed down. Haddad nuzzled his face into Kris's neck. His beard, unshaven since Tashkent, tickled Kris's skin. His breath smelled of black tea and ghee, the Himalayan butter. His snores were soft, gentle puffs of breath that tickled Kris's ear. Kris let his soul pour backward, let his body go limp, let everything he was fall into Haddad's sleeping hold. Just for this night. Just until dawn. The scratchy off-tune wail of the soldiers' muezzin, calling the azan, woke them as the first ray of sunlight split the horizon and peeked into the cave. Kris woke bundled in warmth, wrapped in 2 arms of solid muscle, strength and power that kept the world and darkness at bay. His cheek nuzzled a scratchy beard, a warm face. Safety flowed through him, and a flicker of contentment. Happiness. From his head to his toes, Haddad was pressed against him, spooning him, only their sleeping bags separating their bodies. His eyes popped open. Shit. At least it wasn't as awkward as it could have been. Their bodies uncovered, pressed together, uncomfortable truths exposed against bellies and thighs. He ached. God, he hadn't woken with morning wood in weeks. Now, in a cave in Afghanistan, his body was acting up. He tried to edge away, slip from Haddad's hold.
5 more minutes,
Haddad mumbled. Kris froze. Haddad must be dreaming still, lost in his memories of home and the sweet American girlfriend. What?
It's what I told my mom every morning when I was in high school.
Kris felt Haddad's smile, the shift of his beard on the back of his neck, his sleepy breaths, his soft voice. He shivered. Sergeant, we need to get up.
You can call me David.
Haddad swallowed.
If you want. We usually drop rank when we're operating in country. Try to blend in. Use our first names only.
Kris tried. He really tried to control his breathing, keep from hyperventilating. His body ached, straining against melting back into David's hold again. You can call me Kris, then. Kris with a K.
I like your name. It fits you.
Do you prefer David or Daoud? David was quiet for a long moment.
They're 2 different people. I'm David now.
His breath caught hitching against Kris's neck.
But I like the way you say it.
Joking about my accent. It was as American as New York City, as Coney Island, and heat baking off the asphalt in lower Manhattan. His mama's accent was as thick as the day she had flown out of Puerto Rico. He, however, had been socialized on cartoons and New York streets. His accent was sass and snark, with just a dusting of his mama, a touch of island.
I had an accent when we moved from Libya. The kids made fun of me. I spent all summer getting rid of it.
David's voice changed, shifted, went flat and nasal, a sound dropping to the back of his throat.
I was ashamed to be who I was. I had to change everything I could. David's body burned through the sleeping bag.
Everywhere they were pressed together. They hadn't moved, not even an inch. I know what you mean, Kris whispered. David's breath fluttered against Kris's hair, his jawline. The azan faded, the muezzin's caterwauling finally finished.
I think that's the first bad muezzin I've ever heard, David chuckled. Usually they're chosen for their voice.
He sounds like he wants to be doing it as much as we want to be hearing him.
Let's win this war so he can give his duties to another muezzin.
Sounds good. Kris laughed and felt David squeeze him just slightly, and almost hug. He didn't know if he should hug back, wrap his arms around David's, hold on to his hold, or pretend it never happened. What if he was misreading it? What if that was just a stretch and not a hug at all? David let go, rolling back and sighing, stretching on the cushions Khan had provided. They were softer than the ground, but lumpier. Kris's hips ached as he rolled over.
How's your back?
Stiff. But it's nothing like training. I'm good. David smiled. I can go another 100 miles, and you can add another 100 pounds to the pack. You're crazy. Just a little. David winked, and then peeled himself out of the sleeping bag. They'd slept in their clothes, added layers of warmth, and David readjusted as he stood and stretched. Kris watched it all, the ache in his body growing. David caught his gaze, blushed, and looked away.
I'm going to check on what's happening out there.
He slipped out of the cave. Groaning, Kris dropped his head, rolling over and face-planting into his sleeping bag. His promises to be distant were growing thinner every day, every moment he spent with David. It was one more thing to add to the guilt pile, the avalanche of shame rolling through him. Plotting the rest of the Shamali plain took the entire day. They broke for the night at the western end of the Shuri-Nazar lines, celebrating with Khan and his officers. The battle lines turned and followed the White Mountains, the spine of Afghanistan's north, to Talakwan and Mazar-e-Sharif, cities in northern Afghanistan that had once been Shuri-Nazar territory but were seized by the Taliban.
"Whoever holds Mazar-e-Sharif holds the north,"
Khan said, sitting across the fire from Kris and David. He spoke in halting English, saying he wanted to practice.
"Whoever controls the north controls Kabul."
"What makes that city so special?" David sat next to Kris, reclining against the back, his legs crossed, boots tucked under him. David pressed into Kris's side.
"It was the most brilliant city in Afghanistan before the Taliban destroyed it. The rest of the country was devastated by the Taliban's bombs. They wanted to erase everything. Start over. Build from the time of the Prophet.
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
But they also needed the money to be seen by the rest of the world. Yes? Mazar. She has oil and gas outside the city. Russians wanted to drill it. They let them."
Khan held his hands up as if in defeat.
"The longest paved runway in Afghanistan is in Mazar, and the people in Mazar, they are the best of Afghans. What they have endured unto those dogs."
"How did Mazar-e-Sharif fall?"
"The Taliban came. They destroyed everything. They had so many fighters. General Hajimullah, my commander in Mazar, he had to take his people and run south to the Dar Yusuf River Valley. The Taliban took Mazar-e-Sharif and took the high ground around the city. Right away, they slaughtered 6,000 people. Any man who refused to join them, any man or boy who hid, any woman caught out of her home. They castrated them and cut the heads off everyone they arrested. They left the bodies in the street to rot."
Silence. David's molars ground together. Kris heard them over the crackle of the flames.
"You must tell your government that we must bomb the Taliban and the Shimali to advance on Kabul. We must also free Mazar-e-Sharif, or the Taliban will use the city as a northern base. Squeeze Kabul between Kandahar and Mazar. And the people there, they will be slaughtered. Again."
"What forces do you have in the north, outside Mazar?" Kris took notes as fast as Khan spoke.
"General Hajimullah is there now with these fighters. They are trapped in the Dar Yusuf, surrounded by the Taliban in the hills. The villages have been destroyed, bombed. In some, the Taliban locked the people in their homes and burned the village to the ground. Only ash remains."
Kris's vision went double as he wrote, flames leaping out of the fire and scratching across his eyeballs. Smoke choked him, filled his nose, his eyes, his throat. Screams echoed, screams of Afghans, screams of Americans. The roar of an incoming jet flying low, too low.
"We fought in Sofid Kota in summer and into autumn. The Taliban dug into the mountains there with their heavy weapons. Hajimullah's people tried to storm them, but the Taliban shot them down. They tried to climb by hand, but the snows came, and we could not get supplies to Hajimullah. They tried to fight the Taliban hand-to-hand in the snow. His fighters climbed the mountains with only 5 bullets in their rifle each. We turned 2 raids before you Americans came. At night, climbing the ice and snow, Hajimullah's people drove the Taliban's tanks, their artillery, off the mountains so their brothers could live in the next battle. But it is not enough. The Taliban have more weapons, more tanks. But the oil money, they have been able to buy enough weapons to take all of Afghanistan. If you Americans want to help Afghanistan, you must help us here. Give us this help, so we know this is not just your war, that we are not your puppets. Muslim lands have been playthings for the West for generations. Show us this is different, that you are allies, before we are exterminated by the Taliban."
"Insha'Allah, we will help you." "We will." David's voice was firm, hard. "You won't be exterminated, General." Kris stared. The Arabic vow, the Muslim vow, falling from David's lips was a shock to both him and Khan.
I have heard American promises before. Inshallah, you are different this time. You are either the answer to our prayers or the last trick of the devil.
7. Panjshir Valley, Afghanistan. Khan brought them back to their compound deep in the Panjshir by the middle of the next day. He traded hellos with Faisal and Gashi, but didn't wait for George and Ryan to finish with their satellite call to Langley.
Aga Gul Bahar, you will tell them what you learned, what we spoke about.
Of course, General.
We will wait for your bombs to drop from the sky and for Mazar-e-Sharif to be liberated.
Khan gripped his and David's hands, hopped into his truck, and headed back to the front lines. Exhausted, Kris and David trudged for their compound. 2 figures burst from within, heading for them. "Here we go," Kris murmured, watching Ryan and George run pell-mell.
"Where's General Khan?"
Ryan shouted as soon as he was in range, pulling ahead of George.
"Where did he go?"
"He left. Back to the front."
"We wanted to speak to him, damn it!"
George kicked a baseball-sized rock, hurling it down the flinty road.
"What did you do?"
Ryan pressed into Kris's face, glowering.
"What did you do to piss him off, Caldera?"
"I didn't do anything."
"Back up."
David dropped their pack and shoved his way between Ryan and Kris.
"You're out of line. Stand down, Sergeant. You've done your job."
Ryan shoved back, pushing David away. David didn't budge. He loomed larger, spreading his shoulders, his legs bracing for a fight.
"Enough!"
George bellowed.
"All of you, enough."
He glared at Kris.
"What the fuck happened? Did you get the GPS data?"
"That and more. We got the entire front of the Shamali plain mapped. Shura Nazar forces and confirmed Taliban positions. Khan also tipped us off about Mazar-e-Sharif. He needs help there. Wants us to send forces."
"Langley is thinking the same. CENTCOM wants to use Mazar-e-Sharif as a northern outpost, a staging ground to shuttle supplies in country from Uzbekistan."
"Khan will be delighted to hear that."
"Why the fuck didn't he stay to talk to us?"
Ryan still fumed.
"Why the hell is he so captivated by you, Caldera?"
"I'm not an asshole, Ryan. Maybe that's why."
"Both of you, shut your mouths right now,"
George growled, his hands slicing through the air.
"We're not doing this in front of the Afghans."
Eyes followed them everywhere.
"Ryan, get back inside. Kris, hand over the GPS data. Ryan and I need to send it to Langley."
Kris riffled through their dusty pack, ripping out the GPS handhelds. He shoved them at George, ignoring Ryan's fixed stare, his rancid glower. "Everything is in there." George passed the GPS units to Ryan, who took off, heading back for their nerve center.
"Get washed up."
George looked back and forth from Kris to David.
"You look like you brought the entire battlefield back with you."
Kris took a splash bath out of a small bucket of frigid river water, scrubbing the dust from his face and his hair and splashing his pits and crotch as clean as he could. Someone from the village had washed his left-behind clothes while he and David were on the front, and he slipped into crinkled cargo pants and a thick turtleneck, trying to warm up. David went next, and he met Kris after at the fire pit with 2 cups of instant coffee. David stared into his coffee cup, a deep frown etched on his face. His beard twitched, lips pursing as his jaw clenched.
"Why does Ryan dislike you?"
"Isn't it obvious?" David stared at him. Kris turned away, back to the fire. "I'm gay," he said quickly, "and I don't have any business being here, being a part of this operation. Ryan's always known that I'm going to fuck it up somehow, some way."
"Is that what you think? Or is that what he says?"
Kris shook his head.
"I didn't know you could be out in the CIA."
"Well, I'm not sure you can be, really." Kris shivered, more than just the Afghanistan cold seeping under his skin. "You didn't know? How is that even possible? Everyone knew just by looking at him. Everyone knew with a single look that he wasn't worth their time." From the moment I shook your hand, all I've seen is a CIA officer who knows his shit, who is an undisputed expert in this country, in Islam, and who consistently performs exceptionally. That's all that matters." Kris couldn't breathe. He couldn't look at David either. His stomach knotted and knotted again, coiling tighter than a spring about to snap. "You're the only one." General Khan sees that too. "Caldera?" George's voice boomed from the compound's entrance. Kris twisted. George waved to him, ordering him inside. "The principal is calling. Wish me luck," Kris murmured, rising. David said nothing, just watched him stride into the compound, following George. Jim and Philip were gone, maybe on the roof. Derek was nowhere to be seen. Even Palmer was gone, though he normally shadowed Jim and Philip on the radios. It was just Ryan and George, standing in front of the giant map he had helped hang. "Kris, we need to talk." George stood beside Ryan, arms crossed, scowling. "We think it's time you head back to the States." He'd known it was coming. He'd known from the first moment Ryan had protested back in Langley, September 14th, that this would come. His ignoble removal from the team sent packing. Don't let the door hit his ass on the way out. He hadn't thought he'd be so enraged. Fury billowed through him, an inferno that sucked the air from his lungs, from the room. Why? Ryan and George shared a long look. George opened his mouth. Ryan spoke first, cutting George off. "You're a liability. Whatever is going on between you and General Khan is interfering with this mission. We're worrying that an Afghan general is going to sexually assault you instead of focusing on the mission." "What?" "We needed the GPS data, and we knew you could get it quickly. Khan connected with you, we believe, inappropriately, but we knew we could use that connection to get the intel we needed, fast," George said, his voice heavy with something. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Ruby rage colored Kris's vision. He could feel his hands slicking, his muscles tightening throughout his body. "You think Khan wants to fuck me?" "Are you inviting it from him? Your behavior around the general is concerning," George said carefully. "I am behaving exactly as the culture prescribes, which you would fucking know if you bothered to learn anything at all about it." Holding his hand, being touchy-feely with him, being all up in his business, that's culture? Ryan snorted. "This isn't a machismo culture," Kris roared. He'd never shouted this loudly, never bellowed like this, not at his drunkest, not even when he was thrown out of beds in college or dumped by the older men he had slept with on weekends and ditched on Monday mornings. Never, ever had he been filled with this much rage, this much sizzling hot blood. In Muslim cultures where there is a strict division of the sexes, men form close emotional bonds with other men. They aren't concerned with posturing or proving who has the bigger dick in a perpetual who is the bigger asshole contest. Yes, men here hold hands. Yes, men here hug. Being physical is a sign of trust. That's just Khan. We haven't even started on you and Sergeant Haddad. George sighed. What the fuck do you mean about me and David? Oh, it's David now, is it? Ryan shook his head. Of course it is. Ryan? George cut his gaze to Ryan. His expression had gone dark, a frown worrying his forehead. His fingers dug into the sleeves of his jacket, his knuckles white. Look, Kris. Sighing, he pinched the bridge of his nose. I asked Sergeant Haddad to look out for you, to keep an eye on you. And I think you may have gotten the wrong message from that. We're concerned you've taken his protection as something it's not, and we're worried about what the Afghans will think about how you are around him. How I am around him? From the inferno of his wrath to the frozen pit of his soul, he'd known. He'd known that all of this, everything, was only a test he was bound to fail, that no one was on his side. George kept going. hammering the nails through his wrists. "We've all seen how you are with him. If we've seen it, the Afghans have seen it. We can't waste our time and our energy worrying about how the Afghans are going to react to you, to your—" George waved his hand over Kris as if he could encompass everything Kris was with one limp-wristed waggle. "It's time for you to go." Orion's glare could cut diamonds, could cut Kris's soul to shreds. "We're contacting Langley. Tonight." There was nothing to say. Nothing he could do. If he gave them the satisfaction of his rage, they'd win. If he tried to argue, they would say he was belligerent, combative, and it would prove their point even more, that he wasn't fit to be there. His life, again, was being decided by other people, others who had ideas about who and what he was. His only choice, his only power, was in his reaction. He said nothing, just turned and walked away. David waited for him outside the compound, hovering by the dusty glass doors leading to the dirt courtyard and fire pit. He was like a gargoyle without a ledge, waves of morose frustration coming off him. His frown lines were etched deep into his face, canyons that held something dark, something secret. George's admission repeated inside Kris's skull. "I asked Sergeant Haddad to look out for you. Taking his protection for something it's not." He hadn't hoped for anything with David except for maybe a friend, but that in itself was too much, too audacious a wish. He'd forgotten the rules of the world. He wasn't allowed to befriend these men. He wasn't allowed to befriend any men. "What happened?" David pounced as soon as he fled the compound, falling into step with Kris as he thundered across the cold dirt. He just had to go, walk away, be alone, not let anyone see how much it hurt, or they'd win. Again. They'd always win. Don't worry about it." "Kris, something happened. What? What did they say to you?" "Sergeant, it's fine." "Sergeant?" Kris slipped around the edge of the stables and collapsed against the mud brick wall. He threw his head back, staring up at the peaks encased in ice and dusted with snow down almost to their compound. Another week or two and they'd be getting snow falling on their heads. But he wouldn't be there to see it. David followed, standing too close. He hadn't stopped staring at Kris, peering at him like he was trying to decipher a riddle, read the way Kris fought to keep his chin from trembling, stop his hands from clenching. "I thought we were past, Sergeant." "George told me about your agreement, that he asked you to keep an eye on me." Kris exhaled slowly. His fingers scraped the wall behind him. "It's fine. I understand. I appreciate all you did, but—" David's frown, if possible, grew deeper. There was an intensity to him, a star hovering on the edge of a supernova, as if everything that he was had compacted deep down inside his body. Rarely, so rarely, parts of him escaped, solar flares thrown off, intense enough to fry the sky. Kris had only seen hints of that intensity. "Sergeant, you don't have to do this anymore. I'm going home. They're sending me back." "What?" The world narrowed to David, to his shock, the way his jaw dropped and his eyes widened. He stepped closer, almost boxing Kris in against the wall. Kris tried to shift away. "They're sending me back." His voice went thin. He grunted, dug his fingers deeper. "I'm leaving. As soon as they can get me out of here." "Why?" Kris laughed, hysteria straining through him. "Because they think my cultural sensitivity is inviting sexual assault, that it's too risky having an openly gay officer here, that I'm too close to you, and the Afghans will see that. I'm gay, and that's the fucking problem. For everyone. They don't want to worry about me, they say." Dry mud flaked from the wall, coming apart beneath his fingernails, like the dirt. His control crumbled, and Kris felt the first sob bubble up in his chest. "No, Not in front of David. Let him keep a sliver, a shred of dignity, just one tiny piece.
That's bullshit! Rage poured off David, an explosion of it, the sun shedding its outer layers. Kris could almost feel the heat, the power. You're the best officer the CIA has in country. You get the Afghans more than George and Ryan combined. You know the culture. General Khan respects you. You were his honored guest at the front.
Even if I told them all that, they wouldn't listen.
You didn't tell them?
Their minds are made up. They don't want me here. David's jaw squared and set. He pulled back, glared over Kris's head, over the roof to the compound beyond.
Then I'm telling them. They need to know what you did.
Sergeant, please. Don't. Kris grabbed David's arm, trying to stop him. It was like trying to stop a bull. Don't make this worse, Kris called after him.
How can it be worse? They're sending away their expert. You leaving would be the worst thing for the mission. The absolute worst thing.
Won't you be glad you don't have to babysit me anymore? That stopped him. David spun, the fury on his face darker, the edges of his scowl harder.
I do not babysit you.
You were told to watch out for me.
I was already watching you, before they asked. Why?
David said nothing. He turned and kept walking for the compound. David burst into the nerve center. George and Ryan were conferring, their heads leaning close. Philip was at the radios, starting the switchover to convert to the secured satellite uplink back to Langley.
We need to talk.
David stared right into George's eyes. Now.
Are you kidding me? Ryan rolled his eyes. You too? What the hell?
Ryan. George closed his eyes for a moment.
All right, both of you. Ryan, Philip, out.
Sir, George cut off Ryan's protest.
Out!
Now. David waited while Ryan filed past him, brushing too closely, staring him down. David kept his eyes fixed on George. Ryan was an asshole, but he was just the voice in George's ear. George made the calls.
What's on your mind, Sergeant Haddad?
George had a pained expression. He spread his legs and crossed his arms as if he were waiting for the executioner's bullet.
You're making a mistake. Don't send Caldera home. He's the best officer you have on the ground.
Everything in George slumped. A puppet whose strings had been cut.
General Khan respects the hell out of him. He was Khan's honored guest. We've been at the front for 2 days, embedded with their fighters. Not once during that entire time was he treated with anything other than the utmost respect and deference.
What was your role during the scouting?
Did Khan speak to you? I carried the backpack and wrote what Caldera told me to write. I was muscle. That's it. If you're going to try and say I was the one Khan worked with, you're wrong. What about the Shura-Nazar fighters? Did anyone perceive anything?
You're asking if the Afghans are freaked out about Caldera?
Yes. Why? What did he do? What about his performance is causing you to question him?
What has he done to earn this skepticism?
His performance has been fine. Then where is this coming from? You know where! We took a chance bringing him because of his knowledge base, but it's too big a risk. We shouldn't have done it to begin with. We don't bring female officers because of the risks, and we shouldn't have brought Caldera. I'm sick of worrying that he's going to be attacked, that someone is going to take offense to his existence, or if things go wrong and he's captured by the Taliban. I can't sleep. I'm spending all my fucking time worrying about him.
George turned away, pacing to the far wall. He stopped in front of the map and dropped his head.
I don't want to lose anyone I'm responsible for.
You're willing to banish the best man you've got on the ground? Turning, George peered at him.
You really believe that?
I've seen it. Firsthand. George withered. One hand rose, covering the mark on the map where their village was. Your fears and your prejudice are going to ruin the mission. And they're hurting Caldera.
I'm not prejudiced.
George glared.
I have nothing against Caldera. Nothing.
Except you're judging him on all the wrong things. For all the wrong reasons. Start looking at what he's doing, not who he is. Start looking at his performance, at how exceptional he is here. David snorted.
Stop listening to Ryan.
George's glare turned sour. He squeezed his eyes closed.
What about...
He hesitated.
Him and you. What's going on there?
Nothing. Nothing is going on. You're so focused on Caldera and worrying about him, you haven't even realized that he and I are exactly the same. George blanched, rearing back, his jaw dropped open. I mean, we're acting the same. David fumbled his words, stuttering once. We're behaving the same. If the Afghans don't have a problem with me, they don't have a problem with him. With our friendship, it's probably closer to what they're used to seeing. Frankly, you're just reading into everything, seeing what you want to see and thinking the worst.
I thought you were coming out, Sergeant.
George chuckled, shaking his head. He groaned.
I couldn't take double that stress. Not now.
David kept his mouth shut, his fists clenched, the leather of his gloves squeaking, fingertips digging into his covered palms.
I know he's the best. That's why I sent him to the front, to Khan. I thought, once he's done, once he's got what we need, he can go home. Does he need to be here still?
Do you want this alliance to really work? Do you honestly think everything is just fine? It will go perfectly smoothly from here on out? What about when something happens that you can't fix? Or when you've pissed Khan off so badly he wants to throw you out of the country and Caldera is 10,000 miles away?
Damn it.
George scrubbed his hands over his face.
All right. He stays. You guys obviously work well together. I'm going to keep you partnered up. Captain Palmer says he's fine with that the rest of your team is making good progress with their appraisal of the Shura Nazar forces. Are you good with it?
Yes, sir.
Watch out for him, Sergeant. Don't let anything happen to him.
Sir. Can I speak freely? George grunted. You need to think about why you believe Caldera needs protecting. He's a CIA officer, the same as you. You both went through training. He's stronger than you give him credit for.
That's enough, Sergeant.
And you need to think about why it took me barging in here to make you see reason. Why couldn't Caldera himself tell you this? Why don't you see his accomplishments? Why did you only listen to me?
I said that's enough.
David's jaw snapped shut.
Get out of here.
I've got to go over the intel you guys brought back from the front and get on the horn with Langley. The dark circles beneath George's eyes seemed to grow, spread, turning to pools where all the sleep he wasn't getting stacked up like spilled ink.
Send in Ryan when you leave.
David didn't speak as he strode out of the nerve center. Ryan waited just outside, leaning against the wall and smoking a cigarette. He stared at David, his cheeks hollowing when he sucked in a deep breath of smoke. "What happens is on you," he said, puffs of smoke billowing around his every word. "You wanted this. You own it." David kept walking, kept his shaking hands balled into fists, shoved them into the pockets of his jacket. He needed to get away, get clear of everything, get away from Kris especially, just for a little while. Palmer and his men had set up a makeshift firing range in the hills above the village, shooting into the dirt and dust against the slope of the mountains. Snow crunched under David's boots as he climbed the narrow goat track leading to the range. Sounds faded, falling away, until it was just the snow and his breath, the sounds of himself, his own life, that surrounded him. He pulled his handgun and lined up, taking aim at the debris his team had dragged in for targets. Old water canisters and broken furniture, decrepit Soviet jeeps half blown apart, moldy tires, more than half disintegrated. He breathed with each bullet he fired, slowly, in and out. His mind cleared, going blank, until there was nothing left. No thought, just breath, just the squeeze of the trigger and the bullets slamming into their targets and then into the snowy hillside. Thump, thump, thump. The isolation suited him, fit him like a glove, a perfect pairing of his soul and nothingness. He'd always been alone, always been an other, from 10 years old on. He'd been a boy without a home, without a father, a history, a people, or an identity, a boy apart from all the others. He'd learned early to carve and mold and cover the parts of himself that didn't fit into the world, keep the fractals of himself hidden, the way he came up at harsh angles to everyone else. He was a kaleidoscope, shifting and changing in the light. What was true was kept in the shadows, the same shadows that lived in his bones, that covered the memories of praying beside his father in the sunlight, murmuring the Koran. He'd practiced hiding so many parts of himself so many times that when he became a man, and there was something else to hide, it was only too easy and oh, so natural to bury that as well. Bury everything. It was harder to keep everything hidden here, in Afghanistan, the land of secrets and death, the graveyard of eternity. His seams were coming apart, the latticework he'd laid over his soul to contain everything he never wanted the world to see. At night, truth rose like stars, like the moon, bathing him in things he didn't want to see, to feel. The rhythms of Islam were pulling on him. The daily calls to prayer, the whispers that saturated the air, made the country thick with the presence of Allah. Something was tapping at him, something he had thought had been cut out and he'd left behind in the sands of Libya, something that had been forcefully ripped from him 21 years ago. And something else, too. Something he'd found when he was a teen in America. A part of himself he had walled off instantly. But between Afghanistan and Kris, between the prayers and the whispers and the pull toward Mecca, toward Libya, toward his memories, and between the tug in the center of his being toward Kris, as insistent as the constant of gravity, he was splitting apart. He kept firing until he was out of bullets, and until the whispers and the pulls on his soul were buried again.
Kris, can you join me on this call to Langley?
Numb, Kris followed George to the waiting satellite connection that would be the end of his tenure on the team. His jaw locked, closed around words he couldn't speak. Shame scraped his insides like a rake. He felt David's eyes on him. David had stayed scarce until dinner, no longer haunting the halls of their compound or lingering by the bonfire. Kris had stayed outside until his fingers went numb, knuckles stiff from the cold and fingertips turning blue. He'd wanted to soak up as much Afghanistan as he could, feel the life of the people, the land, one last time. Khan's voice, his fractured words detailing the deprivation and degradations his people had endured at the hands of the Taliban across the crackle and spit of the fire, looped in his mind. How did the world stop bad people from hurting good ones? What kind of person was he? Where did he fit on the scales? He couldn't answer that. He just didn't know. He had spent the afternoon typing up a report on his and David's time on the front lines. Everything had gone in, from David's analysis of the Shura to his photos of the front and of the Taliban. Khan and his forces not so starved and helpless as Langley had once believed. Their conversation by the fire and Khan's quiet plea for help for the people of Mazar-e-Sharif. He had turned it in earlier and started to pack. George had the satellite phone on speaker, and the hisses and pops, the scratch-filled background to their tenuous, secured connection filled the empty nerve center. It sounded like they were talking to the past.
Kris!
Clint Williams's booming voice powered over the pops and screeching wails.
Fantastic report on the front. This is outstanding. Excellent job.
Thank you, sir.
Give me your no-bullshit assessment, Kris. Tell me about the Shura. Can they fight?
Absolutely. They have been fighting for years. The Taliban have pushed them back because they have more money and they can buy off rival warlords or buy second-hand military hardware from Russia or China. Right now, the Shura and the Taliban are at a stalemate. but the balance is tipping toward the Taliban with the rush of foreign fighters pouring into Afghanistan to offer their assistance. With no intervention, the Shira-Nazar will fall next spring. George nodded along with Kris. I concur with Chris's analysis, Clint. So does Langley. We've had our analysts here dissecting your report, along with everything else we have, and they came to the same conclusion. Gentlemen, what is the plan? George raised his eyebrows at Kris. Thoughts? What was this? Hadn't he been ignobly told to pack his bags and clear out beyond the next chopper to Tashkent? Kris hesitated, holding George's stare. The Taliban front lines are exposed. They defend against artillery and small arms fire only. Taliban positions are target-rich for an aerial bombing campaign. If the U.S. can pound the Taliban positions and break the front lines, the Shira-Nazar will be able to storm through. We just need to open the door for them. We need to bring the rain, Clint. If we do that, the Shira-Nazar will win the war. And it could happen fast. Which means we need to be ready to capture the foreign fighters and Al-Qaeda members when this whole thing blows up. William sighed over the line, a long string of static. Kris, CENTCOM agrees with your assessment that Mazar-e-Sharif is the key to northern Afghanistan. Mazar and Tahlequan both. The current strategy is to liberate both of those cities and then move on Kabul. That will bolster the Shira-Nazar, thin out the Taliban, and cut off their attempts to pinch the Shira-Nazar when they move on Kabul. And the military is tickled pink about having Uzbekistan so close to Mazar. CENTCOM is already working on propping up field bases there for resupplying combat missions, William said. So you guys need to get up to the northern front and get another GPS survey done. We need to know where the lines are outside these two cities, where we can start dropping some bombs, and where we can insert a second CIA team outside Mazar. We'll get it done. George scribbled notes as William spoke. His gaze darted to Kris. Sir, there's one more thing. Kris closed his eyes. Sir, Kris has made significant inroads with the Shira-Nazar leadership. He's become the liaison between the Shira-Nazar and our team, and the CIA as a whole. During their negotiations, Kris learned of the Shira-Nazar's need for humanitarian resupply. There's a famine in the valley, and people are struggling. He's promised an airlift of food. What can we do about getting that filled? Williams was quiet. Static filled the line. I'll make some calls. We'll get the Air Force to make a drop within 48 hours. I'll send you the coordinates when I have them. Kris, well done. Really, well done. Thank you, sir. Kris stared at George, jaw hanging. He tried to speak, but George shook his head. We'll call you with an update in 12 hours, Clint. Keep up the fantastic work. The President is impressed. So am I. The line cut. Silence. Afghanistan was an unnaturally quiet place. The snow-capped mountains, the icy peaks, all seemed to encase the valley in a stillness, a separation from the real world. Without the static of the phone, without the rustle and bustle of the rest of the team working in the nerve center, the quiet of Afghanistan seemed to seep into the room, fill up the corners, swim down their throats until Kris was drowning in thick, weighted silence. He could hear his own breath, his own heart beating. I owe you an apology, George finally said. His voice was low, almost grinding in his throat. He flicked a pen against his palm, over and over. You have done exceptional work here, Kris. You're not sending me back to Langley? No, George grimaced. I want to, but I want to send you back for the wrong reasons. Kris waited. My first team lead was on counterterrorism operations in Greece. When it was bad, Greece was a nexus for all flavors of terrorism, from the rising Islamic terror to right-wing fascist neo-Nazis to extreme left anarchists. It was a violent, unstable place. And I lost someone young and new and brilliant. We all thought we had a handle on the risks. We all thought we knew how bad it was, but we lost her. A neo-Nazi counter-surveillance operation discovered she was working for the CIA. They lured her into a trap and The pen kept slapping his palm, faster.
"I promised myself," he said carefully, "that I would never, ever sit in an officer's house and tell their family that one of my people had been killed on my watch. It is the worst feeling anyone can ever feel. That you let someone else down like that."
Something grabbed Kris's heart and squeezed, kept squeezing. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The echoing roar of an airplane filled his soul, the too low whine of a jet engine accelerating over Manhattan. George finally met Kris's stare.
"You are a good officer, Kris. A very good officer."
Kris said nothing.
"You are. Which is why you and Sergeant Haddad are headed to the Northern Front. I radioed Khan this evening, told him we wanted to expand operations and that you would be there to map out the lines. He was overjoyed. You both leave tomorrow. Get it done. And come back safely."
George nodded and turned away, done with the conversation. He tossed his pen onto their makeshift work table into the clutter of papers and floppy disks and old coffee gone cold.
"Keep up the good work."
Kris escaped to the roof to watch the stars wink over the Panjshir, appear in a flood of scattered paint across the arc of the sky. To the south, faint echoes of artillery sounded like the roar of a subway rumbling beneath the Upper East Side after midnight. He finally headed down late, after the rest of the team had turned in. Days were long, frigid, and rough. Everyone went to bed early. He hoped David was already sleeping. No such luck. David was awake, propped against the cold cinder-block walls of their tiny room, reading by the light of his headlamp. He looked up when Kris slipped around their dingy curtain, blinding Kris. "Sorry." David set his headlamp on the floor. The light cast long shadows up the walls, claws that curled over and reached for Kris, trying to drag him down, tear him apart.
"Everything okay?"
"I'm not leaving. But I guess you already knew that."
David nodded.
"Why? Why did you say anything?" David took his time answering, closing his book and tucking it back into his pack. Kris watched him, searching for something, anything, an opening, an answer. "Never let anyone else define your life, Kris. Never let anyone else define who you are. They will always get it wrong. Never settle for that." Kris shook his head. He had learned to give up long ago, give in. Sniffing, he grabbed another jacket, tried to wrap up in it. David watched him. "We're going to the Northern Front tomorrow. It's going to be cold." "It already is cold." Kris had slipped on another sweater earlier and was bundled in his thick jacket. He had pulled on his gloves, wool and leather, and wrapped one of the black and white scarves Khan had gifted to him at the front around his neck and head. "You can sleep next to me, if you want." There was an empty space beside David, his gear shoved away, cleared out to the other side of their room. "For warmth?" Kris had seen porn movies that started this way, probably a dozen. If he hadn't been so exhausted, so bone-weary, his heart so shredded, he might have mustered a flirtation in response to the invite. Or at least a joke, something to blunt the choking tension, the cloying hesitation, the stink of anxiety that permeated their room. But he was too tired. He dragged his mat and sleeping bag next to David's and crawled inside, bundled in all of his clothes. David waited, hovering, propped up on his elbow as Kris settled in. As his head hit the bundled sweater he used for a pillow, Kris felt David settle in behind him, felt his body through his sleeping bag when he curled into Kris's back. As he fell asleep, the weight of David's arm settled over his waist. He was choking on smoke and bone dust, jet fuel and atomized concrete. a billion pieces of burned paper falling on him, smothering him. Masood's body broken and bloody and bombed, the leader of a parade of ghosts led by Muhammad Atta, with his box cutter and his black flag and his empty, evil eyes. This time, George was there, watching it all, along with Clint Williams. "We thought you were good," they said, though their lips didn't move. "We thought you were the good guy." He tried to run, but when he turned, David was right behind him, closer than his own shadow. Kris couldn't get around him, couldn't get away from him. "I thought you were worth—" He woke before David finished, gasping and clawing at his sleeping bag, at the arms, holding him tight. David clung to him, burying his face in Kris's neck, both arms around Kris like he was David's teddy bear. He snorted and stretched, but let Kris go long enough for him to escape. Kris stumbled out to the nerve center, to the hum of the computers, the snores of the rest of the team, the soft murmurs of the radio. Dari in Arabic floated through the static, live captures of the Taliban's radio net. Kris picked out the words for apple and pomegranate, rice and goat, hunger and cold. The enemy was struggling, hungry, cold, and lonely, talking into the night about what they wanted to eat. "Eat an airplane," Kris thought. "Eat an airplane, dropping bombs until you're full. Until you're so full you explode, until you're one of 3,000, a name that can't be remembered because there are too many." He tried to breathe, tried to stop the shaking that came over him, crawling up from the bottoms of his feet all the way up his skin. He hadn't felt this before, hadn't yet run face first into the same furious, crackling rage the rest of his team nurtured. He hadn't joined in on the calls for revenge, the bloodthirsty hunger for retribution against al-Qaeda, against the Taliban. He'd kept the blame for himself. "Kris," David yawned as he slipped out from behind the curtain to their room. "You okay?" Fury roared through him, blinding, aching fury. His bones seemed to scream, his skeleton shaking, burning to every last inch. "Kris." David was right there, reaching for him. His hands landed on Kris's arms, gently. Kris jerked free. "Stop," he hissed. "Just stop." David stepped back, hands up, surrendering. His eyes glistened, pools of silver in the flash of the radio lights. "I'm sorry." "You shouldn't help me. You shouldn't care about me. You shouldn't do any of this." Kris waved back to their room, to David, trying to wrap everything David had done, all that he was, up as one. "I am not worth anything." "What?" "I am not worth one moment of what you've given me. Not a single moment. Your care, your concern, your coffee. Stop wasting your time on me." "Kris." David slowly inched forward, his voice a whisper. "Why are you saying this?" "Because—" His heart screamed, the same pitch, the same tone as the planes that had flown over Manhattan, that had slammed into the Pentagon in Pennsylvania. Ash coated his throat, and in his hands he felt the dust of thousands upon thousands of bones sift through his fingers. "Because I am responsible for 9/11. David froze. His eyes narrowed. "What?" "My section. My unit. We were tracking Khalid al-Mihdhar and Marwan al-Shahi. We had them on our radar. The FBI, earlier this year, they asked for what we had on them. We refused to share the intel. We knew they were al-Qaeda. We knew they were connected to the embassy bombings in Africa. We were tracing their connections, their meetups with other al-Qaeda operatives, money that was exchanged, but we wouldn't share what we had. The higher-ups, they thought the FBI would fuck it up. We wanted to see how much higher we could go through the chain. Didn't want to risk blowing our intelligence if the FBI just arrested them, but no one knew. No one fucking knew when they needed to know. To stop what happened." "Kris, what—" "Their names were on my desk.
Mine! If I had just passed those names along, if the FBI would have alerted anyone about those two. American Airlines Flight 77 and United Airlines Flight 175 wouldn't have slammed into the Pentagon and the South Tower.
You don't know that.
You can't say that, David sputtered, shaking his head. They would have been detained when they entered the U.S. Question. They wouldn't have been on those flights. Maybe Al-Qaeda would have had to call the entire operation off. Maybe they would have had to cancel it. If they'd had to cancel it, then Ahmad Shah Massoud would still be alive. Bin Laden wouldn't have had to murder him. Everything, all of this. It's my fault. Because I did.
His voice cracked and Kris collapsed, the bones in his body no longer able to hold him up, keep him standing under the weight of 3,000 dead souls, under the years of unlived lives, under the shame that grated his heart to slivers, to dust, to ash. He fell to his knees, curled over, and pressed his forehead to the dirty floor, to the threadbare carpet covering the cold concrete. He couldn't breathe. He gasped, his throat closing, choking off like he was being strangled. Tears flowed, cascading down his cheeks, falling from his chin into pools beneath his face. Snot and spit dribbled from his nose, his mouth. He was disgusting. A disgusting human being. A hand rested on his back, gentle, warm. Another landed on his head, fingers sliding through his hair. The hand guided him up, cradled his head until he was sitting, staring into David's stern face. Kris waited for David to snap his neck, to rip him in half, to end everything.
It was not your fault,
David breathed. His voice, a whisper, shook. His eyes burned, slamming into Kris like brands.
It was not your fault. You did not hijack those planes. You did not fly them into the towers, into the Pentagon. You did not do this. I let it happen.
David gripped his skull, pulled Kris closer. His hands shook, his arms, and Kris trembled with them. Kris's teeth started to chatter.
Do not take on this blame. You are not them. You are not a murderer. You are not part of their hate. You are not to blame. I am. You are not the beginning of this, Kris. You are not where all of this, all of the hatred, all of the fighting comes from. Don't do this to yourself. All I can see, when I close my eyes,
Kris gasped,
are the Twin Towers. The planes. Their faces looking up at me from my desk.
He squeezed his eyes closed. Tears spilled from his eyes.
How can you even look at me? Because I see what you don't. I see the smartest man I've ever met. A man dedicated to the fight, to stopping the Taliban, to capturing Bin Laden. I see a man focused on doing the right thing, on being the best he can be. I see a hero, Kris. No.
A sob built in his chest, and he tried to pull free of David's hold.
No, I'm not.
I see a man who came to Afghanistan and, despite everyone's judgments, everyone's prejudices, did his job perfectly. You built an alliance with General Khan. You did that. You built that. The people of Afghanistan will have hope and a future once we get rid of the Taliban, and we will, because of what you've built with Khan. How is that not heroic?
Kris shook. I see a man I care about,
David whispered.
Someone I...
His lips clamped shut. His thumbs stroked over Kris's cheekbones, wiping away tears.
I see you. I see someone exceptional.
He pulled Kris in, slowly wrapping his arms around Kris until they were one, huddled on the floor and wrapped around each other, arms and chests pressed so tightly together there was no space between them. Kris trembled, shaking until he thought his body would just fall to pieces. David held him, a fierce hold that surrounded Kris, enveloped him completely, and held him up, held his bones and his soul in place. He didn't know how long they stayed there. It felt like an eternity, listening to Arabic whisper over the radio, and Ryan and George snoring in counterpoint. Finally, David pulled him up, guided him back to their room. He unzipped his own sleeping bag and laid Kris inside, deep in the warm folds that smelled like David, that radiated his presence. Hesitation. David stared into Kris's eyes, deep into his gaze. Kris reached for him. His hand shook. Silently, David slid into the sleeping bag beside Kris, their bodies aligning, folding into each other. A sob caught in Kris's chest, and fresh tears spilled over the edges of his eyelashes. Arms wound around him, held him close. "It's not your fault," David whispered. "It's madness. It's hatred. It's murder. Plain and simple. It's history that got all fucked up. It's 1,000 things other than you. It's not you, Kris." Kris pressed his face into David's neck and, for the first time, let himself weep. 8. Panjshir Valley, Afghanistan, October 14th, 2001. We came here thinking we'd be with Nazar until April, getting him up to strength. Well, good news, they're already there. With a little more money, more ammo, and supplies, they're actually quite fierce. They just need a little extra oomph. Ryan briefed the team as they sat in the nerve center, struggling against exhaustion. Ryan grinned, the Special Forces warrior rising within him, poking through the CIA officer. "So we changed the war. We strike first, and we strike now." Everyone sat up, suddenly awake, focused on what Ryan was saying. "CENTCOM is going to begin bombing the areas we've designated on all fronts." Ryan deigned to nod toward Kris and David, sitting together at the back of the semicircle next to the radios, and Philip. They'd mapped the northern front like they'd mapped the Shamali Plain, ducking mortar fire and artillery rounds for 3 days as they snaked through the mountains with General Hajimullah. "When the first bombs drop, the war will begin." George took over. "CENTCOM's strategic plan is to bomb the Taliban into such an obliterated state that the Nazar can walk right over them. Estimates put the capture of Kabul occurring within days of the first push by the Nazar and General Khan." He fixed each of them with a long stare. "Which means we need to be ready to move fast. Stay ahead of the fighting and make sure we're identifying, targeting, capturing, and/or killing senior al-Qaeda members. We capture anyone who can lead us higher for interrogation. We kill the leaders. We fight now or we're stuck here through the winter." As Ryan spoke again, icy wind whistled through the cracks in their compound. Frozen mud clung to their boots. They were all in their warmest clothes, dressed in layers, but it wasn't enough. The concrete box they were living in was a freezer. They could see their breaths, big puffs in front of their faces. It would be a long, miserable winter, locked in the valley with no evacuation and no resupply until the snows melted. Unless they won the war early. "Is everyone ready? Really ready for this?" George went around the room, asking everyone individually. 12 people, George's team and Palmer's, deciding to start a war. Kris was the last to speak. "Yes." George gave him a ghost of a smile. "Then that's it. I'll tell Langley we're ready for CENTCOM to begin combat operations." Excitement flooded the valley, electrified the Nazar. Khan drove up personally and shook George and Ryan's hands. inviting them to feast with him and to watch the bombs fall. George accepted, and after Khan left for the afternoon, he pulled Kris aside and asked for specific advice on how to be a better guest and friend of Khan's. Ghazi and Faisal appeared later in the afternoon, buzzing about the imminent combat.
"Would you like to watch the bombs? The news reports. We can build a satellite to capture the TV signal,"
Faisal offered. Reporters were embedded with the Shah Nazar forces along the front and in occupied Kabul, and just like in the Gulf War, there would be grainy video footage of the bombs falling and flaming clouds rising into the dark night. Ryan's eyes boggled.
"What took you so long to ask? Hell yes. Here, I'll help you make it."
Within hours, Ghazi and Faisal taught Ryan, who'd brought in Jim and Philip, how to make an Afghanistan satellite dish. Flattened beer cans, completely illegal in the country, were bent around Chinese rebar left over from half-finished reconstruction projects into a crude metal saucer. Odds and ends of wires were strung together, loops tied and twisted into a spaghetti array. Philip managed to get it linked to their power system, creating a power cord from scratch and connecting it to the generator. Khan arrived just after evening prayers with his staff and a banquet for the team. They ate together, everyone jovial and exuberant at the thought of the war finally beginning in just a few hours. It seemed impossible that it was all coming together. They all gathered around the satellite and the boxy, static-filled TV after dark on the roof. Khan's men watched with binoculars to the south. British commentators from the BBC narrated the anxiety-filled darkness, the patch of black that was Afghanistan, on the grainy TV, as everyone waited for the first strike.
"It will be the end of the Taliban," Khan said. "My forces are ready to move at dawn. Afghanistan will be liberated at last."
The first flash appeared in the sky, a yellow blink that seared the clouds. Another, and another. Cheers rose, and the team clapped and hugged as Khan's men cried Allahu Akbar to the sky and held each other as they cried tears of joy. David wrapped an arm around Kris's shoulders and held on, not letting go. Kris rested his head on David's shoulder. No one said a word. The revelation of Kris's secret, the sharing of his burden, his anguish had bridged them together in a way he hadn't expected. He'd thought David would discard him, drop him like the trash he was, pull back in revulsion. He was a monster, a murderer, no better than the hijackers themselves. David had held him through every tear, through every but, until he had exhausted himself, was nothing but a bag of bones and snot. When the moon had set, he'd started to whisper, breathing into Kris's ear. "I felt like this before. When I was a kid. Something happened and I knew it was my fault, all of it. I knew it. If I'd been better, if I'd done something different, but I had to convince myself I wasn't the one who pulled the trigger." He'd stared at the line of David's jaw, the scruffy beard there. "I thought the same after Mogadishu. How many died because I wasn't good enough, didn't do my job right. I failed. And those deaths are on me, right?" "That's not true," Kris had sputtered between his sniffles. "Then it's not true for you, either. Not in this." David had held him until dawn, when the intrusion of the sunlight forced them out of their shared sleeping bag. Every night since, David had cradled him as they slept. Kris didn't know what that meant. He knew what he wanted it to mean. But he was exhausted, run through with the invasion, strained until he was nearly broken. He didn't have any bandwidth left to wonder about David, about the way David looked at him, about how his face curled into Kris's neck in the middle of the night, and how their hands found each other's when their eyes were closed. Was it comfort? Simply human need, the pull to connect to someone in their upside-down world? God knew he had read lip-biting stories when he was a high schooler about soldiers seeking illicit comfort in the arms of their brothers. He'd jacked off to fantasies like that when he was a teen, but now that he was living it, he just couldn't puzzle through the mystery of David. Not while bombs were lighting up Afghanistan and David was holding onto him like he was a shield against the darkness. A month after September 11th, here we fucking are. Ryan and George shared their own hug, muttering into each other's ears as they hugged like they were grappling. Khan's radio chirped. The first reports from the front trickled in, anxiety-filled Dari from the Shura-Nazar spotters. Khan's disappointment, his frustration, his look of disgust, tinged with exhaustion, hit Kris like a punch to the gut. Even George froze.
Your bombs have hit only their storage depots. Old staging grounds, empty compounds. Your bombs have hit nothing.
Khan bellowed in his stilted English. Rage silvered Khan's eyes, made them shine in the night.
After your mapping, your insistence that you would destroy the Taliban.
They were supposed to hit the front line. George went pale, as white as the moon.
Nothing on the front has been hit. The Taliban, Al-Qaeda, they are rejoicing at your stupidity.
General, this is not what we were told. Our bombers were supposed to strike front-line targets, take out everyone in your way.
More American duplicity. Lies!
Khan cursed. But the fight seemed to go out of him. He sagged, sighing as he shook his head.
I put my trust in you Americans time and time again. Always the same outcome. You'll never keep your word. Never.
No, not always. We're friends. George scrambled, reaching for Khan's hand. Khan didn't accept. He stayed still, a silent statue. We brought food. The aid drop, it went great. We can bring more. I'll schedule more food, more supplies for your people. We are friends, General. Khan stared him down.
You will do that, and you will destroy the Taliban like you said you would. Or you will leave my country.
Days later, and the nightly bombing runs from the U.S. fighters were still weak. Taliban radio intercepts laughed uproariously at the pitiful might of the Americans, the unintelligence of the most powerful nation on earth bombing dust-filled abandoned shacks into oblivion. George and Ryan railed at Langley on the satellite almost every hour. George had Kris on the calls too, since he was still the main liaison with General Khan. The Shura-Nazar expect our bombs to raise the earth, Clint. They expect the sun to be blocked by the number of our bombers.
They are going to have to adjust their expectations. Perhaps permanently.
What the fuck does that mean?
Look, the Russians, the Pakistanis, and the Iranians are making noise about the Shura-Nazar taking over Kabul. They think General Khan and his fighters are going to slaughter the Pashtun minority once they're in power. Your Shura-Nazar forces are mostly ethnic Tajiks. You ready to put a different ethnic tribe in power? History shows what happens next.
General Khan has absolutely no plans to engage in ethnic cleansing. Kris's voice shook as he spoke up. The Tajiks and the Pashtuns have existed together for centuries. The Pakistanis just don't want to lose their influence in Kabul. ISI in Pakistan props up the Taliban. You know that. Oh, the twisted web of international relations. Pakistan was America's ally today. The Taliban's yesterday may be their ally still. The president is working to ensure the UN takes control of Kabul. You have to get your Shura-Nazar forces to stay outside of the city. We won't move forward unless they agree to stop advancing on Kabul. Kris's stomach sank. Khan would be furious. More than furious, he would be betrayed. His entire life had been forged around securing Kabul, on saving his country and his people. The team, Kris, and by extension, the Americans, were there to help him do just that. There was no way he could tell Khan that he wasn't allowed to take Kabul, that men in briefing rooms on the other side of the world were changing his fate, curtailing his destiny. Kris shook his head at George, not saying a word. We'll discuss that here, Clint. That's a big fucking ask, though, for someone we've spent goddamn weeks convincing we're his allies that he can trust. We can find another warlord, George. There are dozens. He's a tool, a means to an end.
We can find a new tool."
Kris walked away, frustration building in him until he wanted to lash out, cut Williams down, kick a chair, scream about the trickle-down effect of constant American lies and a foreign policy of duplicity and double-talk, of changing sides when it suited their mercurial mission. This is why the world hates us. This is why Khan is waiting for our betrayal. George growled something and ended the call.
"Kris,
we can't turn on General Khan. We just can't."
"I know."
For a moment, George looked like he'd been stabbed, like he was facing the worst possible decision in his life.
"I think I have another way."
Panjshir Valley, Afghanistan, October 20th, 2001. Snow flurries blasted Kris's face as Derek spun up their helo. He squinted. David shifted, sliding the bulk of his shoulder in front of Kris as if he could block the onslaught. As Derek lifted off, David and Kris sat with their legs dangling out of the open cargo door, the wind and the snow blitzing past them. David's arm wrapped around Kris's waist, out of sight and hidden beneath Kris's jacket. Afghanistan's weather had turned, shifting from the chill of autumn to a frigid winter that locked the country in an icy stalemate. Snow fell in the Panjshir, storms that left inches on the ground and turned the dirt to sucking ice-filled mud. And the mountain's blanketed peaks closed the pass to Tajikistan by land and by air. As they flew to the Shamali, descending in altitude, the snows grew lighter. At the front, the snow had softened the harsh mountains and craggy hillsides, blunted the bare, desiccated earth. From the air, it almost looked serene, peaceful. Derek dropped them near Khan's compound. Khan wasn't there to meet them. One of his deputies, a major who spoke only Russian, guided them to a jeep that bounced and slid down the snowy track to the front. The snow slowly vanished, stretching until it turned to frozen dust. Khan was in a forward fighting position between two of his soldiers, peering across the Shamali plain through a pair of binoculars.
"Gul Bahar,"
he called, not looking back.
"Do you see what I see?"
"I see the Taliban, General."
"Exactly!"
Khan twisted, glaring at him and David.
"They are all there. Hundreds of Taliban positions and foreign fighters, Al-Qaeda, embedded within them. Your bombs have hit nothing. The Taliban laugh every morning when they wake and nothing has been damaged."
He climbed out of the fighting position and strode right up to Kris.
"Gul Bahar, my men are ready. I am ready. We can take Kabul as soon as you break the Taliban lines. My men, they will not last another winter in these snows, in these mountains."
He looked up and down his lines at his fighters.
"If your country does not fulfill your promise, we will attack the Taliban. We will not wait. We cannot wait. Not any longer."
Kris swallowed. David shifted, pressing into his side. Silent support. "General, that will be suicide."
"What choice do I have? Your country has abandoned me and my men."
"No, we haven't." "We have a plan to help." Kris squared his shoulders. "We need to start laser targeting the Taliban positions, General." Khan frowned. "We're here with a laser-guided targeting system that communicates directly with our pilots. We can paint each target with this laser, and then—" He smiled, patting the backpack David held. "The bombs will go exactly where they are supposed to go." A new light glittered in Khan's gaze.
"How soon can we begin?"
"Take us to Bagram. To the very front, General." Khan piled them into his truck, but he dismissed the fleets of vehicles and the guards who had ridden with them before.
"We will be riding through the Shamali. The Taliban attack anything they can down there, and they hold a ridgeline to the south. I won't give them too many targets."
Khan's driver pushed the pedal to the floorboards. The old engine whined, coughed, and spewed dirt as the truck's wheels spun, sliding on melting snow and mud. Door panels rattled, windows shivered and shook almost hard enough to fracture. They slipped down Khan's front lines, down the hillside, and dropped into the Shamali. desiccated earth, the dust of a ceaseless famine blustered by the truck. Snow blown down from the mountains mixed with the dust, creating an alien landscape, a desolate expanse of dead land. Crops had long withered, whatever vegetation long shelled by bombs and turned to craters and ash. Broken villages and the remnants of homes littered the wind-swept land.
The Taliban punished the Somali when they first took power. The plain, it resisted. So the Taliban smashed the farms, destroyed their homes, burned villages to the ground. They blew up the water pipes and dams and poisoned the wells, murdered anyone who did not fall into line.
Khan nodded to the devastation. David was ripcord taut next to him.
Even Allah has forgotten Afghanistan,
Khan rumbled.
Now there is no water, no food. The people starve and the animals die.
Weariness weighed heavily on the general, etched into the growl of his voice. An hour later, Khan guided his driver to the northern side of Bagram Airfield. It rose from the Shimali like a concrete ghost town, decrepit bunkers and shattered buildings, twisted rebar and broken glass, an apocalyptic nightmare. Khan's driver stopped at a line of low bunkers reinforced with sandbags along the front. He stayed in the bunker's shadows. Kris poked his head around the side of one. A long runway stretched toward the south end of the airfield. More bunkers hovered at the end of the runway, sandbags and a dirt berm beside them.
That, Guru Bahar, is the Taliban. We are one runway away here. The front line goes across this airfield.
He pointed to the northern end of the base where the ravaged pillar of the air traffic control tower still stood, windows long blown out.
But we have the high ground.
3 cracks sounded, fast snaps that broke the cold air. Whizzes whistled by. Dust sprayed off the bunker wall.
Careful, Gul Bahar. We trade fire here often.
Khan guided Kris and David into the bunker, a former Soviet military office. The broken windows were blocked with sandbags, only narrow firing slits open at the very tops. Soldiers peered through binoculars at Taliban positions. One soldier passed his binos to Khan.
They are watching us, wondering who you are and what you are doing. They will be attacking this afternoon.
As Khan spoke, the dull thump of a mortar round launching from the Taliban's line rumbled. It whistled, flying low, and hit the top of their bunker. The walls shook, dust and sand falling from the ceiling. David grabbed Kris with both hands.
Do not worry. The roof, it is reinforced. We are hit many times. We will patch the damage tonight.
They slipped out of the bunker and back to the truck. Khan's driver wound through the remnants of buildings. Rotten metal and twisted frames collapsed in on themselves. Destroyed aircraft decayed on the tarmac and in front of hangars, tires long gone flat, frames dented, metal missing, wings torn off. But each wreck was still in a neat line, famous Soviet military discipline still on display, even in an abandoned base at the end of the world. They idled for a moment at the edge of a long runway, hidden behind a hangar.
You both should duck,
Khan said. His driver floored it, whipping around the hangar and hauling down the runway. The engine roared, and David pushed Kris down across the back seat, covering him with his body. Kris felt David's breath against his cheek, felt his fingers dig into Kris's arms. Bullets pinged off the runway, snapping like firecrackers. One shattered the rear glass.
The Taliban hold the village in the hills above the base, Khan shouted. They can fire on this runway from there. Unfortunately, this is the only way we can drive to the control tower. You will have to take out that village with your lasers.
Finally, they pulled behind 2 bunkers, riddled with shrapnel and bullet holes, and parked in the shadow of the tower. The upper radar dish, the overhang, and the antennae were gone. Only the observation deck remained. There was no door on the tower. It had been destroyed long ago. A spiral stairway went up to the observation deck, and more bullet holes ringed the inside of the tower. The tower had seen a hell of a fight. Inside, Shura forces had telescopes set up for targeting and range finding. Maps covered the floor, marked up with Taliban posts and positions. Khan introduced Kris and David, and the Shura fighters eagerly looked at David's pack once Khan explained what they were there for.
"You can destroy them from here."
"Between the scope, the coordinates, and the laser? Yes, we definitely can." Kris smiled. Kris had spoken too soon. George called on the satellite phone that evening.
"Targets on deck for the night are situated around Kandahar, Jalalabad, and Mazar-e-Sharif. They want to pound al-Qaeda strongholds and loosen up the Taliban around Mazar for Hajimullah's forces.
We've got a village infested with Taliban. They're picking off Khan's men at the airport. We've got the coordinates mapped and a laser on them as we speak.
CENTCOM is refusing to release a fighter for your targets unless you can triple guarantee that there are no civilians in the village. We're not flattening a village of women and children at the start of the war."
"Khan assures us the Taliban have moved all civilians out. It's only fighters."
"Not good enough. They need visual confirmation before they'll approve the mission."
Kris saw David shake his head. His eyes pinched, concern warring with determination. Sneaking behind enemy lines, infiltrating enemy positions? That was David's bread and butter. He and his Special Forces team were trained to do just that, but David was alone, with only Shura forces to back him up. Alone. Except for Kris. "We'll have visual confirmation tonight, George. Tell CENTCOM to have their fighters ready."
"Are you sure?"
David squatted on a pile of crumpled cinder blocks in front of Kris, holding a compact of camo paint. Half of Kris's face was darkened, the shading breaking up the lines of his humanity, enough to blend in with the darkness. "Very sure." Sighing, David painted a long streak of black over his nose across his cheek. He wouldn't look Kris in the eye.
"Kris,
out of everyone, you have never doubted me, not once. Are you doubting me now?"
"That's not what this is."
"Then what is it?" Finally, David looked at him, really looked at him. David had applied his own camo paint first, streaks of brown and black across his face until just his eyes were visible in the dim light of the bunker in the corner where they had set up their sleeping bags. The air shivered, hovering around them, weighted with whatever David was about to say next. Expectancy was thick, pressing on Kris. But David looked away, and in that moment, he closed up, rolling up the expectancy and his hesitation as he cleared his throat. The air in the bunker seemed to suck into David, vanishing with a pop.
"I don't want you to get hurt,"
David said. He dabbed brown paint on his fingers and reached for Kris's cheek. "Neither of us will get hurt. We're in this together." David nodded. Kris watched a barrier go up in his gaze, watched him shift, start piling up block after block within him, barricading the world away. He was going operational, putting himself into the mindset of the mission. Kris could feel him disappearing within, going deep into the center of himself. Closing his eyes, Kris followed, tipping back and falling into his training. The mission plan, their objective, playing over in his mind, their route, how to get to the village, time on station, and a rehearsal of their actions, their moves, step by step in his mind. His breathing leveled out, going flat, going even. Done. They waited until the dead of night. Other than a few fires lit by frozen Shura fighters, well off the front lines or buried in bunkers, there was no light after dark in Afghanistan, certainly not at Bagram. Only the stars gleamed above, beneath a quarter moon. Kris crept behind David, stepping exactly into his dusty footprints. They were on a grazing path that goats and horses had used before the fighting. To the left and right of the narrow dirt track, buried mines and unexploded ordnance littered the ground. Spent shell casings and dirty brass covered the dust, reflecting a glinty green in Kris's NVGs. Neither the Taliban or the Shura had night vision capabilities. Both sides were blind after dark. Kris and David were ghosts, slipping unseen into the Taliban's village. Fixed gun positions pointed down at the airport, manned by sleeping Taliban soldiers. Heavy machine guns, mortars, and larger artillery pieces were covered in rough camouflage. Broken homes, their mud roofs caved in and walls, shattered, blown apart by years of bullets and bombs, squatted behind the guns. Soft dari wound out of the wreckage, carried on the low light of banked fires. They slid silently through the village, moving house to house, quiet as smoke. There, a group of soldiers slept. There, guards huddled around the fire. Beyond, in a house set off the center of the village, what looked like a group of mullahs, the senior leaders of the fighters, sat together around a pile of orange coals. Radio antennae cluttered the roof of their hut, and weapons leaned against the side walls. A convoy of trucks waited behind the village. 2 Russian tanks lingered beyond the gun positions with fresh tracks in the dirt. Soon, they'd be firing on the airport with tank rounds. No civilians. Not a hint of life other than the infestation of fighters. Who had lived there before? Where had they been taken when the Taliban moved in? David shifted, sliding around a mud brick home, the last in the village. Its roof had caved in more than the others, and its walls had crumbled almost to the ground. Burn marks and soot licked up the sides of what remained. Crouching, David scanned the ground, peered inside. Kris followed, hovering beside him. Something must have caught David's eye. He spotted it a moment after David did. Bones. Chipped, brittle bones, burned and snapped in half. Small bones, the size of a child's, the size of a young woman. Kris could pick out femurs and jawbones, ribs and shoulder blades. He tried to count them by twos. At least 12. No, 14. 18. Too many. Too many for this to be an accidental fire, a tragedy of fate. If they sifted through the ash, they'd no doubt find a bar that had held the door closed, locked from the outside. They might find a grenade, or a canister of fuel. David stayed down, kneeling beside the burned wall as he reached for a bone. It fit in the palm of his hand, gently curved. Once, it must have wrapped around the chest of a child, a young boy or girl's rib. Footsteps coming out of the house where the mullahs had been. One of the leaders walked their way toward the edge of the village, the darkness just beyond this house. He carried a rifle, but lazily, slung over his shoulder like a teenager would slough a backpack at school. Kris ducked, his back to David's, one hand on David's thigh. Freeze. Beneath his touch, David went completely still. He lifted his rifle, the folded stock pressed to his shoulder, sights tracking the mullah's every footfall. They were in the darkness, in the shadows, completely blacked out, but if a star happened to shine on the lens of his NVGs, if a flicker of flame winked across their bodies, arced around their presence, the game was up. Kris's finger half squeezed the trigger. The mullah sighed as he faced the darkness, feet from Kris. He fumbled with his robes, eventually adjusting to relieve himself. They heard everything, the splash and spray, the mullah's stream as it hit the dirt and then petered off. After, he muttered a quick word in Dari, prayers of the ultra-faithful following urination, and headed back. David's hand covered Kris's, still on David's thigh. He squeezed. Time to go. They didn't speak until they were out of the village and back down the path, lying against the dirt berm beneath the Taliban's gun positions. From where they lay, they could hear Taliban fighters speaking in Dari in their foxholes. David pulled the laser targeting array out of his backpack. Call it in, he breathed in Kris's ear. I'll hold the target. Kris skidded down the berm to the very base. He was maybe 60 feet from the Taliban. He pressed his radio to his lips. Eagle Eye. This is Jammer 3. Request priority strike on confirmed enemy position with senior Taliban leadership. Target is laser designated. Static whistled in his ear. He pressed on the earbud. Jammer 3, confirm. Are civilians present? Confirmed. No civilians present. Static. He waited. Jammer 3, 2 aircraft inbound, ETA 20 minutes. Stand by. He clicked his acknowledgement and crawled back, sliding in beside David. 2 inbound. he mouthed along David's ear. 20 minutes. Probably Navy.
Quick strike, then. David breathed. They have to get back to the carrier before they bingo fuel.
Kris nodded. He settled in to wait, leaning into David almost on top of him. He felt the rise and fall of David's back each inhale and exhale. They were close enough that they only had to turn their heads and they would be speaking in each other's ears. The first whoosh, the deep scratch against the night sky that was the fighter honing in, screamed in above. Kris's earbud whistled with an incoming radio transmission.
Jammer 3, aircraft on deck, patching the pilot now.
A whine, and a new voice came on, a woman. Laser target locked on, she said. Bombs away. Now, Kris breathed. He and David flicked off their NVGs, plunging the world into pitch black. Kris counted, barely breathing. David pushed his face against Kris's, their cheeks pressed together. They could hear the Taliban laughing at the sound of the jet, cursing the sky and the inept American fighters who had yet to hit them with their bombs. A fireball bloomed, erupting with a crack and rolling thunder rising over the berm and enveloping the Taliban-occupied village. The shockwave followed, rushing wind like a slap, burning heat pushing him and David into the dirt. Debris rained, smashing down like hail. A shattered turret from one of the tanks landed straight up, embedded in the hillside, still smoking. Broken bodies and screams split the night in every direction. An inferno raged, consuming everything blown apart by the strike. Jammer 3, RTB, the pilot said. Good luck. Good strike, Kris replied. He didn't have to whisper. Not anymore. Not with the screams of the Taliban loud enough to hear all the way in Kabul. Finally. 9. Panjshir Valley, Afghanistan, November 7th, 2001. The war accelerated, moving at breakneck pace. High on adrenaline after the first strike, Kris and David stayed up all night long, sitting in front of a small bonfire behind the control tower, talking down the shakes in their hands. David spoke softly as the fire burned low and the coals glowed, casting the hollows of his face into shadow. I've lost count of how many children's bones I've seen. You'd think that would be something you'd remember, but there are places in this world where hearts don't beat, where humanity is just gone. I thought I'd never see that kind of hate again, but now, with New York and here, it's all coming back, isn't it? Kris took his hand, lacing their fingers together. Side by side, they watched the coals turn to ash, hands clasped, heads resting against each other. Should he ask? Should he squeeze David's hand and ask what that was before, when they were rubbing camo paint over each other's faces? What it meant that David slept with him every night, drawing him close and into his arms. What it meant that they were never far from each other anymore, always a hand's reach away. Would asking end it all? Inertia was a powerful force. Kris didn't want it to end. The hand-holding, the surrender into David's arms, the warm breath on the back of his neck. Maybe it was just Afghanistan, the war, the cold. Maybe they were clinging to each other because they were alone in this craziness, untethered from reality, trying to navigate warlords and terrorists and battle plans from caves and concrete bunkers via a scratchy radio and a homemade satellite dish as snow fell and froze their fingers and toes. Maybe nothing would leave the valley. He should keep his mouth shut and soak it in, just be glad for the human connection, for the beating heart he had found on the surface of Afghanistan, the dark side of the moon. General Khan was overjoyed with the first laser-targeted strike. He arrived at dawn just after prayers, effusive in his praise for both Kris and David. We must have more, many more of these strikes. Every day, Kris and David worked with the Shiranazar to scout targets from Bagram's control tower. At night, they slipped out under cover and crept close to the Taliban and Al-Qaeda targets, painting each with lasers until Navy or Marine Corps fighter jets arrived and obliterated them in fury.
They are no longer crowing about how weak the Americans are, how pitiful your attack is."
Khan held Kris's hand, grinning ear to ear after days of constant strikes around the airfield.
"We will use Bagram as a secondary headquarters when we break through the Shamoli."
In the north, the Taliban tightened their grip on Mazar-e-Sharif and Tahlequan. From the hills overlooking the two cities, they began shelling the outlying villages, civilians who supported Khan and the Shura-Nazar, and who had escaped the wrath of the Taliban's chokehold. General Hajimullah struggled to save his people and keep the pressure on the Taliban.
"We must have these bombs in the north," Khan said one morning, "and more help. We must have more CIA assistance, Gulbahar."
After a week straight of clearing Taliban out from around Bagram, George ordered him and David to meet up with Hajimullah outside Mazar-e-Sharif.
"Kris, Langley has sent a second team for Mazar. They're inserting tonight, and I want you and Haddad to show them the ropes, how to work with Hajimullah, the intricacies of the front line. Get up there ASAP."
Mazar-e-Sharif hugged a valley in between a gorge of mountains. The Taliban controlled a majority of the highlands and the city itself, and Hajimullah's men were pushed back into the valley below, stuck like fish in a shooting barrel. They were a ragged army. Most soldiers didn't have socks or gloves, but they still fought in the snow as winter closed over Afghanistan. Hajimullah's men also fought on horseback. Ethnically Uzbeki, his men had been raised on horseback like their Genghis Khan and their Mongol ancestors. When the second CIA team scampered off their helicopter out of Uzbekistan, General Hajimullah had 6 Afghan horses waiting for them. Afghan men were smaller than most Americans. Famine, lack of quality nutrition, not enough protein, and a host of other maladies had left the Afghan population more diminutive, leaner. Afghan horses, likewise, were smaller, more compact. Smaller Afghans and smaller horses meant smaller saddles, made of wood and stiff leather and right angles. Kris fit easily into his, and he copied Hajimullah's standing riding style, keeping out of the saddle as much as he could. The rest of the CIA team, by the end of the day's ride to Hajimullah's base camp, were nursing sore asses and bleeding thighs, skin rubbed raw from squeezing into the 2 small saddles. David, too, limped when they arrived. Hajimullah enjoyed the Americans' discomfort like he had feasted on fine Russian caviar. He laughed, barrel, chest shaking, roars echoing off the mountains ringing his camp.
"You Americans," he cried, "so soft. If you stay here for 1 week, I will make Afghans out of you."
With the promise of covering fire from the U.S. fighter jets and a significant bombing campaign guided in by Kris and David, Hajimullah and his deputies formed a plan to capture Mazar-e-Sharif and cut off all Taliban escape attempts. The U.S. would obliterate the Taliban in the hills, paving the way for the Shura-Nazar to enter the city without fear of strikes from above. 2 days later, David and Kris huddled on a flinty shale slope in the White Mountains, casting lasers at Taliban targets pinpointed on maps and GPS. The Taliban had concentrated their forces building into the mountain in the hope that they would be safe, shielded by the rocks. They were so very, very wrong. Kris relayed his conversation with an American B-2 stealth bomber coming in from the south at high altitude, flying out of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. He could just make out the white contrails streaking the very top of the corn-silk sky, as if dragging stardust down from space. "Time to target 2 minutes." Everyone on the radio net heard him. Far above in the bomber, someone was getting ready to deploy the Daisy Cutter. Non-nuclear and designed to instantly clear a landing zone in Vietnam, the bomb had found a second purpose, destroying caves, bunkers, and deeply buried fighters in combat zones around the world. "Weapon away," Kris called. Across the valley, the position he and David had painted disintegrated, disappearing in silence into a mushroom cloud that shot higher than the ice-covered peaks. A second later, a boom shook the earth, a thunderclap that rumbled Kris's organs and pushed him physically down the mountain. He clung to David, both of them sliding on shale as the ground trembled and quaked. Second target commencing. David shifted the laser to the next Taliban position as the first cloud continued to grow. Everything that had existed where the bomb landed, Taliban, weapons, tanks, was dust.
blowing away. After 3 daisy cutters, Hajimullah, his horseback fighters, and the CIA team charged. Kris watched from above through his binos. Taliban survivors, stunned by the blast, crawled toward their weapons, bleeding from everywhere, their eyes, their ears, their mouths. Wailing, they tried to fight, firing wildly and without aim at the charging Shura-Nazar. Hajimullah's men rode them down. Outside Mazar-e-Sharif, Hajimullah roared over the radio, broadcasting to the Taliban.
"I have the Americans," he shouted. "They brought their death ray. Surrender or you will die."
The remaining Taliban fell over themselves to be the first to surrender. November 10th, Hajimullah entered Mazar-e-Sharif on horseback. David followed Kris into the city on horseback, finally used to the cramped, stiff saddle. They watched as Hajimullah marched his fighters to the Blue Mosque, the holiest mosque in Afghanistan, and a place of pilgrimage. Ali, the Prophet's cousin, is buried there. David breathed in slowly, staring wide-eyed at the mosque. It's a holy site in Islam. Do you want to go in? David flinched, squirming down the left side of his body. I don't think I can, he whispered. Kris sidestepped his horse until he was alongside David's. Their horses snorted, nipping in each other's faces. Afghans flooded past them, following Hajimullah to the mosque, cheering and celebrating. Out of sight, he squeezed David's hand, laced their fingers together. Kris's radio chirped. Jammer 3, Jammer 1. Come in. George, calling from headquarters in the Panjshir. The signal was weak, scratchy over a dozen repeaters and mangled towers. Go ahead, Jammer 1. Great job with Mazar. General Khan wants you both at the Shamali front, ASAP. The Taliban collapsed, from Mazar-e-Sharif to Talakwan and all the towns in between. The Shura-Nazar chased them down across the northern front. Kris and David joined Khan on the Shamali plain, in the last front line against the Taliban. Finally, they were reunited with Captain Palmer and the rest of David's Special Forces team as they waited for the bombing to shift to the Shamali. Palmer greeted David with a handshake and a quick backslapping hug.
Great job, Haddad. You hanging in there?
Yes, sir. Kris thought having Captain Palmer and the rest of the team back surrounding David would change things, would change whatever they had fallen into. He expected David to shy away from him, shift his focus, turn to his team, and forget whatever he'd made with Kris. But the first night, David laid Kris's sleeping bag right next to his in the middle of the team's dug-in fighting position. As the stars came out, David's arms wrapped around him and his face tucked into the back of Kris's neck. Other members of the team also huddled close together, spooning their sleeping bags in rows to share warmth. Maybe it was just that, just the cold and nothing more. Maybe everything was in Kris's mind. He felt the squeeze of David's arms around his waist. November 21st dawned a perfect morning, crisp and clear, edged with frost and the scent of snow, but covered by an endless blue sky. So clear Kris thought he could see the curvature of the earth that encapsulated Afghanistan. He and David were up at daybreak, used to the rhythms of the muezzin and morning prayers after being embedded in the Shura-Nazar for weeks. Khan drank tea with Kris, watching over the Shamali.
After Mazar-e-Sharif, after Talakwan, you promised the Shamali plain would be next, that you would break the lines and I would lead my people into Kabul.
In the distance, Kabul was a muddy smudge, a blur of brown and smog. They're coming, General. The bombers are on their way. They watched the fighters and the bombers fly in, streaks of contrails dragging behind triangles of black and gray and brown. They watched the sky ignite, saw the flash of bombs, and heard the roar of the eruptions. The earth quaked, and the sky split, jets breaking the sound barrier after they had dropped their ordnance and bugged out back to their bases and their carriers. In the silence after the attacks, they could hear the echoing screams of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda burning, suffering, and dying in their foxholes. As each bomb dropped, Shura-Nazar fighters fired their rifles into the sky. Captain Palmer and his men watched the bombs drop through their scopes, confirming targets hit and destroyed and marking each on their maps. Kris saw the reflection of the bombs, of the destruction, and the shine of David's eyes. The backs of their hands brushed. George's call came mid-morning. "Jammer 3, come in." "Go, Jammer 1. What is it?" "Kris, we just got word. It's happening. The Taliban are completely collapsing. They're evacuating Kabul. We've got to go. Push hard. Now." Khan heard every word. Kris hadn't seen a man look so joyful, so ecstatic ever in his life. "We move out now!" he shouted up and down his lines and over the radio. His fighters took over, repeating his orders from foxhole to foxhole. Trucks zipped out from the rear, loaded with machine guns and fighters. Khan rode at the head of his convoy. Dust spewed up from the Shamali, hundreds of tires and men storming across the dead and haunted plains. Palmer and his team followed in 2 trucks. The massive convoy of Shura Nazar fighters rode in a single file toward Kabul. Kris rode in the back of Palmer's truck, beside David, his scarf tied around his face, sunglasses on, trying to keep out the dust. As they advanced, they came upon the craters of their bombs, large enough to destroy the entire width of the single road to Kabul. To either side, decades' worth of mines were buried. Nervous drivers inched forward, trying to stick to the remnants of the road as much as possible and avoid certain death. Mangled corpses littered the plain, broken and bloody and fallen across torn black flags, half buried in shattered rock and dust. The plain, so harsh and gray, desiccated and wind-blown, was wet with blood. The end of the Shamali's drought. Kris's gaze swept the devastation, the death and destruction. "Stop!" Khan called over the radio in Dari. "Everyone, stop! We must see to the dead." "General, these are the Taliban and Al-Qaeda," Kris radioed back. "Leave Al-Qaeda to rot. They're apostates and no longer Muslim. But we will bury our Afghan dead. They are still our people." Khan's men dragged the Taliban together, making piles of corpses. They covered them in rocks and stones, the Afghanistan tomb, and whispered prayers over their graves. When they restarted, there was no resistance on their drive across the plain. Khan's convoy roared up the hills, heading for Kabul. In hours, they'd be in the capital. Washington had insisted again that Khan stop, not advance into the city, that the UN be allowed to fly in and take over, that Khan not get the victory he'd worked for, had struggled for decades, working with Massoud and now on his own. Kris kept his mouth shut and watched the clouds billow behind Khan's SUV. Kabul was a city of dust and ghosts, of blue burqas whispering out of sight. The city sprawled, dusty streets and cobbled-together buildings, mud huts and cinder-block rows of houses lined with rusted steel fences topped with barbed wire. Some houses were empty, ransacked, belongings scattered into the streets. Bloodstains drenched the dust on street corners, but there were no bodies, no movement, no people. Khan's army stormed into the city, rolling down the streets in their trucks and tanks. The soldiers honked, cheering loudly, their entrance a celebration. Kris, David, Palmer, and the rest of the team kept their heads on a swivel. The city was silent, far too silent. Kris watched empty homes pass by, decrepit streets and blocks of stores and buildings that had burned to ash and the skeletal remains of rebar. The city felt heavy, the weight of thousands of unlived lives and decades of sorrow embedded into the foundation, down into the sewers and into the tangled and broken power lines overhead. General Khan led his army to the steps of the Taliban's intelligence headquarters, their former seat of power in Kabul and in Afghanistan. Burned papers blew in the wind, doors banged, opening and closing on broken hinges. Khan and his senior command staff exited their vehicles, rifles at the ready. Palmer ordered his men to form a security perimeter, but David stayed at Kris's side, dogging his footsteps as he followed Khan into Taliban headquarters. Kris watched tears fill Khan's eyes
as he strode up the burned and shrapnel-scarred steps. He had done it.
We came to liberate, not to conquer.
General Khan issued his orders to the Shir-e-Nazar as he instructed them to maintain peace and order in the capital. Checkpoints cropped up throughout Kabul. Hesitant civilians began poking their heads out from behind their gates. Slowly, men began to congregate on street corners, gazing at the Shir-e-Nazar soldiers and the city with wide eyes, like they were seeing something brand new, something they'd never seen before. By afternoon, the bazaar was open again, chicken and goat roasting over open fires inside 50-gallon metal drums, and limp vegetables and bruised fruit were hawked from every other stand. Kids gathered in clusters, hiding whenever the soldiers would try to say hello. Tangerine sunlight twirled with the smoke and haze over the capital and lapped the mountains ringing Kabul. Kris and Palmer's team watched everything from the Taliban's former governmental guest house, their old living quarters. They were woefully outnumbered, the only 7 Americans in the city. Any word from George? David leaned against the open window opposite Kris, watching Kabul come alive on the street below. Not yet. George's last message had been that he was on the move, breaking down in the Panjshir and taking a chopper to Bagram to set up a secondary headquarters closer to Kabul. Greasy chicken and diesel fuel mixed with rapid dari and pashto, the laughter of children and cheers that rose from groups of men. Women in burqas moved silently through the crowd. I thought they'd take the burqa off. David frowned. They're out without a chaperone. Before, they were imprisoned in their homes. Kris nodded to a group of women meeting on a street corner, their burqa-covered hands clutching each other's. He saw their burqas tremble, the fabric rustle. It's the first day. Let them feel safe first. Let them realize the religious police aren't going to beat them this afternoon. Palmer and his men lay on every available horizontal surface in the guest room they'd been given. There were 2 single beds, a thin love seat, and a writing desk. They were trying to soak up all the sleep they could. It was amazing how sloth-like Special Forces soldiers could be when at rest, as if they knew they had to capture every moment, stack it up like a savings account they could draw on in the future. I've got to call George. Let him know we're in Kabul. Kris rolled his neck. Think Washington is going to shit? Probably, which means I'm going to get it all. David squeezed his shoulder, then dragged his hand up, stroking up his neck until he cupped the back of Kris's head. He said nothing, just stared into Kris's eyes. 6 weeks they had been at each other's side, from the frigid cold of the mountains, the lonely nights on the front with only the dust and the stars and each other, to the frenetic chaos of combat, of airstrikes, of decimating the Taliban all over Afghanistan, and now they were in Kabul, surrounded by David's team and Kabulis learning how to live again. Was there ever going to be a time to talk about the way David looked at him? Kris had already hardened his heart to the possibility that there was nothing there. A passing moment in a life, a blip of human connection in the horrors of war. Warmth, physical, perhaps even emotional, but not hunger, not need, not desire, not what Kris dreamed about, despite his ceaseless recriminations. David took a breath, opened his mouth. Ring, ring, ring. The shrill scream of the satellite phone Kris kept on him at all times, and the front of his thick jacket ripped the evening apart. Soldiers groaned, rolling over to avoid the noise. David pulled back, dropped his hand. Shit, I'm sorry. Kris bumbled in his jacket, finally found the phone. Groaned when he saw the caller ID. It's George. He pressed to answer and cringed. Caldera.
Kris, are you in Kabul with Palmer's team?
Yes, George.
Is everyone all right? No injuries?
No injuries. He hesitated. Khan wasn't going to stop outside the city. He never even slowed down. And I wasn't going to tell him he couldn't win his war.
You did the right thing, Kris, going with him. Washington is screaming about it, but you did the right thing. And I'm telling Clint that. They are imagining a bloodbath in the city. Tell me what's really going on.
Kris almost couldn't answer. He blinked,
The market is open. We're in the old Taliban guest house overlooking one of the bazaars in the main square. Kids are outside, women are out, talking together, men are cheering. Khan stationed his soldiers at intersections to keep the peace. There were some reports of looting, but that was mostly Kabulis trying to destroy former Taliban homes. Wonder filled George's voice. My God, we did it. We took Kabul. General Khan and the Shah-e-Nazar took Kabul. Our alliance took Kabul, which wouldn't have happened without you. Kris stayed quiet. We need to move into Kabul ASAP. We need to search the Taliban and al-Qaeda facilities there, start interrogating prisoners the Shah-e-Nazar have captured. Do you have a facility we can move into? This guest house is huge. It could hold us all and room for more. Good, because Washington is already talking about sending in more teams to Kabul, to the north and to the south. There was a lot of work to be done in the south, near Kandahar, the ancestral home of the Taliban. Taliban and al-Qaeda forces were still rampant there. Any word? Any intel on Bin Laden? Not yet. I'll get the team ready to move out to Kabul. It will be good to get us all together again. See what you can do about setting up a headquarters there for us. George paused. And good job, Kris. Really. Great work. George arrived with the rest of the team in a convoy of trucks, lugging all of their gear that had once been set up in the Panjshir, then moved to Bagram, and finally to Kabul. Derek had stayed behind at Bagram to coordinate incoming CIA and Special Forces teams from Pakistan and the Gulf. Kris got the okay from Khan to convert the guest house into the first CIA station in Afghanistan in over 20 years, since the closing of the U.S. Embassy. They spent the first night setting up operations again. Jim and Philip spent hours with the generator and the communications equipment. Ryan seemed to be in 1,000 places at once, hauling gear, setting up workstations, poring over maps of the country and the capital. George had walked in with the satellite phone glued to his skull, giving Kris a one-armed bear hug, and then spent the next 6 hours talking to everyone from Langley to CENTCOM to CIA station in Islamabad and the White House. Jim, Philip, and George had seemed happy to see Kris, shaking his hand and smiling. Ryan studiously avoided him, even avoided looking at him. His eyes slid away whenever Kris neared. By morning, after a solid night of work, the station was up and running. George called a break and gathered everyone, CIA officers and Special Forces teammates, together for breakfast. 30 people squeezed in, scooping fried eggs and strips of goat, yogurt, flatbreads, and apples onto their plates, and grabbing instant coffee. For the first time since 9 in the morning on September 11th, everyone seemed content and confident in their work, their mission. Laughter broke over the group, jokes flying back and forth. Smiles stretched everyone's faces. David's smile, the way it crinkled his eyes, carved furrows into his face, made Kris's bones weak. Out of everyone in the room, David burned the brightest, laughed the loudest, transfixed Kris in ways he couldn't describe. He almost couldn't breathe watching David. The thin air of Kabul seemed too weak, too light to contain all that David was. He was exhausted. They all were, worn through from 6 weeks of war, but there David was, hamming it up with his team. Kris fled before breakfast was through. He couldn't take it. Couldn't take David's effect on his heart. George found him a few hours later. We're going to head over to the U.S. Embassy. Want to come? George, Kris, Jim, and Philip hopped into one of the trucks they had driven from Bagram. Ryan drove, and they wound their way through Kabul's bustling streets to the boarded-up embassy. The embassy had been locked up for 15 years, closed and abandoned after the bloody civil war started tearing Afghanistan to shreds following Soviet withdrawal. Ryan cut the chains off the front door and broke through with an axe. The seal of the United States lay under a thick carpet of dust, welcoming them into the gloom. Pictures of President Reagan and Vice President George Bush hung on the walls, and rotary telephones still sat on desks. Broken picture frames and glass covered the marble floors. Kris stooped to pick up one photo, half buried in dirt and the dust of decay. President Jimmy Carter watched over a casket, his head bowed. Ambassador Dubb's funeral. George spoke over Kris's shoulder. He was murdered in Kabul, kidnapped under suspicious circumstances, supposedly by terrorists. The Soviets forced their Afghan puppet government into a rescue mission, despite the U.S. wanting to negotiate. Dubbs was executed when the rescuers stormed their hideout. His death and his kidnapping was never fully explained. But his murder poisoned our relations with Afghanistan for decades. We withdrew completely. George sighed. He was murdered in February of '79. By that autumn, the communist government of Afghanistan was in shambles. The country was in open revolt. In December, the Soviets invaded Kabul to prop up their communist allies. We, naturally, wanted to fight communism and avenge the death of our ambassador, and provided covert aid to the enemies of communism, the Muslim fundamentalists.
Bin Laden came to Afghanistan in 1980.
Kris felt his stomach turn. Felt it knot. All this? He nodded to the photo, the time capsule of the embassy perfectly preserving 1979. Was part of why he set off down this path. He was so enraged by the Soviet invasion of Muslim lands and the signing of the Egypt-Israel peace treaty. He was furious, lashing out. He wanted to fight the enemies of Islam, and we helped him. And then we dropped Bin Laden once the Soviets pulled out, and we became the enemies. It's all a vicious cycle, isn't it?
What a tangled web we weave.
George smiled sadly.
But we're not the arbiters of the world, Kris.
We're just here to gather intelligence. Our job is to see, to listen, and to know. It's not up to us to shape the world.
But here we are, fighting a war.
Kris brushed the dust off Dubb's funeral photo. He set it on the edge of the ambassador's desk, propped up against the rotary telephone and next to an old cigarette ashtray. And everything we've done here? What you just told me? We absolutely shape the world. We've made all of this, everything, happen. Is that a bad thing? Would the world be better if it were more American? He thought of Khan by firelight, asking for American help, yet convinced it would all end in betrayal. The same end to the same song, replayed 1,000 times in the Arab world. And of the Shomali, the dusty, blood-soaked drive to the capital, corpses blown apart, mangled body parts strewn across cratered roads, the women whose hands had shaken under their burqas, walking outside, unaccompanied, for the first time, the thousands who had been murdered by the Taliban, and the village of bones he and David had found, the shape of a child's rib bone in David's palm. War is hell, George. No matter what.
Some things are worth fighting for.
That's what everyone says.
Footsteps echoed on the marble, drawing close.
War makes men.
Ryan, his hands propped on his hips, glared at Kris.
It defines a man.
He's at his most connected with himself. And of course this is worth fighting. There's nothing more just and right than exterminating these murderers. They deserve everything that they get. And more. Ryan, did you cut your way into the old CIA station? George ignored Ryan's outburst. The old CIA station was housed in the basement of the embassy, and it had been abandoned at the same time as the withdrawal. It's empty. Some old cash in the safe, but they burned everything before pulling out. Good. Then there's nothing for us here. State will take over the embassy when they arrive. We're suddenly the most popular people on the planet. George smiled ruefully at the team, back at their new station. Everyone is coming to visit. CENTCOM is sending a huge deployment of humanitarian aid. We're keeping the lead in the Bin Laden hunt. Islamabad station says their sources claim they have a credible lead on Bin Laden. We need to see if it pans out. If they're right, we have to strike. Ryan, I want you and Jim to head east. You can't go alone, though. East is Al-Qaeda country. This morning, a group of armed fighters slaughtered a village where the men had decided to shave their Taliban-mandated beards. We may feel safe in Kabul now, but you step one toe to the east and you're in a world of hurt without the right kind of support. He turned to Kris. What do you know about the eastern provinces? Are there any warlords affiliated with Khan that we can turn to, whose loyalty we can buy?
Kris blew out a long breath. I'll ask Khan for an introduction. You're deep into Pashtunwali in those regions, though. No matter how much you pay, you're going to run smack into their tribal code. If Bin Laden is hiding in the tribal areas, he's going to rely on Pashtunwali to shield him, especially from infidels such as us.
We have to try. See what you can do.
Kris nodded.
And I want you to head to wherever the Shura Nazar are keeping their prisoners. They captured Al-Qaeda training camps, bases, and fighters. I want them interrogated as soon as possible. We need to know what they know. We need to dig up everything at the camps, everything they were up to.
George, may I take Sergeant Haddad with me?
Can't be without your little friend for even a day, can you?
Ryan grinned. Jim chuckled once, but sucked in a breath and shut down immediately after. It had been 7 hours since breakfast, not that Kris was counting. Medical care in the Shura Nazar is minimal at best. They're not going to spare anything for captured Al-Qaeda fighters. They didn't even bury them on the Shamali. If we bring medical care, they might be more willing to talk.
Good thinking, George nodded. I'll let Palmer know we need Haddad for this. Let's get moving.
He and David were guided to a bombed-out warehouse in a dark and destroyed sector of Kabul. Broken windows let in snow flurries and icy wind. It was too cold and dry for the snow to stick, and it felt like 1,000 blades hitting his skin. The Al-Qaeda fighters were kept in shipping containers with holes drilled in the sides. They stayed in the dark until pulled out by Shura Nazar guards for Kris to question. Kris's stomach turned as the first prisoner came to them. He had a shrapnel wound on his face, over his cheek and curling up to his forehead. Blood and pus matted his head. His face was swollen, his eyes glassy.
He won't be able to answer any questions, not until he's recovered, David said softly.
Offer him medical care. It's what we can do. The man was Saudi, and he gratefully accepted David's offer to clean and bandage his wounds. He sat stoically through it all, never once flinching. He seemed surprised when Kris revealed he and David were from the CIA. He claimed he had been studying the Quran in Afghanistan and had been caught in the war, that he was innocent. You were in Afghanistan, studying the Quran? Kris asked in Dari. The Saudi frowned, confused.
What did you say?
Kris switched to Arabic. Why come to a Dari-speaking country to study an Arabic text? The Saudi said nothing. Kris and David sent him back. Word spread that the interrogators were giving medical aid. They had dozens of volunteers willing to speak, scores of young fighters lining up for David's care. Man after man repeated the same line, that they were in Afghanistan to study the Quran, that they had lost their passport, that they had never heard of Bin Laden. There simply wasn't any reason for Arabs, Chechens, Chinese, Uyghurs, Burmese Muslims, or Central Asian Islamists to be in Afghanistan other than as fighters. Certainly not hundreds of them studying the Quran in a language the Quran wasn't even written in. How had all these students been so grievously wounded by bombs and bullets? Weren't they supposed to be studying? Al-Qaeda had prepped their people well, giving them the same line to use in detention. As long as no one broke, their answers were impenetrable. And without any actual hard evidence, impossible to come by in a war zone, their answers couldn't be challenged. David patched them as best he could and sent them back to their cells. Kris kept questioning each fighter. He could recite their answers now, and he mouthed along with their protests as they delivered the same line again and again, until an older Yemeni sat before him. Why were you in Afghanistan? Silence.
Kris frowned.
I came to fight the infidels, he said slowly. The Americans. We knew they were coming for the Sheik.
The Sheik. Bin Laden?
No.
David had stitched together the Yemeni's face, plucking out a bomb fragment. Stitches ran up his cheek, down his throat. He had narrowly avoided death. Kris's eyes kept drifting to the stitches, squiggly lines that moved when the man spoke like he had two mouths, two voices. Where is the Sheik now?
He is waiting for you, where he killed the Soviet infidels. He will kill you too.
George, Bin Laden is retreating to Tora Bora, where he fought the Soviets in '87 at Jaji. If we don't stop him now, he can slip over the border to Pakistan through the mountains. This lines up with our intelligence, too. We've got reports coming in from on the ground that Bin Laden was seen heading east to Jalalabad, dining with tribal leaders, praying at a mosque in Jalalabad with the Taliban governor there. He left in a convoy of trucks and jeeps that stretched a mile long, they say. George pointed to the map Ryan had tacked to the wall of their station's command center. Bin Laden's sightings were pinned in a row, stretching east from Kabul toward the border with Pakistan. There was also a news report of a convoy of trucks passing through the village of Aragam. Korans in one hand, AK-47s in the other. Multiple nationalities. George handed over an article from the Times. Some reporter had trekked all the way out to Jalalabad for the article. This reporter is lucky to not have been killed. It matches what we're getting from the sources on the ground. George fingered the pens, moving east and then south through the Aragam village and Nangarhar province. He kept going, and his finger ended up dead center on Tora Bora, against the base of the Spingar Mountains, straddling the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Where are we on getting support from Khan to head east? Kris sighed. Khan and Faisal have been dragging their feet. They're content in Kabul. They want us to take care of the south and the east and al-Qaeda. They think their work is done. We helped them get here. George's eyes flashed. Kris, you have Khan's ear, his trust. Use your relationship with him. Get us the support we need to go after Bin Laden before he slips away.
10. Kabul, Afghanistan. November 22nd, 2001.
Listen up!
George bellowed over the mess of bodies stuffed into one of the bedrooms at their CIA station. True to George's word, Kabul, and Kris's CIA station, had turned into the hottest place on the planet. The station was buzzing, electric with energy and trilling satellite phones and bodies moving in and out at all hours of the day. George had peeled off his core team and pulled them into a tiny bedroom.
The men in this room are going on the hunt for Bin Laden.
Silence. Instantly. The hushed voices, the whispers, the side conversations stopped. Kris stood next to George on a rickety chair. Palmer and his team were there, along with Jim and Ryan.
We pinpointed Bin Laden's movements. He's headed east-southeast. He's moving with a large contingent of al-Qaeda fighters. Kris has secured the allegiance of a warlord in the east, a man named Shirzai. He's been paid handsomely to help us set up what we're now calling the Eastern Alliance. He's gathered together some friendly warlords of his own, and they're laying the groundwork for our entry into Jalalabad.
Isn't Jalalabad where those journalists were murdered? One of Palmer's men called out. The Taliban had melted into the countryside and the mountains, following their withdrawal from Kabul, turning to wraiths. Roving bands of fighters moved outside Kabul, swooping down on roadways and villages and serving swift retribution.
Yes. A van of 6 journalists was stopped by what we believe are Taliban or al-Qaeda-affiliated fighters. They were marched off the van and executed. Jalalabad and the rest of the Nangarhar province are white-hot right now, filled with fighters. But we're on the move. You will be Team Bravo. Shirzai has sent his deputy, Naji, to Kabul. When he arrives, you are all deploying with him to Jalalabad. The Eastern Alliance has already started working in Nangarhar and Jalalabad. They've pushed back on the fighters there. They, and you, will fight your way to Tora Bora and find Bin Laden.
Excitement thrummed through the tiny room, exultation mixing with exhilaration, with adrenaline, with the thrill of the chase, the hunt. They'd come to Afghanistan for this reason, to exterminate Bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, make sure they could never attack the U.S. again. Kris could see it in everyone's eyes, the commitment, the finality. They'd put their boots on the ground in Afghanistan less than 2 weeks after September 11th. They would be the ones who saw this through to the end. Najee arrived just after noon. He had 4 trucks with him filled with fighters, everyone dressed in a mishmash of chemises and fatigues and turbans. Every fighter had an AK-47, a bandolier of grenades, and at least 2 knives. These were not the organized professional fighters of General Khan and the Shura Nazar. These were mercenaries, tribal fighters under a true warlord's banner. Palmer and his men loaded up one of the trucks and climbed in. Ryan tried to talk to Najee, but he didn't speak anything other than Dari and Pashto. "Kris," Ryan waved him over, irritation flooding out of him. "You need to stick next to Najee. Translate for us." David jogged over before Kris slid into the front seat of Najee's truck. His face was hard, expression fixed, eyes cutting through every man around them. He leaned into Kris, growling into his ear. "Be careful." His hands flexed, clenched at his sides like he wanted to reach out. Kris grabbed David's arm. He felt David's trembles through his layers. "I will see you in Jalalabad." David nodded once. Palmer shouted, calling him back. Running backward, David kept his eyes on Kris until the last moment, until he climbed into the truck bed. Najee spoke in gutter Dari, the kind of slang and street lingo a gang member back in the U.S. would use. It took Kris a while to catch up with him, but he followed along with the map Najee had, tracking their route east and into the mountains. It looked like a short trip. They would be off the road before dark. The drive lasted all day and well into the night. Switchbacks and curves that pushed the trucks to the edge of dirt tracks, roads that careened around mountain passes, washed out sections of mud that had collapsed under snowfall, and rock slides that blocked the pass slowed them to a crawl, and then to stop when they had to clear the road. Each time the convoy stopped, Palmer's men were up and armed, scanning the road, the hills, the valley, anywhere and everywhere. Finally, they crept into Jalalabad. The city, like the mountains, the countryside, everything they had driven through, was gray, surface of the moon gray, alien landscape gray. Like all life had been sucked out of the land, and only an endless stretch of desolation remained. Narrow streets crowded stone homes together, limp power lines sagged across alleys, and some hung torn and frayed on the dusty streets. Fires burned on street corners, and men huddled around the flames. Their eyes stared from beneath their flat wool caps, gazes dead and cold. Once, Jalalabad had been one of the most beautiful cities in Afghanistan. Lush with greenery, it had been an emerald in Central Asia, a Shangri-La of Afghanistan. Now, it looked like the dark side of the moon, inhabited by refugees of the fall of Earth. Armed men stood on every street corner, glaring menacingly at the trucks as they rumbled through the city.
"These are Armin," Najee said. "We control this city now."
"What about outside the city?" Najee didn't answer. He drove them through the winding Jalalabad streets and turned south, out of the city. The sun slipped behind the Spengar Mountains, behind sheets of ice and snow along the peaks. The countryside plunged into darkness more quickly than Kris was used to. There wasn't a hint of electricity in Nangarhar province, not a light bulb for miles and miles. The truck's headlights flickered and faded, stretching to the dusty road just in front of their tires, and no farther.
"Where are we going, Kris?"
Ryan's agitation was tangible, his jaw muscles clenching hard.
"Where the fuck are we going?"
Najee wouldn't answer. They pulled off the dirt road and bounced over the rough, rocky track of the Afghanistan hills. Shale slipped beneath their tires. Ice crusted the edges of the truck's chipped windshield. Hours later, Najee pulled up to a blasted, half-bombed brick building, squatting against the base of the mountains, nestled in the flinty foothills. The truck's dim headlights caught on the figure of a lanky man in a salwar kameez and camouflage jacket, a bandolier, and a turban. He clutched an AK-47 and watched them drive closer, never blinking. Fighters in turbans, their faces covered, loitered around the blasted building. Over the team's radio, Palmer ordered his men to raise their weapons, to take cover.
"What the fuck is happening, Kris?" Ryan vibrated next to Kris in the truck. Kris could smell his fear, the stink of his adrenaline. Najee pointed to the man, the leader.
Shirzai, he said. Our commander.
It's our ally. Kris put his hand over Ryan's, fisting his handgun. He radioed the team. This is Shirzai, our contact. When the truck stopped, Kris was the first out, striding with Najee to Shirzai.
Assalamu alaikum,
he said, one hand over his heart.
Wa alaikum assalam,
Shirzai responded. He eyed Palmer's men and Ryan and Jim, hanging back.
These are your fighters.
The rest of our fighters are up in the sky, the Air Force and the Navy.
Ah, yes.
Shirzai smiled. His narrow face, hawkish with a beaked nose, creased in deep lines.
Your bombs.
He pointed up. His smile disappeared the next moment.
Your men will stay here. I have fighters guarding this place. The rest of my men and Majid's men have pushed into the mountains. They are in the villages.
He pointed to the mountains, rising above them like claws, ready to slash at them, destroy everything in a moment. Only the peaks shone, starlight reflecting off shimmering tips.
Majid? Kris asked.
Another warlord. He will need 100,000 from you, cash, tomorrow.
Kris sighed. American foreign policy again.
Nam.
Yes.
But not tomorrow.
Shirzai gazed at the darkness, squinting.
The Arabs have gone up the mountains, he said, into the black dust.
The black dust, also known as Tora Bora. Kris's heart pounded. We need to go up there. We need to find Bin Laden. You will take us? Up into the mountains? To where we can find him?
Yes. Yes, we will do this for you. Tomorrow, we will go up the mountains.
Daybreak dawned crisp and frigid, the frozen air shivering snowflakes and a dry dusting around their shattered forward base. It had been a long, chilly night. Shirzai had left with Najee the night before, disappearing on a bouncing track that took them up into the foothills. Ryan had kicked into command gear, throwing his weight right and left, barking orders at Jim and Kris and Palmer to get their forward operating base up and running. Palmer and his men had done what they could to reinforce the decrepit building. Everyone managed to catch a few hours of sleep before dawn, Palmer and his men keeping watch. Instead of the wail of the muezzin and the call to prayer, Kris woke to Ryan and George going back and forth over the radio.
How confident are you in the situation there, in Shirzai and his alliance?
We've met Shirzai so far, and we're rendezvousing with Majid, another warlord. We're at the foothills of Tora Bora.
Bin Laden is here. I know it, Ryan insisted. Take a forward team into the mountains. I want eyes on this Al-Qaeda camp, where he's hiding out, and on his fighters. As soon as you do, radio back. I'll bring the entire air power of the U.S. military down on that camp.
Yes, sir. Ryan clicked off the radio.
David appeared at Kris's elbow, a thermos of hot coffee in one hand.
Morning. The war had gone so fast, so furious, that Kris couldn't remember getting more than 4 hours sleep in one stretch since before they had landed in Afghanistan, since before September 11th. They felt like something the subway had run over and dragged for 3 stops. David's morning cups of shitty instant coffee, thick like tar and bitter enough to make his molars scrape together, were manna from heaven. Thanks. David, too, seemed exhausted, looked exhausted. His eyes were sunken deep, dark circles lining their orbits. His bags had developed bags, a double-layer paunch of exhaustion that aged him beyond the young 30s he was. Dirt creased in the furrows of his face, the lines of his frown and his cheeks above his beard. He smiled, though, as Kris sipped his coffee. We built a fire out back and boiled some water, and he passed over an energy bar from an MRE. Breakfast. I actually miss the eggs fried in ghee and seared goat. You mean the shoe leather? I thought it was a bit like jerky. David laughed. Remember pancakes and French toast? There's this diner on the Lower East Side in my old neighborhood. Made the best pancakes. It was island flavor, a Spanish fusion hole-in-the-wall. The pancakes had a pina colada twist to them, pineapple and coconut with guava syrup and sliced mango.
That sounds so fucking amazing.
David's eyes were burning miniature suns spinning in the blackness of space.
We'll have to go there when we get back.
Kris's smile faltered. David.
Everybody listen up, Ryan barked. Gather around.
Frustration filled David's gaze. He held out his hand, helping Kris stand.
Later, we'll talk, he said softly.
We're moving out.
Ryan crouched in front of a map of eastern Afghanistan, Jalalabad, and the Pakistan border.
Everyone but Caldera and Jim. We're moving into the mountains with Shirzai and Majid.
He tapped on a village high on the side of the tallest mountain.
Malawa, here, above the snow line. That's where Al-Qaeda's base camp is. We need to get eyes on. Find them there.
David had gone ripcord taut, his spine straightening, muscles clenching when Ryan said Kris wasn't deploying forward.
Caldera? Jim?
Ryan glared at Kris, then addressed Jim.
You both will maintain Team Bravo base camp. We'll be able to radio you, but no farther. You're our link to the outside world. Kabul, CENTCOM, Langley. Everything.
What about translation? On the mountain, you're going to need someone who speaks Dari.
Majid speaks fluent Russian. He did time in a Siberian gulag for drug smuggling across the border during the Soviet invasion. I'll provide translation for the forward team. Caldera, you'll provide translation for the base camp.
He couldn't argue with that, much as he wanted to scream and shout and rail at Ryan for leaving him behind, for taking David into the mountains, separating them. They hadn't been separated at all in this war, not once. Every mission, every moment, they'd been together. The longest they'd gone apart was 7.5 hours in Kabul, and now David was going into Tora Bora, into the den of Al-Qaeda to hunt Bin Laden, alone. It wasn't like Kris was David's vanguard of personal security and safety. David's entire team was with him, and Kris wasn't a special forces soldier. Ryan was. He knew how to move, how to fight. Kris was a graduate of the farm at Langley, and he could field strip an AK-47 and put it back together in under a minute, but he was no James Bond. But the thought of being away from David's side, especially now, at this moment, at this juncture, when everything they'd all planned for, worked for, had struggled and sacrificed for, was lining up like a constellation before them all. He didn't want to be apart from David. Not in the quiet mornings, sharing terrible coffee, and not in the heat of combat, the electric chaos of battle. What did that say about him? God, he'd gone and done it. He'd fallen for a teammate. What was David going to say to him before Ryan interrupted?
Caldera, when is Shirzai due to arrive?
Kris shook his head, scattering thoughts of David as far into the corners of his mind as he could. He said he'll come down from the village after morning prayers.
He'll be here soon, then.
Ryan stood, folding the map.
Everyone get ready to move out. Once we go up the mountain, we're not coming down until we have Bin Laden's body.
He nodded to Palmer.
Captain, would you like to address your men?
Palmer stepped up, reminding his team to check and recheck their gear and then do a complete weapons and ammo inventory. Kris watched as David's expression hardened, turned to stone. After, he had to coordinate with Ryan and Jim on radio frequencies and secured channels and mandatory report-in times. By the time they were finished, Shirzai and Majid were rumbling down the track, dust rising behind their trucks in a thick cloud. Kris searched for David as his teammates repacked their gear and loaded their ammo into their combat vests, snapped their helmets into place, and fixed their radios and throat mics. They'd painted their faces with lines of dark camo paint and had transformed from the men Kris had joked around with, had laughed with, to fierce hunters. He spotted David slipping out back to the rocks behind their base camp. He followed. David waited for him. He reached for Kris, pulling him close. Their foreheads brushed. Kris smelled the coffee they'd shared and David's musk, his sweat. He shivered. "Be careful," Kris whispered. "This is everything what they'd come to Afghanistan for, the most dangerous mission they had undertaken, except it wasn't them undertaking it. It was David, without Kris.
"I wish I could come with you,"
he breathed.
"You have to be careful here."
David's gaze seared into Kris, burning his soul. His eyes were brighter now, suns gone supernova set against the blackness of his face paint. David had always been unreadable, a star fixed in the heavens, something Kris could see and feel but never touch, never know. He lived like he was an event horizon unto himself. Everything seemed to fall into David and get swallowed up in the churn of his heart, his soul. Kris had no idea, none at all, what was going on, what David thought or even felt.
"You and Jim, alone here?"
"I don't like it.
Make sure you have tight security. Keep an eye on Shirzai's guards. Be careful."
David's hands closed around his.
"Keep an extra weapon on you at all times."
Kris had his handgun strapped to his thigh and an AK-47 next to his pack. He nodded.
"Kris, I'm coming back."
David's voice rumbled. "You'd better." David reached for his cheek. His big hand cradled Kris, one thumb stroking his cheekbone. His hands were cold, dry, roughened from being in the field for 6 weeks. Kris tried to stop his whimper, his gasp, but he couldn't. He melted into David's touch, turned into his hand. His lips grazed David's wrist, chapped skin barely kissing his pulse.
"I'm coming back to you."
Finally, David let him see. When Kris looked into his eyes, everything, desperate hunger, aching need, a raw, almost painful yank toward each other, days and nights by each other's sides, David's constant attention, his physical touch, the way their souls had curled into the other.
"I'm coming back to you,"
David whispered, his voice shaking.
"If you want that."
Kris grabbed him, both hands wrapping around David's face, his head, and pulled him the last inch until their lips met. Their lips were chapped, dry skin catching, and David tasted like bad coffee in Afghanistan's dust that clung to his mouth and his beard and his skin, but Kris didn't care. He kissed David like he was trying to bring him back to life, trying to resuscitate his soul, trying to merge in some way, give David a part of Kris to carry, bury a part of David inside of him. David's arms wrapped round him, all the way around, encircling him and drawing Kris against David's bigger, stronger body. He could spend forever in David's arms, fall into David, live each day, beginning and ending with David's lips and his arms around him, just like this.
"Haddad!"
David pulled back, breaking their kiss. He didn't let go of Kris. Palmer, leaning out of the building, stared at them.
"We're rolling out in 5, Haddad. On the move."
"Yes, sir." David never looked away from Kris. Palmer disappeared back inside. David's face paint was smeared, black and green and brown smudged together around his lips and chin, his cheeks where Kris had grabbed him. "I'm sorry," Kris breathed. David kissed him again, a soft peck on the lips.
"I'm not."
He licked his lips.
"I've wanted to kiss you for so long. I didn't know if you... It wasn't the place or the time."
This hardly was either, at the penultimate moment of their hunt for Bin Laden, but what if everything went wrong after this moment? What if all their good luck, every roll of the dice that had come down in their favor, turned once David went into the mountains? What if this was all they ever had? "I'll be waiting for you." David smiled, and it was like watching the sun rise over the Hudson River in March when the light struck the first buds of spring and the last snow melted into a dizzying spray of rainbows, and the air was bursting with potential, with everything that could ever happen in that one golden ray of perfect light.
Forget that they were freezing, standing in dust and rockin' dry snow with wind whistling through the shattered mud bricks of their camp at the base of Bin Laden's last stand in the mountains. Kris would remember this moment, this smile, this kiss, this feeling for the rest of his days. A tinny horn honked. David cursed. Gotta go. They jogged back inside, David grabbing his pack and running to Shirzai's trucks. Palmer and the rest of his team were loading up in the beds. Ryan sat in the lead truck next to a scraggly fighter with one milky eye and a long, jagged cut, fresh and oozing blood going down one side of his face. Ryan and the fighter spoke in fast Russian, gesturing back and forth to a map. You, have paint on your face. Jim sidled up beside Kris. He waved to Chris's mouth. Might want to wipe that off before Ryan sees. Jim's lips quirked in a tiny smile. Kris scrubbed his jacket sleeve over his mouth, rubbing away streaks of green and brown and black just before Ryan hopped out of his truck and jogged over. He handed Kris a marked-up map, a duplicate of his own. Here's our route. Shirzai and Majid say we're staying off the main roads 'cause they're mined. We'll drive into this mountain and then hiking up the rest of the way. We'll wait for your radio check-ins. Be safe. Ryan studied Kris. You too, he finally said. Turning, he jogged back to the truck. Good luck, Kris called as the trucks pulled out, skittering on rocks and shale. Jim ducked back inside, but Kris watched the trucks slide along the track and climb the rough trail up the mountain until he couldn't see their dust cloud any longer. 11. Tora Bora, Afghanistan, November 26, 2001. Just over those rocks. Point the laser down, right on top of them. Ryan's voice whispered into David's earpiece as he crawled on his belly up the ice-crusted stone of Tora Bora's tallest peak. He breathed hard through his mouth, trying to suck up all the oxygen in the air. At almost 12,000 feet, the air was thin and frigidly cold. His nose ran constantly, his lips were cracked, bleeding. It had taken 4 days to climb to the al-Qaeda camp at Milawa. Shirzai, Majid, and their rabble of fighters had led them up the shale slopes through farms that seemed trapped in the Middle Ages, primitive villages and communities that hadn't seen a foreigner ever. David and his team might as well have been aliens. The Afghan farmers stared at them like they weren't even human. Up they'd climbed farther and farther, passing through the snow line and into shin-deep drifts at times plunging down to their thighs. Scraggly trees stretched for the sky, and frost clung to the boulders' tree trunks, even their packs and their clothes. Earlier that morning, Shirzai had led them to an overlook above a valley, beside a mountain peak that cast long shadows over the hills and the farms. They'd been climbing into the peak's dark hollows for days. Majid had pointed to a military camp built into the side of the mountain and covered in snowdrifts. Mud brick buildings lay scattered along the ridgelines. Flat spaces around the homes looked like fields for crops, now covered in snow. An unused obstacle course squatted between 3 structures that looked like warehouses or barracks. Lookout posts and gun turrets were manned by guards watching over the valley. "They do not look up," Majid had said, smiling. "Only down. This is why we came this way." Ryan had barely been able to contain himself. "This is Milawa?" he had asked. Everyone had seen the shine of his eyes, the bloodthirsty gleam. "Da," Majid had said. "Milawa, al-Qaeda's base camp in Tora Bora." Ryan and Palmer had dispatched them all to observation points above the camp, ringing the mountain's peak. Cover was sparse, just snow and rocks and scraggly trees. They had moved slowly, hauling the laser-guided targeting system as carefully as they could. To call in airstrikes, they needed laser-target coordinates to feed to their fighter pilots. The jet's bombs would ride the laser down. A perfect strike. But in order to paint their targets, they needed to be close. Especially in the mountains. David and his partner Jackson slid to the boulders perched at the top of a rise overlooking the Milawa camp. They ditched their packs and crouched, peering over the rocks. "We've got eyes on." David radioed back to Ryan. He listened to the other two teams, Warwick and Cobb, Rodriguez and Palmer, ringing the camp, report in. He couldn't see them, but he knew they were there. "Establishing communication with Bravo Base Camp," Ryan said. "Time to light them up." The radio scratched, signal struggling to bounce back through the mountains to the crumbling shack where Kris and Jim were working. Majid had told Ryan it had once been a school for girls. The Taliban had destroyed it years ago. And then Kris's voice crackled across the line. "Team Bravo forward, come in." David hissed. Kris's voice, a physical ache like his insides had been scooped out raw. He closed his eyes, holding his breath. Kris. What was happening at base camp? Was Kris safe? He could hold his own, but he and Jim were alone in the dangerous reaches of Afghanistan with nothing and no one around. He wanted to be there, with Kris, and not just to protect him. He wanted to be at Kris's side through every moment. Kris seemed to have a part of him, like a kidney or a lung or his right hand, and David hadn't even known he'd been missing something integral until he'd met the slender, shivering man with the spiky hair on the runway in Tashkent. "Bravo Base, we have lasers painted on the Al-Qaeda base at Malawa. We are ready for airstrikes." Ryan called out the coordinates, and Jackson turned the laser on, lighting up the center of the Al-Qaeda camp. "Bravo forward, acknowledge. We'll get online with SYNCCOM and theater air support. Stand by." Dead air filled the radio, whistles and pops and crackles. David clung to Kris's last words. The sound of his voice. "Bravo forward. Bombers on station in 20 minutes. Hold your position. I will patch the pilots through to you when they're in range." 17 minutes later, the adrenaline-infused voice of the bomber pilot broke over the radio, calling out his vector in time to drop. "So, Bin Laden is here?" the pilot asked. "We believe so," Ryan answered. "For New York," the pilot said. "Bombs away!" They could see it when it hit. The bombs fell like cars, like rotund VW bugs screaming from the sky and slamming into the camp. The mountains had been peaceful, serene, almost beguiling in their lassitude, if David didn't think too much about how they crawled with men who wanted to murder every American on the planet. When the bombs fell, the air split, cracking like the Earth's crust had broken in half. Huge walls of dirt leaped into the sky, buildings blasted apart, trees shredded into toothpicks, mangled trucks and tanks flew in every direction. Even where they were, high above the camp, David and Jackson ducked down, taking cover. "Fuck yeah!" Jackson cheered, rising up to watch the chaos below. Dozens of Al-Qaeda soldiers had been blown apart and killed, parts of their camp destroyed, and the survivors moved in a daze. Some tried to help their fallen, their wounded. Others ran for cover. Leaders emerged, trying to rally their fighters to defend up and down the slopes around their camp. Fighters still alive and lookout posts wildly fired down the mountain and into the air. Blood spread through the snow in Malawa, pools of it. Screams rose, cries in Arabic, shouts and prayers and screams of fear and rage and anguish. "Haddad, translation." Swallowing, David started translating the agonizing last words of their enemy. They called in airstrikes for almost 60 hours straight, obliterating the Malawa camp and the valley. Ryan kept them going, calling in airstrikes every 2 hours until the valley was gone, wiped from the earth. They didn't sleep until daytime on the third day, while Shirzai and Majid kept watch. Broken bodies, blood-drenched snow, and upturned mountain lay scattered for miles. Craters dozens of feet deep swallowed all light, holes that seemed to reach for the center of the mountain. By the third day, it was obvious. "There's nothing alive down there," David radioed. "Think we got them all?" "No. We saw fighters escaping into the mountains, at night, between the strikes. They could have moved hundreds of fighters without our knowledge. OBL probably moved out that first night." "Which direction did they all head?" "East, toward Pakistan." Shirzai and Majid sent small teams of scouts forward while everyone recombined in the remains of the Malawa al-Qaeda camp.
They clambered in and out of craters, pulling out debris, checking bodies. David went with Ryan, picking through the burned and scattered remnants of the warehouse, the training facility, and barracks at the end of the camp. Military manuals on how to build bombs and IEDs, close-quarters urban combat, infantry tactics, weapons, evasion, and counter-interrogation tactics. Chemistry textbooks, including formulas for chemical weapons and poisons. Jesus, Ryan breathed. This is a goddamn professional training system. They could have churned out thousands of fighters, all educated in how to fucking kill us. He threw one of the manuals, hurling it into a patch of bloody snow. David flipped through page after page of chemical formulas. The recipe for anthrax sat in his hands. Printed fatwas blew on the ground. He grabbed one, read it. His eyes ground over an Arabic word. Takfiri, over and over again. Takfiri, takfiri, takfiri. Apostate. His stomach squeezed like a black hole had opened inside him and was sucking him away belly-button first. Bin Laden's body was not in the remains of Malawa's camp. It took 3 days, but the scouts found al-Qaeda's deepest mountain hideout, stretching across 3 peaks. Ryan and Kris got on the radio with George in Kabul, poring over the maps they each had, trying to triangulate bin Laden's specific position and his next move. He's going to try for the tribal belt in Pakistan. It's as lawless as any place on the planet. He can disappear there. Kris's voice made David's bones ache. How do we stop him from getting there? Ryan, covered in dirt and buried in the mountain, relied on Kris and George to guide them all. We have to plug the passes. Pakistan says they're staging thousands of soldiers in the mountains, blocking the routes from Afghanistan, but we're not seeing it on the satellites. Langley says the back door to Pakistan is still open. George sounded dog-tired, like he hadn't slept in days. What about CENTCOM? Can't they deploy rangers into the mountains behind al-Qaeda? Kris asked. I've got the request in. The military is running the show now. CENTCOM has been silent so far. I'll push harder. We can't let him get away, George. Ryan's voice shook. David saw his knuckles go white around the radio, saw his arm tremble. We can't lose bin Laden. Kris smiled down at David, sunlight wreathing his spiked hair, crinkles framing the pinch of his eyes. They were warm, basking in sunlight and lying in a field of green grass, green everywhere he looked, lush with life. The air was thick with humidity, a weight that filled every space between them, the inches between their lips and eyes and smiles. He was going to kiss Kris, finally. And Kris was happy, smiling, laughing, deliriously happy that they were there together, and David was about to kiss him. There wasn't a shadow anywhere, not a question or a doubt. He felt certainty, like it was a solid thing, an organ in his body that had been lost sometime somewhere, but was back where it belonged now. Kris opened his mouth, and David waited for the sound of his voice, the sweet, lilting edge, teasing and powerful in one, a voice that could build or destroy. He wanted to hear his name fall from Kris's lips, wanted to feel the way his soul shivered whenever Kris looked at him and spoke to him in just that way. Hushed Arabic spilled from Kris, throaty and guttural. He frowned. It wasn't right. That wasn't what Kris sounded like. But it kept coming, harsh, Arabic in whispers and hisses, a conversation in 2 parts that Kris was carrying on by himself. What about him? He is kufr. He doesn't know anything. He dies with the others. Numb. Wrenching free of his dream was like falling to earth from space, a rush of flame and fear that ripped him back to reality. David's eyes flew open, but he didn't move. Behind him, and behind a rocky outcropping on the western face of another icy peak in Tora Bora, 2 of Majid's fighters, scouts, who had slipped forward during the day, whispered beneath the slivered moon.
David felt frost on his exposed cheeks, felt his lips crack. He listened.
What did you tell them?
That the Americans were coming. They had to act fast. Roaring, David launched from his sleeping bag, flying to the two Afghan mercenaries. He tackled them both, pressing them into the frozen earth and grinding their cheeks into the dirt.
Who did you fucking speak to?
Both men looked up at David, trembling. Their mouths moved, but no sound came out. He woke Ryan and the whole camp, and Ryan called Majid to come for his men. The two were stripped of their weapons and boots and tied together, left under guard. Majid, when he arrived, seemed unperturbed.
My soldier heard your men say they talked to Al-Qaeda. What the fuck is going on, Majid?
Ryan fumed. These men have family in Al-Qaeda. Majid shrugged. It is their Pashtun responsibility to give their family a warning before we arrive.
More of the Pashtun tribal code bullshit?
Ryan seethed. Did your men give away our position?
Did your men tell Al-Qaeda where we are?
One corner of Majid's mouth quirked up. You have no idea how this place works, American. These men here were paid to dig the trenches Al-Qaeda now sits in. He pointed to his fighters. And this? Where do you think I received this? One finger traced the scab curving down his cheek, hairline to jaw. 3 weeks ago, I was huddled in a trench on the Somali, facing you. David watched Ryan's face go bone white, lose all of its color. David's heart flip-flopped, squeezed and squeezed until all of his blood was thundering into his muscles, until he was a trigger poised to fire. Why the fuck are you here? For the moment, you are our allies. You are paying and paying well. The future has changed in Afghanistan. It makes sense to be here with you. For now. Ryan's gaze flicked to Palmer's, then to David's. David could see Ryan's thoughts as it projected inside his skull through the windows of his eyes. Did they keep Majid and his men close, despite their connections to Al-Qaeda and the Taliban? Or did they cut them loose, run the risk they'd turn right back to Bin Laden? Breathing hard, Ryan pushed into Majid's face, staring down the burly, war-ravaged fighter. Ryan, in his Gore-Tex jacket and combat boots, seemed out of place, comically so against the Mujahideen fighter in the primal Tora Bora Mountains. You will lead us to Bin Laden, to his personal caves, at dawn. Do you understand me? Majid shrugged. Ah. Majid's scouts led the way to Bin Laden's caves with David's rifle pointed at their back. There, one said, pointing to slits cut into the snow-covered limestone. His caves begin there. They go toward the sun. He pointed west. They peered up the mountain. Fighters huddled around fires in front of the slits, and more waited in trenches dug into the dirt and shale. The fighters were cold and bundled in robes and turbans. Weapons lay in stacks, everything from rifles to RPGs. Ryan pulled out the radio and started calling in airstrikes. It was David's turn on the radio. The snow kept falling just enough to slow down airstrikes, but not stop them entirely. They had pushed forward, obliterating cave after cave, and were pushing Al-Qaeda and Bin Laden deeper into the mountains. It was bitterly cold every day, and only getting more so. December had rolled in sometime between the constant airstrikes and the never-ending snow. He had dreamed about Kris and the warm field almost every night, the endless waves of green, every shade imaginable. Kris was always at the center, always smiling at him, always happy, always warm against his skin. Hearing Kris's voice through the radio was almost as torturous as it was cherished. How's it going down there? Well, our secret is out. Base camp is now Journalist HQ. Shit. Majid's men have found a new source of revenue. He's shuttling journalists out to the Malawa camp for $100 a drive. Enterprising warlord. David huffed, and clouds billowed in front of his face.
Villagers are coming down with bodies, too. They're trying to sell them to us.
Jesus.
It's gotten crowded here. The journalists are camping outside our camp, and they're now paying Shirzai's men to keep the entire area secure. Jim and I try to stay out of sight. But it's safer now, which is good. How are you?
Cold. There was so much David wanted to say. They were on a secure radio, impenetrable by Al-Qaeda or any journalist, but every member of the team had an open earpiece and could listen in to whatever was being said. We keep moving forward, but we're only moving inch by inch. Any luck with CENTCOM? We getting Rangers to plug the rear?
What was the point of pushing Bin Laden toward Pakistan if no one was there to stop him? Kris was quiet. CENTCOM is refusing to deploy Rangers behind Bin Laden. General Faulkner says the Pakistanis have it covered. Hold on. The channel clicked, Kris switching to another frequency back at base. Dead air filled David's ear, static and pops, whines and whistles. Kris came back. Be advised, fighters on station in 2 minutes. David relayed the message to his team, holding position with their lasers trained on another cave, another trench. There was always another cave, it seemed, always another bolt hole for Al-Qaeda fighters to run to. He was tired. Tired in a way he hadn't been since he was a child leaving Libya, when he had been exhausted of life and shattered from the inside out. Somalia and Mogadishu had made him weary. His first return to Africa since he was a boy, and he had been faced with, yet again, all the ways humans could tear into each other, hurt one another until the soul was raw. The world spun differently once all the horrors men could inflict on other men were revealed. The colors changed, the sounds, the sights. He'd been changed, initiated into the world of terror and gut-wrenching truth when he was a boy. Air tasted different when it was saturated with death. He still felt the hands of ghosts on his shoulders. Muslim dead, African dead. The sound of his father's voice, too, along with the hands. He couldn't make out what his father was saying, just added to the maddening pressure like a push, a pull. He was left to his thoughts in the quiet moments of the battlefield between the bombs and the bullets, and when he tried to fall asleep, the backs of his eyelids were screens, replaying the days, the weeks of violence, the onslaught of savagery he was a part of, the circle of life and death. Not just death, but terrible, agonizing death. Suffering. Al-Qaeda was their enemy. Al-Qaeda fighters zeroed David in on their rifles, on their artillery, fired at him, tried to blow him off the mountain. They wanted him dead, like they wanted every American dead. They tried to kill him. He and his team killed them first. But who were they? Men? Muslims? Al-Qaeda? He was 2 out of the 3. What had created the battlefield, had carved such hate into the faith he remembered his father teaching him in sun-strewn gardens, whose first precept was to submit and to love. Whoever slays a soul, it is as though he slew all men. His father had taught him that verse from the Quran when he was 4. Every day David counted new blood splatters in the snow and measured the depth of the craters by how many bodies were stacked within. Was the world black and white, evil and good, horror and righteousness, or did Majid in his shifting loyalties understand the world better than anyone else? What about Khan and his quiet pleas for American aid, yet his certainty that he would be betrayed? Every Muslim in Afghanistan had stared at them the same way, from Khan to Majid, from the Taliban David spied through his binoculars to the Kabulis on the streets. That look of uncertainty, of wariness, of expectant betrayal, of hesitant, hidden hatred. Was he too American to be Muslim now? Forever outside the rhythms of his youth, the faith of his father once passed down to him? 21 years he'd been away from his faith. Yet the whispers of prayers came back to him in dreams, the same dreams he had of Kris, bathed in sunlight and smiling down on him. Kufir. A dark part of his mind hissed. Takfiri. Unbeliever. Apostate. He wanted to burrow into Kris's arms and ask questions David wouldn't even whisper to himself. Ask Kris all the whys and hows and whens. Let Kris explain the world until it made sense again. Listen to Kris's sharp-edged voice until time ran out, until he found the answers and found the end. When the dust cleared from their latest strike, David clambered down the sliding rocks with Ryan and Palmer, sifting through the craters. Obliterated rifles and shredded Arabic books littered the blasted rock face, bodies smeared into the ground, the earth the color of a bruise. He heard tinny Arabic mixed with static coming from a crimson patch of snow. Digging through, David peeled a handheld radio out of the near-frozen clutch of a dead fighter.
"We need water! Yalla! You must melt more snow! Hurry!"
Another voice answered.
"Is the Sheik all right?" "Allahu Akbar! The Sheik is fine. Bismillah."
"Guys?" David held out the radio. "This radio is tuned to Al-Qaeda's frequency, and it's unscrambled." They kept the Al-Qaeda radio powered on at all times, patched a dedicated line into it so it would transmit down to Kris at base camp. As a giant gunship circled over Tora Bora, plugging the mountain full of thousands of rounds of hot lead, they listened to Al-Qaeda fighters scream and run, scramble for hiding spots deep in the caves. They listened to the fighters declare a series of caves lost, trenches abandoned, and move on, farther to the west. They heard the fighters call out for more food, send out scavenger parties for roots and twigs, leaves, anything at all that was edible. And then they heard his voice. David recognized it immediately. He had heard the voice before in training and briefings before the mission in the Panjshir when Kris would play old recordings from the late 90s back when he was issuing fatwas and warnings and promises to strike. Osama Bin Laden.
"My brothers, keep fighting," Bin Laden said. "We will vanquish the Americans. They are weak, and their bombs cannot destroy us. When they come up these mountains, they will be cold and alone and afraid, and we will beat them. Fight, my brothers, fight!"
Ryan called in an airstrike with a daisy cutter, the same superweapon they had dropped on Mazar-e-Sharif that had decimated the Taliban so completely. They waited, watching the skies, and counted the minutes until the giant bomb was pushed from the giant plane. When it blew, the mountains themselves seemed to shake, shudder, and nearly collapse, trembling down to the center of the earth. Snow and ice toppled from the peaks, and avalanches sloped downhill hundreds of miles away. All the air in the Tora Bora mountains seemed to suck inward, a giant rushing whoosh, pulling toward the center of the impact zone. Dirt and flame rose, shooting high into the air. Everything that had been there before was now vaporized. Frantic screams and shouts blurred over the radio. As the Arabic speaker, David had been charged with listening to every cry, every bitter curse, every desperate plea. In the aftermath, he heard one voice shout,
"The Sheik's trench! It was hit! It has been destroyed! The Sheik! Is he okay?"
Next to David, Ryan clenched dirt and snow beneath his hands, gloved fingers digging deep into the frozen earth. Palmer gripped his shoulder, not breathing, waiting on the words coming out of the radio like he needed them to breathe.
"Allahu Akbar! The Sheik is alive!"
another voice cried.
"He was not in his trench when the bomb hit. He is alive! He is okay."
As David shook his head, Ryan cursed, collapsing forward. His hands made fists in the ground, squeezing around mud and snow. Palmer turned his face away, glaring into the darkness of the mountain.
"We wish to negotiate a ceasefire, to prepare to surrender."
Majid's man held out his radio, identical to the al-Qaeda model David kept on him at all times, but tuned to a different frequency. Why Majid's man had it, how long he had it, who he was communicating with, those were questions without answers. "That's al-Qaeda." "No," Majid's fighter answered. He'd spent time with the Arabs, with al-Qaeda, long enough to learn Arabic. David's teeth scraped, molars grinding. "I'll relay the message." In Kabul, George blew his lid. David and Ryan almost heard his bellows in Tora Bora. "No fucking ceasefire," he hollered. "Fucking murderers don't get ceasefires. DC and CENTCOM agree. Keep up the pressure. Keep fucking attacking." Kris, as always, was the voice of reason. They might be using a ceasefire as a pretext for slipping away. Bin Laden would never surrender, especially not now. Not after his victory on 9/11. This is the beginning of the end times for them. This is their Armageddon. He won't give that up. "No ceasefire," George seethed. "I want you to keep killing those bastards." The tentative ceasefire lasted 5 hours, from the time Majid's fighter relayed the message to the time George put his foot down. CENTCOM sent their fighters back into theater, dropping thousands of pounds of bombs onto al-Qaeda's location. When the fighters appeared overhead, their silhouettes perfectly outlined against the sky, Bin Laden's voice boomed from the handheld radio. "The time is now," he cried. "Arm yourselves. We destroy the infidels now." As the sun dipped beyond the western peaks, flames rose from the mountains, bomb after bomb after bomb exploding in the caves of Tora Bora. Late at night, David heard Bin Laden's voice again. Bin Laden sounded tired, worn down, weak. He radioed Kris at base. "Are you hearing this?" "I am." Bin Laden, his voice weary, spoke slowly. "My brothers, our prayers were not answered. The Takfiri apostates did not come to our aid, and instead sided with the infidels. They will pay for their crimes against the faith, my brothers. We will rise again after this battle." Bin Laden broke off in static, squealed, wailed. "My brothers, I am sorry for leading you into the mountains." They kept bombing all night long, and all the next day. The day after, the radio sounded again with Bin Laden's voice, but this time it was a pre-recorded sermon extolling the wickedness of America and proclaiming a fatwa against the great Satan. It was a sermon he'd used when he had first declared war on the United States on Friday, August 23, 1996, and when the collision course between Osama Bin Laden, David Haddad, and Kris Caldera had begun. In the following days, disheartened and gravely wounded al-Qaeda fighters were captured fleeing Tora Bora. Some barely clung to life, nursing ragged field amputations that had long gone septic. Others cursed Bin Laden with every breath, accusing him of abandoning them and the battle. Some fighters, when surrounded by Majid's or Shirzai's soldiers, or Palmer and his men, would pull a grenade from beneath their robes and detonate it against their chest, screaming, "Allahu Akbar!" with their last breath. David was spattered in blood and brains and splinters of bone digging into his frostbitten cheeks, the exposed skin on his arms. By December 17th, 2001, the battle was over. Over 1,000 fighters had gone into the mountains with Bin Laden. 400 bodies had been recovered, and 55 prisoners were taken, a mixture of surrenders and the capture of those too wounded to flee. Hundreds had escaped, vanishing, melting away into the mountains, into the tribal regions of Afghanistan and Pakistan. And Bin Laden was gone. David came down from the mountains on December 20th with Ryan, Palmer, and the rest of his team. Through it all, they hadn't lost a man, but Kris had relayed the murder of a CIA officer in the north of Afghanistan while they were in the mountains. Majid's fighters had walked away as soon as the al-Qaeda fighters had, and Palmer had been the first to question whether they'd been al-Qaeda's allies all along. Had they just been slowing the Americans down, redirecting them in the wilderness of Tora Bora, a mountain range so hopelessly complex they never would have managed without guides? Ryan was sullen the entire journey down, through the frigid ranges back to Malawa, and then in the bouncing, rusted-out jeep Shirzai's men sent. They drove down the one road in Tora Bora, the road from Malawa camp to Jalalabad that Bin Laden had built in the early 90s, in silence. At the end of the road, waiting outside of their shattered base camp, was Kris. For David, the world finally began to spin again. 12. Kabul, Afghanistan, December 23rd, 2001.
To the finest men I have ever served with.
George raised a bottle of Russian Baltica beer, number 7, and held it high.
I am honored by every single thing you gentlemen did. Every moment you spent here on the ground, every ounce of blood, sweat, and determination you gave, everything you did was hero's work.
He pumped his bottle as his chin wavered.
We will get him, I swear it. We will get Bin Laden. Not today, but we will.
In the corner of the command center at the CIA station in Kabul, in the same old Taliban guest house, Ryan turned away, hiding his face in the shadows. Kris watched him blink fast, wipe his nose, sniff hard as his jaw muscles clenched and held. At Kris's side, David leaned into him, their bodies touching from shoulders to ankles. One of David's arms wound around Kris, his hand disappearing beneath Kris's sweater, palm against the skin at the small of his back. His thumb ghosted over the baby-fine hairs on Kris's skin, hairs he hadn't known he had until David strummed them, made him shiver, made his bones melt. He'd wanted to fling himself into David's arms when he had seen their jeep bounce down the mountain, sliding and shaking on flinty shale and the jeep's broken shocks. They were more mud monsters and frozen swamp creatures than men when they'd arrived, covered in dirt like they'd burrowed through the mountain. David's burnished skin, rich like bronze, had seemed ghostly, deathly pale, and Kris had wiped his hand down David's cheek, ostensibly to clean the dust away. He had just wanted to feel David's warmth, his presence, to know that he was alive. Beneath his palm, David had trembled, a grenade shivering before it exploded. He hadn't said anything, but Kris saw the supernovas in his gaze, the burn of his soul blasting through the tattered remnants of his control. David, like Ryan, like Palmer, like the rest of them, had come back defeated, wounded, empty. Jim had arranged for transport straight back to Kabul from their base camp through Jalalabad and back through Nangarhar province. In the weeks they'd been in the mountains, Jalalabad had turned from a war-ravaged ghost town to a vibrant trading city, full of honking cars, rickshaws, bicycles, and people moving in every direction. After staring at the bleak moonscape of Tora Bora, the explosion of life, of color, of humanity was almost too overwhelming. David had hidden his face, tucking his head sideways against Kris's shoulders, and they'd hidden the clasp of their hands between their thighs for the entire drive. Kabul had changed as well. As vibrant as Jalalabad had become, Kabul was 100 times more. More people, more color, more traffic, more horns, more life, more women in hijab, fewer burqas, more children playing games and flying kites. The movie theater, shuttered under the Taliban, had reopened and lines stretched for hours. George had met them at the CIA station and had promptly ordered Palmer and his men to continue driving to Bagram, to the new Army's Unified Command Center. They needed to be debriefed and seen by medical, and the Army insisted on doing it their way. Kris almost hadn't let go of David, and their fingers had clung to each other until their arms would have pulled apart if they had held on any longer.
"Don't worry, Kris," George had murmured. "They're coming back. We've got a new mission coming up."
He'd taken a lukewarm shower and tossed and turned on his thin mattress all night, his thoughts consumed by David. But just after breakfast, as he was trying to coax resurrection out of a cup of shitty instant coffee, Palmer had led his men back into the CIA station.
"Reporting as ordered, sir,"
he said to George, who'd been sitting 2 seats down from Kris.
Pull up a chair, gentlemen. Dig in.
Palmer's team had torn into the breakfast the Afghan cooks had made. They'd eaten like they'd never seen food, shoveling breakfast into their mouths at World Hot Dog Eating Championship pacing. David had come around the table and sat in the empty seat beside Kris. He'd showered, and his cuts had been bandaged, and there were stitches above one eyebrow, bruises along his cheeks and jaw. His knuckles were raw, his skin cracked from the cold, but his eyes still burned every time he looked at Kris. Need pulsated from him like gravity, like the ocean's tides, pulling Kris in. Georgie called a meeting after breakfast, carting in a crate of beers and passing them out individually.
From Uzbekistan. He'd grinned. I heard this is the strongest Russian beer an American can drink. The rest of the brews are fermented engine oil.
Chuckles rose, half-hearted. After he'd thanked them all and had extolled their heroics with hearty cheers, he led the team in the first round of drinks. George sputtered after his first sip, nearly choking on the thick, dark brew, far more robust than a Guinness or a black stout in the States. Palmer laughed and clapped him on the back.
I told you we were going to find Bin Laden, and I meant that. We, the people in this room, George said, nodding to each and every man in his team and in Palmer's. And we have a new mission. We are the team charged with hunting down and capturing Bin Laden wherever he is, no matter how long it takes. And we'll capture every other high-value al-Qaeda leader too, which means we're moving shop. Al-Qaeda isn't in Afghanistan anymore, at least not in any real presence. They fled, or they're trapped in Kandahar, which means the Marines are going to smoke them out. Most of the high-value leadership made it out of Afghanistan overland to Pakistan. They're either hiding in the tribal areas or they made their way to Peshawar or Kashmir. So, we're on the move. In 2 days, the entire team is moving to Islamabad Station. He took another sip of his beer, cringing as he swallowed. The next 2 days are yours. I'm sorry we can't give you a better Christmas vacation, but the Army has set up some facilities at Bagram for their soldiers. There's the theater showing Bollywood's finest from a decade ago, and there's plenty of beds, hot chow, and secured internet here. Sleep, eat, and call home.
Sounds great, sir. Palmer held out his hand. George shook it. Jackson and Warwick were already cheering, talking about plans to eat until they puked and then sleep until they couldn't physically sleep another minute. Jim and Philip had their heads together, muttering about Bagram and the facilities there. Ryan stayed in the corner, his arms folded, staring at the ground. David's gaze met Kris's. 2 days? All to themselves? Visions tumbled through Kris's mind, dreams he had nurtured through the scant few minutes he had slept at base camp, always clutching the radio close in case David or the team radioed in. Finally, after all this time, after everything, he could see his own eagerness reflected in David's eyes.
Kris? Sergeant Haddad?
George stopped in front of them as the rest of the team peeled away off on their own adventures.
I wanted to say something to you, Kris.
He swallowed, his Adam's apple rising and falling.
I am very proud of you. You proved everyone wrong. Really rose above all of the challenges you faced.
He smiled and held out his hand. Never let anyone else define your life, Kris. Never let anyone else define who you are. They will always get it wrong. David's words came back slamming into his skull like gongs being struck, like fireworks shooting off into the night sky. George, the only real challenge I faced here was you. And Ryan. Kris felt that fire that had always burned in him reignite, felt the flames grow larger. Something had slipped between the boy he had been, who had refused to hide, and the man he had become, who had let other people set barriers for him. When had he given up? The only thing I had to prove wrong was your prejudice. I knew what I was doing. I was confident in myself. I didn't struggle with what I could do. No, George. I am proud of you for finally seeing that I was working my ass off, that I was doing everything I could, that I knew what I was talking about, and really was put on the team to be the subject matter expert. George stared. His jaw hung open. Kris put the cherry on top. I'm proud of you for finally seeing the real me, George.
That's one way to put it, George said slowly.
It's the right way to put it. George's gaze darted to David. David stood beside Kris, silent and sentinel. He stared at George, daring him to disagree.
I think I was right about one thing, at least,
George finally said, his voice low. He stared pointedly at them both, holding each of their gazes for a long moment. David straightened. Kris heard his vertebrae crack, felt his muscles tighten until they started to tremble.
Which brings me to my next question.
He cleared his throat.
State wants to reopen the U.S. Embassy in Kabul after the new year. They want someone to go through it first, get an assessment of the damage. I was wondering if you two would be interested. It's a big, empty building. Might take 2 days to go through.
Kris's head swam, like he'd been plunged into the ocean, tossed on waves after falling from a high cliff. George was giving them space, privacy, calling them on their fledgling relationship and inexplicably enabling it? In all of Kabul, in all of Afghanistan, was there any place he and David could possibly be together without any fear of discovery or of reprisal?
We'd be happy to, David rumbled. We'll start immediately.
Good. George looked like he'd just shit his pants.
I expect you back here in 2 days.
The doors to the embassy had barely shut behind them when David first pressed Kris against the wall. David's body surrounded him, covered him completely, devoured him. David pressed his forehead to Kris's, lips hovering microns apart. Their breaths shook tiny gasps, keeping the last of their bodies separate.
You want this?
David breathed.
You want me?
Kris saw the spark of hesitation, of fear in David's eyes. He reached for David, his hands on David's hips, pulling him closer, tighter, as if they could melt into each other's bodies then and there.
I want you, David.
David shuddered, his eyes squeezing shut as he drew in a breath, as he pressed into Kris. Had anyone wanted Kris before? Truly wanted him like everything in David wanted him? Finally, David's lips brushed Kris's, a tentative kiss, so unlike their bruising clash at the base of Tora Bora. Their lips caught, stuck, clung together. David tasted him slowly, like Kris was made of honey, and David was tasting his soul. Kris had had hundreds of first kisses in his life, from high school to college and beyond, hundreds of kisses at parties and before one-night stands with men he'd wanted and men he didn't care for. No one had ever kissed him with the tenderness of David's touch, the intensity of his desire. Kris shivered, shook. His knees went limp. David caught him. Their bodies aligned in just the right way. The ambassador used to live here, Kris gasped. His apartment is on the top floor. They kissed their way up the stairs, bouncing from wall to wall, pushing each other back and molding their bodies as one. Hands cradled faces, jaws wrapped around waists. At the top floor they started stripping, shedding mud-spattered jackets and dusty sweaters. In 2 months, they'd never seen each other's skin, had never seen beneath the contours of a thick sweater. Kris's bare skin puckered as the cold air hit him, his thin chest contracting. David was there instantly, wrapping his arms around him, pressing his furred chest to Kris, a primal connection completed when David closed his lips over Kris's again. Their bodies had changed. Kris had come to Afghanistan slender and waifish, his strength always of the lean variety. Weeks of mountaineering and combat missions had molded his upper body, given him strength where he'd never had any. David's strength had ebbed, Thanks to the weeks in Tora Bora, the deprivation and harshness eating away at his reserves, bruises and scars marred his skin from impact blasts, slides down the mountain, times when he'd had to duck for cover when Al-Qaeda had fought back, sent their artillery raining down near David's position. His body was a map of the war. Kris's hands roamed, covering every mar, every battle, as if he could heal him with his touch alone. The ambassador's apartment had been left unused since Dub's assassination. They kissed their way into a time capsule, a replica of the late 70s, dust-covered and forgotten. The windows were slim, near the ceiling, only to let in light. No one could see as they shed the last of their clothes, boots, pants, and briefs. No one saw Kris pull David on top of him, into the ambassador's bed. No one saw David slide onto Kris, cover him completely, begin to rock against him like he wanted their atoms to merge, like he was trying to disappear within Kris's being, like he was the ocean coming in for Kris's shore. David lay between Kris's legs, his head pillowed on Kris's chest, ear over his heart. Kris's hand stroked up and down David's back. They'd made love until they'd thought they would die, until Kris had thought he'd combust, explode, become a star in the heavens. Outside, the sun had dropped beneath the mountains, and the last rays of light sent long shadows through the thin windows, ringing the room. Kabul hummed beyond the empty embassy, car horns and wagon wheels and donkey snorts mixed with shouts in Dari and Pashto. "Does this come with us to Pakistan?" Kris whispered. "Or do we leave this here?" David's shoulders tightened. He looked up, his beard scratching against Kris's chest. Kris tried to lock down his emotions, shield his heart, tried to throw up walls behind his eyes, just in case. "We both have experience loving and leaving, I think." Kris tried to smile. He recognized in David the same love them and leave them style he had had back in America. Ships passing in the night, the rush of combat, adrenaline, close quarters. Too much had happened too fast, and they needed to burn through it somehow. "If this is just what it is, I understand." David's chest rose and fell, his breath quickening. He pressed a kiss to Kris's chest over his heart and spoke into his skin. "I don't want to stop." Relief was physical, the unclenching of Kris's heart, the rush of giddy joy, the way he squeezed his fingers into David's back, nails biting into his skin. Smiling, David slid up the bed, tangling his legs and arms around Kris. He tugged a blanket up with him, a dusty wool cover, and snuggled close. "I don't ever want to stop this. Us." "I had no idea," Kris said, turning to face David. He propped his head on one elbow. "I never thought you were gay. You confused me, but I never thought—" "Don't ask, don't tell. It's the law of the land. I can fight and die for America, but they can't handle me loving another man." David shrugged. He laced his fingers through Kris's, stroked his thumb over Kris's knuckles. "I lived my life like a kaleidoscope. If you look at me one way, I'm the Army Special Forces soldier. Stern, solid, American." He chuckled. Kris grinned. "But I'm also Arab, Muslim, in some part of me." He swallowed, squeezed Kris's hand. "And gay. Even though no other part of me can accept that, it feels like I'm different people all in one body, and I don't know how to be everyone equally, or if I even can." David pressed his forehead to Kris's, turned those burning starlight eyes into Kris's soul. "When I am with you, I feel parts of myself come together, parts I thought could never mix. You
make me want to be everything I am. For you.
Kris couldn't breathe. I'm just... He was just a kid, a skinny brown Puerto Rican who had been underestimated his entire life. He was just a side-eyed snort, an afterthought, someone people consistently expected nothing from. Hadn't George just proven that? How was he everything to David, when David had become everything to him?
You're like a part of me I didn't know was missing. Part of my mind or my soul. Like you have the thoughts I haven't thought yet, feelings I haven't felt yet, waiting for me. Inside you. You feel like a part of me I've been craving.
David's voice was a whisper, a breath. David. His vision swam. He couldn't breathe. He cupped David's cheek. Words wouldn't come, not through his strangled throat.
Ever since we got here, things have been upside down. What's right and wrong? According to the others, we're here to kill all the Arabs, get revenge for what happened, but I'm Arab. And I'm not saying I condone or understand what the hijackers did or anything about Al-Qaeda. I don't, not at all. But I do understand Arab pain, Muslim pain. Libya.
He hissed, and everything in him tightened.
I saw it in Somalia, and I see it here. There's this collective pain, this ache in the Muslim soul. And now I feel the world turning even more against us.
Are we supposed to shoulder the collective guilt, the blame for 9/11 too, when the Muslim soul is already shattered? He buried his face in Kris's neck, shallow breaths warming Kris's skin. Kris stroked his back, tangled his fingers in his dark hair.
What do you think is going to happen?
David whispered.
Now, after this.
Kris chewed on his lip. This isn't just a battle to capture Bin Laden, or to avenge the deaths from 9/11, or to get rid of the Taliban to make a free Afghanistan and eliminate terrorist safe havens. Bin Laden spent years building the narrative for this attack. He's framed his entire movement around one hadith from Abu Huraira. When you see the black banners coming from Khorasan, join that army, even if you have to crawl over ice. David spoke the last half of the hadith with him.
For no power will be able to stop them, and they will reach Jerusalem, where they will erect their flags.
The Islamic end times. Armageddon begins with the fighters coming out of Khorasan, after striking a fatal blow against their enemies. Bin Laden's declaration of war against the U.S. was signed from Hindu Kush, Khorasan, Afghanistan. He's used the Khorasan Hadith in all of his speeches, his videos, his recruitment. He believes, and the people who join him believe, that they are fulfilling the Islamic end times prophecies. Kris stroked down David's back, fingers dipping into the valley of his spine, mapping the bones of his vertebrae. David exhaled.
There's too much pain. Too much Muslim pain.
He swallowed.
Are you going to stay in?
I have to. The hijackers. Their names were on my desk. And we should have known with Bin Laden's 96 declaration of war and his fatwas. His 3 warnings, like the Quran prescribes for declaring war. We should have put the dots together. I should have seen. Kris chewed on his lip. I bear some responsibility for what happened.
Kris,
I do.
I knew Bin Laden and al-Qaeda were dangerous. I knew they wanted to hurt us. The embassies in Africa, the USS Cole. I just didn't think... I never imagined they'd do what they did. I didn't think it was possible. He sighed, biting his lip and rolling it back and forth. I need to spend the rest of my career making up for that. And always think about what is possible, what is coming next. I have to. Kris scooted close to David, hitching one leg around David's calf. What about you? I have another few years left on my second enlistment. Sounds like my unit is linking to the CIA. Happens occasionally. I'd never been part of a CIA secondment before. David stroked Kris's leg, his palm circling Kris's thigh. I want to stay with you, he said softly. I'm afraid I'll get lost in this war. His eyes were black holes, and the burning edge of his soul peeked out just barely like the shadow of a crescent moon or a whisper against Kris's skin. I think the whole world is going to get lost in this war. 13. Islamabad, Pakistan, March 29th, 2002. The web stretched across an entire wall in the CIA station. Spindly lines crisscrossed each other, tracing points back to the dead center. Someone had drawn a reticle around the photo in the center. A black marker sniper scope circled the black and white passport photo of a thin young Saudi with a close-cropped beard and mustache, his hair hidden under a neat keffiyeh. Abu Zahawi. Langley said he was al-Qaeda's third highest officer, third in command after Bin Laden and his deputy, Ayman al-Zawahiri. He had been the external emir, the high commander of the called-in training camp in Afghanistan before the invasion. The called-in camp was where the hijackers were trained, where Bin Laden regularly visited, where all high-ranking al-Qaeda operatives transited. They needed Zahawi. And they would have him. Tonight. In January, Kris, George, and the rest of their combined CIA Special Forces team stepped out of a helicopter in Islamabad and started fighting the CIA's next war. We have a new position at the CIA. Bill, Islamabad's chief of station, had told them all during their first briefing. Targeteer. These guys are going to be the most important people in the agency. They're hunters. Anything and everything we get on a high-value target gets routed straight to their desks. The targeteers package all of that intel together, make sense of it, and then they find our targets. Bill thought fast and spoke fast, and his eyes peered around the room, dancing over each person on the team. It's part forensic psychology, part jigsaw puzzle, part sifting through haystacks, and part voodoo. You've got to be a cultural anthropologist, a translator, a psychologist, and a psychic. So, who is going to be the targeteer on this team? George hadn't hesitated. Kris Caldera. That's made for him. Bill's stare had pierced Kris. He'd had a thick stack of folders on the table in front of him, stuffed with CDs and DVDs, papers and photos. Bill had pushed it all toward Kris. Here's your first target, Abu Zahawi. He's in Pakistan, and we have to find him. He's in Pakistan turned out to be the agency's most popular line. Everyone was in Pakistan, from Bin Laden to the most minor al-Qaeda recruit, and they were supposed to find every last one of them. Pakistan was the size of Texas, but had the population of the United States. Karachi was the fourth largest city in the entire world. Finding anyone in the crushing mass of humanity, much less someone purposefully hiding, was a near impossible task. Zahawi's name, and about a dozen phone numbers associated with him, kept coming up in documents and debris recovered in Afghanistan from destroyed al-Qaeda camps, captured fighters, and picked from the dead. From Marines and soldiers combing through the remains of the Taliban and al-Qaeda in Afghanistan to Islamabad, hordes and hordes of information flowed. Not all of it was intelligent. There was just too much of it, too many bits and pieces and names and addresses scattered across thousands of leads. Kris nearly buckled.
Palmer's men hit the streets going to Lahore, Peshawar, and Karachi, trying to scour the cities with a small passport photo, searching for Zahawi like they could pick him from the millions and millions of people crowding the streets. David came back from each trip frustrated and filthy and always exhausted. "I need more resources," Kris told George at the end of January. "I can't make a man appear with nothing but luck." "What do you need?" "Give me an entire electronic net over Pakistan. Zero in on the numbers we have of known al-Qaeda agents, the phone numbers connected to Zahawi. If anyone calls those, who do they call after that? And then after that, and then after that. We need to build a web." The invisible electronic net dropped. Calls were vacuumed up, scrubbed, and searched for names and keywords. When calls to Zahawi's known numbers didn't connect, America's digital eyes tracked the calls they made next, asking for instruction, and then again, and again. Everything went on the wall, a giant web of connections of unrelated people trying to live in hiding, exposed by the pattern of their phone calls. Finally, they found Zahawi's new numbers. Zahawi had 14 new numbers, tied to 14 locations, 13 in Faisalabad, the third most populous city in Pakistan and situated far from the Afghanistan border south of Islamabad, 1 in Lahore, a city almost on the Indian border. They hit the streets again, winding through the tangled, twisted alleys and dirt roads. Faisalabad was a rough, dangerous, and hopelessly poor city, a never-ending sprawl of shacks, dump lots, and precarious slums. Children played in raw sewage. The stench of rot slipped under their clothes, into their noses, down their throats, gagging them all. Cars and rickshaws and bicycles and donkeys and camels crowded every inch of the roadways. Walkers glided in and out of traffic lanes and past angry cabbies shouting in 13 different languages. Most people living in Faisalabad lived on less than $5 a day, and most were fierce adherents to a firebrand fundamentalist Islam married to a violent rage. Life in Faisalabad was epically shitty. Why not desperately wish to turn to the past, to the golden days of Islam when life was vibrant, peaceful, and Muslims were regarded as the enlightened intellectuals of the world? Why not crave that historical power again? Everything to blame in Faisalabad was the West's fault anyway, for putting them at the bottom of the world order. Going into Faisalabad meant working undercover. David and his team dressed in salwar kameezes, breezy tunics, and linen pants. They'd kept their thick beards from Afghanistan. David blended in the best with his bronze skin and his native Arabic, and he played the part of a foreign fighter working the streets. He was the point man for all of Kris's operations. Kris watched David take to the mission like a fish to water, seamlessly blending into the passionate Islamic fundamentalism. Even in Faisalabad, David moved like he knew how to live in a city on the edge, under the thumb of oppression and desperate poverty. There was something there, something Kris wanted to ask about, but couldn't. Not yet. Kris, slender even with his added muscles from the war in Afghanistan, played the part of David's wife. He donned a hijab and the head-to-toe abaya. He tied a niqab around his face, peered out of the narrow eye slit, and kept his body hidden from view under the sweep of black. His abaya collected filth from the streets as he swept over puddles of sewage, walked up and down dusty alleys. To add to the disguise, Kris lined his eyes with kohl, like the local women did. David couldn't tear his eyes away. Kris and David walked the streets as if they were married, scoping out all 13 properties. They found squat mud brick homes, small one-room huts with corrugated tin roofs, and shacks on the edge of slums. Hatred seethed from the slum like a physical pulse. "We can't take the entire slum, but there are al-Qaeda fighters in there, for sure. Zahawi is the target. We have to find him." The last location was a large house, almost a villa, built of cinder blocks, 3 stories tall and surrounded by an 8-foot privacy fence. Every window was closed and shuttered. In the sweltering 100-degree heat and humidity, that stood out like an electric sign in the sky, pointing straight down. All of Faisalabad had thrown open their doors and windows, trying to cool down with the limp, rotten breeze. All of Faisalabad save for them. Bad news in there. David leaned into Kris. Sweat poured down Kris's back. He was roasting, nearly passing out under the abaya. No one keeps their windows closed. Not in this heat.
Let's get back to the safe house.
George had rented a safe house in Faisalabad, paying cash for a villa in the wealthy sector of town. The mansion had 14 bedrooms, 12 sitting rooms, and a huge plot of land, surrounded by a giant fence that kept all curious onlookers far away. From the roof, they had satellite connections with 7 different communications relays from the CIA to the military. The team lived in the safe house and rotated surveillance on each of Zahawi's locations. A backup team from Langley was sent in, too, to help share the load. They'd arrived while David and Kris were off in Faisalabad's reaches, hunting for al-Qaeda.
Kris!
Dan Wright, Kris's mentor at Langley, jogged to him when he and David returned to the safe house and wrapped Kris up in a hug, holding on for longer than Kris would have expected.
God, it's good to see you again.
They caught up that night, sitting together on the roof. Dan had brought 3 bottles of wine, and he and Kris downed shitty Chardonnay as they sat in lawn chairs and tried to breathe through their mouths, tried to not smell the fetid stench of Faisalabad.
You blew the door open, Kris.
Dan held out his plastic cup of white wine for a toast.
You blew the door for all us gays open. Going to Afghanistan and kicking ass.
Kris's jaw dropped. Us gays? Dan?
I entered the CIA before you, when it was still not allowed.
It was only in 1996 that the law had changed, allowing homosexuals to legally possess security clearances. Prior to 1996, any gay man or woman was considered a liability, someone who could be blackmailed, someone untrustworthy, someone not allowed into the hallowed halls of the national security establishment.
I loved that you never played the bullshit games.
Dan smiled at him, his eyes bright, glowing.
You never tried to hide. I wanted to help you, wanted to see you succeed, and goddamn did you ever.
I just did my job.
You did a hell of a job. You're a fantastic officer, Kris, and you're paving the way for everyone after you. No one thinks twice anymore about us.
You going to come out? Dan winked at him over the rim of his cup.
If there was someone to come out for.
Kris froze.
I always wanted to ask you to dinner. Back in D.C., I've always wanted to get to know you better.
He leaned forward, fiddling with his wine.
Maybe, after this is over, we could try. The Marriott in Islamabad isn't the Capitol Grill in D.C., but...
Hope infused Dan's words.
I just really want to spend some time with you.
Dan. Kris squeezed his eyes closed, leaned forward. His head hung between his slumped shoulders. Dan. I'm sorry. I'm seeing someone.
Shock pushed Dan back. Oh, I didn't know. I thought you were single in D.C.
I was. It's new.
In Afghanistan?
It's secret. We're not out. Kris fumbled for words, stumbling over his exhaustion and the wine.
He's military.
Dan nodded slowly. He stared into his wine.
I understand.
He sighed.
Whoever he is, he's a lucky guy. But I hope we can still be friends.
I'd like that. The night before the raid, he and David lounged in a tepid bath surrounded by stubby candles. The safe house had sunken mosaic tubs in most bedrooms, playthings for the wealthy who had lived stratospheres above the rest of the city's inhabitants. David rubbed his feet, massaged his legs, kissed his way up and down Kris's body. They made love silently, Kris riding David as his hands traced David's chest, his body mapped the terrain of his lover. Candlelight flickered over their skin, threw shadows against the walls. Kris came with a muffled cry, his head thrown back, David's hands clinging to him, his arms wrapped around his back. David's lips kissed every inch of his chest. Their teammates were on either side of the paper-thin walls. Kris could hear their laughter, their conversations between his gasps, his muffled moans. Who knew about them?
George, for sure. Had he told Ryan? Ryan was still his deputy. Jim and Philip were wrapped up in their own projects. Derek had stayed in Afghanistan. Jackson? Palmer's team had to bunk together, and Jackson was David's roommate. David spent all his time in Kris's room, though. What did Jackson think about his absent partner? And Palmer? He'd seen them kissing back in Tora Bora. David had become distant from his team since moving to Pakistan, moving with Kris and on the ground instead of holding surveillance and going on night raids with the others. They weren't supposed to be doing this. David's entire career could come apart, shatter under the don't ask, don't tell rules of the military. Sleeping with a partner on an overseas mission happened, but it was generally filed under ill-advised by the CIA and disastrous when it went all wrong. It was illegal to be gay in Pakistan, illegal to love another man. They were in Pakistan on diplomatic cover, but the bond between Pakistan and the United States was tenuous, a daily negotiation of threats and bluster. A scandal like this, which the Pakistanis could use to claim the U.S. disrespected their culture, their laws, and flagrantly violated their beliefs, could tear their alliance apart. And, for the first time, Kris had some measure of respect. Dan's words haunted him, repeating in his mind on an echoing loop. His name was said with praise. People believed in him, thought he could do something, that he wasn't just a fag or a limp-wristed gay people put up with. His whole life he had been treated like half a man, until now. But for how long? Should they stop? Should they just put it aside, focus on their mission? They were risking too much with this, but he couldn't. He couldn't set David aside, couldn't put him out of his mind. David had become linked to him, inextricably linked, like two stars orbiting each other. Words like combat stress and adrenaline bonds tried to nip at him from the darkness, but he pushed them back. David was in his bones, in his blood. He set his heart by the moments he stole with David. He'd never let that go, not unless David was ripped from him, and even then. David held him after they finished, cradling Kris close, with his forehead pressed to Kris's temple as they caught their breath. Sticky Pakistani heat clung to their sweaty skin. A limp ceiling fan circled overhead, lazy circles that moved stale air in the stench of sex. Could their teammates smell what they did? Could they smell David on Kris like Kris always could? Much later, Kris pulled the curtains back and stared out their bedroom window. He'd wrapped up in a silk robe, a gift David had bought for him during one of his undercover trips into Pakistan's twisting cities. He'd bought Kris a small mountain of gifts since they had arrived in country: silk shirts and linen suits, long robes, and the finest salwar kameezes, a gold necklace, a filigree of the hand of Fatima that he wore under everything every day. Now that they weren't in Afghanistan, they got to change their clothes every day, actually look decent again. David, it seemed, had taken it upon himself to make Kris's wardrobe the finest in all of Pakistan. Kris reveled in David's gifts and the luxury, and the knowledge that every day, no matter where David was, Kris was on his mind. David stood behind him, kissing his bare shoulder where the robe slipped down. The call to prayer sounded the wail of 100 muezzins across the city, rising as one. There were no stars above Faisalabad, no moon in the sky. The stars were spread below, a blanket of lanterns and fires that turned the air to wood smoke and musk. Across Faisalabad, somewhere in the darkness and the smoke, Abu Zahawi prayed. His last prayers as a free man. In 3 hours, we leave the safe house in our breach teams. At 01:30, each breach team will stage outside their target location. Kris pointed to the giant map on the wall with each of the 14 targets marked and surrounded by surveillance photos. Pakistani police will meet you at each target. An FBI agent from a team that had been flown in from D.C. overnight interrupted. Is ISI involved?
No, ISI has not been briefed. Pakistani's military intelligence, ISI, had been caught leaking information to al-Qaeda, both during the Afghan invasion and after. Kris kept them iced out of his entire operation. The FBI agent, jet-lagged and clinging to a mug of coffee, nodded. At exactly 0150, each team will stage at the outer breach marker for each site. Your team leads have your specific coordinates for your site in their packet. At precisely 0200, at all 14 sites, we breach simultaneously. The order of entry is as follows. The Pakistani police enter first and subdue any resistance. They separate the women and children from the men. The FBI enters second and preserves the scene for evidence collection. The CIA enters last. The FBI, appraised of Kris's operation to catch Zahawi, had insisted on inserting into the takedown team. The September 11th attacks were considered an active criminal investigation in addition to being an intelligence failure and the new target of an independent congressional oversight investigation. Jurisdiction was overlapping and messy. I and my team, Kris nodded to Dan, David, Ryan, Jackson, and Palmer, will accompany the breach team at Target X-Ray. The last target on the list, the villa he and David had found with the windows closed and locked.
You think Zahawi is at that location?
We think there's something bad going on there, yes. It could be Zahawi. It could be another cell of al-Qaeda fighters. Whatever is going on, it's bad news. Kris, standing on a coffee table in the middle of the safe house's living room, met everyone's gaze. Nearly 60 people stared back at him, listened to him give orders. Any questions? 0155 hours. They were well into 0000, the dead of night, when special forces loved to operate, when the CIA always made their moves. Kris breathed through his mouth, huddled against the privacy fence around Target X-Ray, behind David and in front of Dan. Ryan and Jackson brought up the rear of their breach team. His body armor tried to pull his shoulders off. The thick ceramic plates weighed at least 40 pounds each. He felt tugged toward the ground like he should just tip forward, let gravity do its thing. His backpack full of gear counterbalanced the weight just barely. 0156. At 13 other sites, breach teams were waiting, following Kris's plan to the letter. There was no room for error in this. No room for one team to strike early, give a target time to make a phone call or start screaming or worse, shooting. In Faisalabad, in the middle of the night, only the dogs were out. The city was silent. 5 million people locked in their houses, unless something went wrong. 0158. The check came down the line. All good. David reached behind him, tapped the side of Kris's leg. All good. He sent the signal back, tapping Dan. Heard Dan reach for Ryan. Then it came back, 2 taps from Dan on his thigh. All good. He reached forward for David. David intercepted his hand. Squeezed. Kris squeezed back. 0159. They'd synchronized their watches to the second. He watched them count down. 3, 2, 1. Pakistani police at the head of the breach team blew open the lock on the privacy fence and wrenched the heavy metal gate open. Boots slapped concrete and dirt, thundering toward the front door. Kris heard echoes of booms across Faisalabad, bouncing through the warren of the tangled city. He followed behind, running with David and stacking at the fence line as the Pakistanis prepared to break down the front door. Shouts rose inside the villa. Lights flicked on inside the 3rd floor. Clang! The Pakistani police officer who had swung the battering ram stumbled backward. Another rushed forward, grabbing the battering ram and trying again. Clang! "It's reinforced!" he shouted. "They reinforced the door with steel!" Slap, slap, slap. Dirt shot up from the ground, geysers from bullets slamming into the dust at their feet. Glass shattered, rained down on their heads. Dark muzzles, the bores of AK-47s poked out of the upstairs windows. "Take cover!" David grabbed Kris and hauled him around the side of the house, away from the windows and the shooters above. Ryan and Dan retreated behind the privacy fence. "Grenade!" one of the police officers shouted. Glass shattered, a thud, as the grenade bounced and rolled inside the house. Frantic Arabic shouts that rose in pitch until... Boom.
Scrambling, David poked back around the corner, looking down the barrel of his rifle. The shooters in the upper windows were gone. Police officers were going through a ground-level window into a smoke-filled hallway.
"Open this door! Open this fucking door!"
2 FBI agents banged on the front door, their backs flat to the wall. They'd been trapped on the other side of the gunfire from above, totally exposed. The front door burst out of its frame, kicked open by the largest police officer on the team. Cursing, the FBI agents ran inside.
"Hands up! Hands up!"
"They have to say it in Arabic," Kris growled. "Did they forget?" "We gotta get in there." David nodded to the front door. "I'll cover you." Kris ran, David following in his footsteps, his rifle trained on the empty third-floor windows. Whoever had been shooting at them was gone, for now. Dan, Ryan, and Jackson met them at the door. Shouts barreled through the house. Flashlight beams crisscrossed the smoke. The FBI agents were stuck in the front room, hollering at someone to put their hands up. Shouting, again, in Arabic, this time from outside. Kris turned. "The roof! They're on the roof!" David and Jackson flattened themselves to the villa's wall, looking up their rifle scopes at the roofline. Scuffling above. Frantic Arabic flew back and forth. 3 voices. Kris followed David, holding his weapon up, keeping it steady on the roofline. Dan covered him, moving close. Ryan slipped away from the villa's walls, sliding into the courtyard.
"Hanaku alon! Hahu! Hahu!"
There he is now. There he is. There he is. Shit! Bullets peppered the courtyard, the dirt at Ryan's feet. He ran for the shadows, ducked behind a pillar for cover. The shooter on the roof chased him to the edge. David slid out of the shadows and squeezed his trigger. 3 bullets spat into the night, catching the first man on the roof in the shoulder and jaw. He tumbled forward, limp, spilling over the edge. He hit the ground like a broken doll, head first. Kris looked away, flinching. He'd remember that sound as long as he lived.
"Kavz! Kavz!"
Jump! Jump! 2 men scurried across the roof, heading for the edge. David, Jackson, and Kris stepped over the broken body in the courtyard and followed the sounds. Behind the house, the closest neighbors were 9 feet away across a sewage-filled alley, an improbable jump, but not impossible, not with adrenaline coursing through the men's veins. They heard feet slapping against concrete, gaining speed, heard a man approach the edge, saw him leap. David and Jackson fired together, 2 shots. Both tore through the jumper. Shrieking, he fell to the ground, bones in his legs cracking on impact. He wailed, screams loud enough to wake the dead, knives that sliced through Kris's eardrums. Using the distraction to cover his attempt, the last man jumped right after his friend. Kris saw him. He raised his weapon, fired. His shots caught the jumper in his hip and his stomach. He lurched, tumbled, and fell, slamming into the top of the privacy fence before sliding to the ground. Inside the house, the frantic shouts from the FBI had subsided. Kris heard boots running up and down the stairs, heard calls of "Clear!" from within, heard more boots on the roof, and shouts of "Police!" "Friendlies!" David bellowed. "Friendlies, down below!" "We heard gunshots. What do you have?" One of the FBI agents poked his head over the roof's edge. He blanched when he saw the first man from the roof spread in a wet mess across the courtyard. 3 jumpers, all down. David and Jackson had formed a loose perimeter, keeping all 3 bodies in sight. Kris called up. "Zahawi in there?" "No. Is he one of them?" "We're checking." Kris and Dan ignored the first body. There wasn't anything left to ID. He didn't have the right coloring for Abu Zahawi either. The man who'd tumbled was Pakistani. Zahawi was Palestinian, fair-skinned and slender, according to the passport photo they were working with. The second jumper was still shrieking. Blood pooled beneath one of his broken legs. White bones stuck out of his torn pants. Strips of skin clung to the jagged ends of his shattered femur. Dan shined a light into his face. "Not him." Kris waved to David. "This one needs a medic. He's going to bleed out." As David kneeled next to the broken-legged man and opened his medkit, they moved on to the third jumper. Heavy-set, with a round belly, thick legs, and wild, springy hair almost to his shoulders, he was clean-shaven, almost as smooth as Kris. Blood smeared across him from the shots in his belly and his impact with the fence, his slide to the ground. Pools of ruby liquid formed beneath him, soaking the dirt. His eyes were closed, and he didn't move. Still, they kept their distance. This can't be him. Dan frowned. His jawline looks similar. Kris reached for the man, turned his head left and right. The man groaned. I think it's him. I think it's Zahawi. How do we know for sure? Kris turned the man's head to the side again and held it still. Take a picture of his ear. Everyone's ear is unique, just like a fingerprint. Dan arched an eyebrow at him, but snapped the photo. Kris pulled out his field laptop from his backpack and plugged in the camera, downloaded the image and sent it via satellite link to Islamabad. We'll know in a minute. Sirens blasted across Faisalabad, Pakistani police coming out in force. Rickshaw ambulances followed behind the police. David, through with putting a tourniquet on the broken-legged man, jogged over to Kris. I thought this one was dead. Not yet. Kris grabbed his medical kit from his backpack and pulled out a wad of field dressings and gauze bandages. He pressed them into the man's bullet wounds, over his stomach and his thigh. Blood saturated the dressings, soaking through almost instantly. We need to keep him alive. This is Zahawi. I'm certain of it. His sat phone rang. Dan reached for it. David grabbed it first. Hello? Where's Caldera? George barked, holding pressure on a wounded Al-Qaeda man. If it's the same man whose ear he just sent, then he'd better do everything he can to keep him breathing. That is Abu Zahawi, and we need him alive. We need a doctor! Kris ran backward into the Faisalabad emergency department, carrying Zahawi's legs. David carried his arms, tried to support his shoulders, and Dan ran beside them, holding soap gauze over Zahawi's gunshot wounds. Ryan, Jackson, and a dozen police officers followed, all shouting for a doctor. Two young Pakistani men in white doctor's coats poked their head out from a dingy office. Overhead, fluorescent lights flickered. Kris skidded on the floor, almost slipping. He looked down. Grease, oil, and blood smeared on the cracked linoleum. As they jogged farther into the hospital, the stench of rotten meat, of putrid, festering wounds slammed into them. Ryan gagged, fell to the side. Kris heard him puke into the wall. The Pakistani doctor's eyes were as wide as the moon. 20 men were barreling into their ratty emergency department, all armed to the teeth and wearing bulletproof vests and helmets with tactical backpacks and gear hanging from them. Kris's rifle banged against his thighs as he ran. We need you to save this man! Blood dropped from Zahawi, a long trail leading back to the dirt parking lot and the truck they'd screamed across Faisalabad in. One of the doctors finally unfroze, grabbing a filthy gurney from along the wall and running it toward them. The sheets were stained, a mottled mess of old blood, brown and pus yellow. Kris and David dropped Zahawi on the gurney. His head lolled to the side, limp. His skin was gray as ash. 2 gunshot wounds. He's lost a lot of blood. Kris jogged with the doctors as they frantically ran the gurney toward surgery. You have to save him. You have to keep him alive. He's already dead, one of the doctors said, shaking his head. You want us to what to do a dead man? Stop the bleeding. Keep him breathing. They waited in the emergency department, pacing between the beds. A third were full, 1 man in a leg cast and 3 elderly people who looked like they were disintegrating into their beds. Grime was slick beneath their feet. Mosquitoes and flies buzzed in from the open windows, hovering around the fluorescent lights and feasting on raw wounds. The hospital had an end-of-the-world aesthetic. If a hospital from the 1950s had been catapulted to zombie land, it would look like this place. A bar of soap rested on the bedside table of each patient. Syringes were jammed into it, sticking up at crazy angles. It came to Kris after a moment. That was how they sterilized their needles. David found chairs scattered around the hospital, and he brought them back for everyone. Dan and Jackson collapsed, both falling asleep, sitting up. David wrapped his arm around Kris, trying to hold on to him, and looked like he wasn't. Ryan refused to sit, pacing as he growled into his phone on 15 different calls. "What do you mean you put his cell phone in evidence?" he shouted at one point. "His cell phone is a communication device. That belongs with us." He apparently didn't like the answer he received. He flung his phone down the hallway, watching it skitter and glide through the grime and dirt.
fucking FBI put Zahawi's phone in an evidence bag. They're refusing to open it up. Damn thing's been ringing off the hook since the raid.
Ryan seethed in front of Kris. Kris scrubbed his hands over his face. David's hand was on his back, out of Ryan's sight.
Damn it. That means they know we have him.
And they're going to be coming for him. The gunshots started 2 hours later. A truck screamed by the front of the hospital, kicking up dirt and swerving through the near-empty parking lot. Bullets popped. Glass at the front of the hospital exploded, raining shards into the hallway and the lobby. Kris and David hit the floor. Dan landed beside them, eyes wide. Ryan and the Pakistani police officers drew their weapons and took cover, aiming for the dark parking lot. The truck peeled away.
We have to get him out of here.
Kris staggered to his feet.
They're going to keep coming. They'll try and get him back and kill us.
He got on the phone with Islamabad.
We have to get out of here. They're coming for Zahawi. And if they realize there's only a handful of us, we're done for.
I'll make some calls, George said. We'll get you out, Kris.
5 minutes later, another truck came barreling toward the hospital. Bullets spat from the passenger window.
Ryan and the police fired back again. The truck veered off, swerving wildly. Ryan shouted that he'd seen the shape of an RPG as it passed by the light of a street lamp.
They'll come at us with technicals next, he hollered.
Pickup trucks, usually Toyotas, outfitted with heavy machine guns in the beds. There was no way they could stand up to a force of technicals, or even just one. Finally, 8 minutes after Kris called George, his sat phone rang. Kris, the Pakistani military is on the way. They're going to pick you guys up and bring you to Pakistani Air Base Chaklala in Rawalpindi. The base's medical team is waiting for you.
They'd better be fucking fast. Al-Qaeda is coming now.
Get out of there. David and Kris jogged together to the surgery suite and burst in.
Wrap it up, Doc. We've got to move. He is still bleeding internally. We have not given him enough blood. Make him stable for transport. We're leaving now. He will never make it.
David grabbed 3 units of blood, a transfusion kit, and a wad of gauze and dressings. He prepped a line for Zahawi and slid a unit of blood into the transfusion port on his arm. I'll watch him during the flight. The doctor threw his blood-soaked surgery apron on the ground.
He will never live. Never.
David hovered over Zahawi the entire helicopter flight. Kris cradled Zahawi's head in his lap, keeping him still while David fed all 3 bags of blood into his body. Pools of blood formed beneath him, saturating Kris's pants and the helo's deck. He pressed where David told him to, held pressure over Zahawi's wounds for the hour-long flight. A medical team met them at the airbase, a full Pakistani military trauma team and an ambulance. Kris and David climbed into the back with them. Kris ended up perched on David's lap for the drive across the base. After the medical team whisked Zahawi into the Pakistani military hospital, Kris turned into David, folding into his arms outside the doors of the emergency department. For the moment, they were alone. Ryan, Dan, and Jackson had stayed behind with the helo and were on their way back to Islamabad and the CIA station.
You did great,
David breathed. He pressed a quick kiss to Kris's hair, as fast as he dared.
I shot our target. The one man we wanted to capture alive. I shot him, and he's nearly dead.
You planned this entire takedown. The coordination, the operation, everything. You did that. Pride shone from David's gaze. I think George is starting to believe in you. The CIA way is to ride competent people until they break. I thought that was what you did to me. David winked. Let's get out of here. I want to change, shower, and get in bed with you for a whole day. David's eyes gleamed, that look he got when he wanted to lay Kris down, spend hours devouring him, tracing his skin, the contours and curves of his muscles, until he finally brought their bodies together. David could turn him inside out, make love to him until his bones wept. He'd never thought his soul could ignite, but when David's hands cradled his hips, ran up his back, drew him close until they merged. Some days, he thought David was the fire he needed to live. Kris's phone trilled. He groaned. It was George.
Caldera.
Kris, Langley has sent orders for Zahawi. He's 24/7 CIA, only eyes on. You've got to stay at the hospital with him.
Fuck. Of course.
What's the plan? Langley is picking up the top trauma surgeon from Johns Hopkins tonight and putting him on a plane. He'll be there tomorrow to patch up Zahawi. Then you're off to Site Green.
Me? A chill slithered down his spine.
Site Green was their newest, darkest black site, exclusively for interrogating high-value Al-Qaeda prisoners. He's your target, Kris. You know him better than anyone else alive, probably better than he knows himself. And, out of everyone here, you're the best I've got.
Sounds like that was difficult for you to say, George.
Only because you make liking you difficult, Caldera. There was a ghost of a smile in George's voice, though. You're a goddamn pain in the ass.
That's my charm.
It's my appeal. You're lucky he seems to like it.
Kris's gaze flicked to David. Request permission for Haddad to remain assigned to Zahawi. We'll need a qualified medic if anything goes sideways, here or at Site Green.
George's sigh could have toppled Tora Bora, could have blown away the Hindu Kush. Caldera, I swear to fucking God if it comes out that you've manipulated us all into covering for your bordello. Kris, for once, kept his mouth shut. Haddad can remain. You'll need a backup Arabic translator anyway. Send him back for supplies before you leave for Site Green.
Thank you, George. 14. CIA Black Site, Detention Site Green, Thailand, April 2002. Rain poured from the sky, soaking the detention facility. Steam rose from the concrete pad, the facility's attempt at an outdoor pavilion. Heat smothered them like a sauna Kris couldn't escape. Zahawi slept fitfully in his makeshift medical suite, hooked to machines and monitors, bandaged like a mummy halfway through his mummification. Kris's shot had been perfect. He'd shattered coins in Zahawi's pocket, sending shrapnel throughout his hip and stomach. The bullet had also torn apart bone, and shards were lodged in the organs of his pelvis, along with fractured coins and bullet fragments. The Johns Hopkins surgeon had spent 13 hours in surgery with the Pakistani doctors. Zahawi had bled out more than twice the blood he'd been given before he was finally stabilized. Kris had stayed with him the entire time. He'd watched the surgeons, had followed Zahawi into the recovery ward, sat by his side, his hand wrapped around Zahawi's wrist when he fell asleep. David had gone back to Islamabad to meet with George and returned with both their bags packed, nearly all of their possessions, and a crate of intelligence. Dozens of Zahawi's journals had been picked up in the arrest. Kris poured through them as he watched Zahawi sleep. The first time Zahawi woke, in Pakistan, he'd opened his eyes and saw Kris staring down at him. His gaze had wandered from Kris's face, down past his sweat-stained undershirt from the raid, to his black combat fatigues. Kris saw the moment recognition had settled into Zahawi that the United States had him, that Kris was his enemy. His heart rate had spiked, climbing from 100 beats per minute to 150 to 180 to over 200. He'd pushed back in his hospital bed, trying to escape, gasping, trying to scream. Stitches had torn and blood had poured from his side. Nurses had rushed in, screaming at Kris to back off, to get out of the room. He'd stayed, holding Zahawi's glare until Zahawi passed out from shock. The next time he'd awoken, he had stared at Kris for a long moment, not speaking. Kris spoke first, leaning in and saying, in Arabic, "Abu Zahawi, I know who you are, and you know who I am. We found you, and we've captured you. You were wounded when we arrested you, but we're taking care of you." Kris had held Zahawi's stare. "I will be right here the whole time. I won't ever leave your side." Zahawi had answered in English, Don't desecrate God's language with your infidel tongue.
Rest. You need your strength.
Please, let me die.
No. I want to know you, Abu Zahawi. We have so much to talk about.
I'll never talk with you.
Zahawi had passed out again shortly after, weak and barely able to stay awake. He'd waxed and waned in and out of delirium, sometimes reaching for Kris and clasping his hands, other times praying in Arabic as he sobbed. Kris fed him sips of water and read his diary, seized after the arrest, and held his hand when Zahawi flailed, reaching out for someone nearby. David camped on a cot at the foot of Zahawi's bed, out of sight. When Zahawi slept, David and Kris passed his diaries back and forth, sharing thoughts and ideas. David had a perspective Kris couldn't have and needed, an Arab view from an Arab mind, and an Arab experience of Zahawi's childhood, his years growing up as a Palestinian refugee and part of the diaspora in Saudi Arabia. Funny, isn't it? He and I are the same age, 31. His family life was better than mine, but here I am, and there he is. A better family life. Zahawi's father had been a teacher in Saudi Arabia, a Palestinian expat, and his mother had taken care of Zahawi and his brothers. He'd had a middle-class upbringing, far better than many other Palestinian refugees. David didn't answer. David spent long hours in the dead of night watching Zahawi. Once, Kris woke and saw him staring at Zahawi, hunched in a bedside chair, contemplating the man as if he wanted to climb into Zahawi's skin, possess his mind, his eyes, and understand him like he could breathe in his soul and devour his memories. When Zahawi finally wasn't in danger of shattering into a million pieces, he was brought to the base's airfield and loaded onto a private jet. He was hooded and shackled to his gurney, sedated for the flight. He woke up in Thailand, in the steamy heat of the jungle and in the remote clutches of the black site. He was the CIA's detainee number 1. Everyone in D.C. wanted in on Zahawi's interrogation, it seemed. When Kris, David, and Zahawi arrived, the facility was already crawling with suits from D.C., CIA analysts, paramilitary officers, and a host of brand-new interrogators fresh from a 3-week training course. Even the FBI was there, in a joint agency information-sharing capacity, they said. Kris recognized one of the FBI agents. Agent Naveen. Kris held out his hand. Good to see you again. Agent Naveen, part of his welcoming committee in Yemen, days after September 11th, stared him down. Finally, he shook Kris's hand. I have heard a lot about you, Caldera. Seems you kept your word. You were there to help. Kris lifted his chin. And I still am. You? This is a CIA-led operation. We were sent here by our director to offer assistance. I'm one of the FBI's trained interrogators, and I specialize in Middle Eastern terrorism. I know how these guys work, how they think, what they expect. I'm happy to lend a hand. What do you suggest would be the best approach to Zahawi? Has his medical situation been seen to? Yes. Then we should engage in rapport building. Try to get a baseline understanding of his motivations, see if he throws up a cover story, and if he does, use meticulous details to break through the eventual lies and doublespeak. Levine smiled wryly. You know, like you did in Yemen. Finally, Kris had smiled. Seems we're on the same team after all, Agent Naveen. Having everyone who was anyone there at the facility was both a blessing and a curse. Kris wasn't used to so many people. So much oversight, so many eyeballs wanting to read in on what he was doing. He somehow still maintained the lead on Zahawi. He was still the targeteer, and thus the main interrogator. Everyone looked to him for direction on Zahawi's case. He waited for someone to try and wrestle his authority away, try to say he wasn't qualified for the Zahawi operation. The base was bursting at the seams, and practicalities had to be seen to first. There wasn't enough space for everyone to have their own rooms. Kris volunteered to bunk with David in a tiny, dank hut built out of corrugated steel and a thatched roof lined with plastic bags. Their shared toilet was an outhouse. Humidity turned the toilet paper soft. Snakes crept into the outhouse and into their hut. The first time one had, Kris had jumped onto his bed, shrieking until the security team had busted in, weapons up and ready to fire. They'd exchanged long looks when they had seen David and Kris's metal beds pushed together to make one large bed. Oops. Kris started questioning Zahawi the third night after they arrived at Site Green. He started slowly, taking up his vigil by Zahawi's bedside in the hospital room they had put together. Zahawi lay on a gurney draped in a mosquito net under a thatched roof. At dusk, monkeys sounded in the trees. In the morning, bird calls echoed for miles in the empty jungle. A vibrant orange extension cord snaked across the wooden floor over the edge of the half-wall and disappeared into a maze of bundled wires and underbrush. The entire facility was being run on industrial generators, buzzing